Good evening, listeners, brave navigators of the enigmatic and the concealed. Have you ever felt the pull of the unanswered, the allure of the mysteries that shroud our existence? For more than a decade, a unique comic publisher has dared to dive into these mysteries, unafraid of the secrets they might uncover. This audacious entity is Paranoid American. Welcome to the mystifying universe of the Paranoid American podcast.
Launched in the year 2012, Paranoid American has been on a mission to decipher the encrypted secrets of our world. From the unnerving enigma of MK Ultra mind control to the clandestine assemblies of secret societies. From the awe-inspiring frontiers of forbidden technology to the arcane patterns of occult symbols in our very own pop culture. They have committed to unveiling the concealed realities that lie just beneath the surface. Join us as we navigate these intricate landscapes, decoding the hidden scripts of our society and challenging the accepted perceptions of reality.
Folks, I've got a big problem on my hands. There's a company called Paranoid American making all these funny memes and comics. Now, I'm a fair guy. I believe in free speech, as long as it doesn't cross the line. And if these AI-generated memes dare to make fun of me, they're crossing the line.
This is your expedition into the realm of the extraordinary, the secret, the shrouded. Come with us as we sift through the world's grand mysteries, question the standardized narratives, and brave the cryptic labyrinth of the concealed truth. So strap yourselves in, broaden your horizons, and steel yourselves for a voyage into the enigmatic heart of the Paranoid American podcast, where each story, every image, every revelation brings us one step closer to the elusive truth.
Hey, we made it. This is episode number 100. We got an extra special kind of show lined up. We're going to go over my top 10 conspiracies, at least as they are right now in 2025. And as you can see, I got my homie Donut chilling with me to celebrate such a momentous occasion. So thanks for 2 thumbs up and the Japanese glasses to match. What's going on, Donut? Thanks for hanging out, man.
I ain't Irish, but my money Dublin.
So I've been excited about this one. I actually have already released early, like episodes 101, 102, but I timed this one out so that I could record this one live. We got a whole bunch of people. They're going to be popping in and out for the next 6 hours, if I can make it that long. It's not going to be that hard. We already did 24 hours with me and Donut. So I feel like 6 hours is nothing. We can chew up 6 hours and spit it back out.
Time is an illusion.
That's right. And like I said, I'm going to be going over my top 10 conspiracies. So the way that we're going to do this is I got these like little reveals. So we're going to start out with a whole bunch of questions. So who knows what my top 10 are? We're going to reveal them one at a time. And these ones are not necessarily in order because it's hard. It's like putting together your 5 favorite albums or your 5 favorite movies, right? It depends on, are you in a good mood? Are you in a bad mood? Is it a Monday? Is it a Wednesday? All those factors can change what your favorite albums are. And I kind of feel the same way about conspiracies. So don't hold me to this exact list from a year from now or even a week from now. But these absolutely should make your list. And if you're not interested in any of these, hopefully I can get you interested over the course of this episode. So I just got to ask you, Donut, if this were your list, what would be like the top 3 that we would have to get into?
I think you said it like perfectly, how it is like music, how it's just how are you feeling at that moment. That's a great way. But if I could pick on here, which one I would like to get into, I don't know. I kind of want to look at that World's Fair, for some reason. That's where I'm going to.
We'll see if we get there. That'll be a big reveal. And actually, let's just do a reveal right now. Let's see what number 1 is. Bigfoot.
Oof.
How could it not be Bigfoot, right? And
shout out to that lady Bigfoot. What a beautiful woman.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I always forget that this is apparently a female Bigfoot from the Patterson Gimlin footage.
You can see it right there on the breastises.
Yeah, maybe we should be censoring this, but yeah, there is a nude Bigfoot in action, and this is kind of the OG for me, and also part of the reason why Bigfoot had to make this list is because of this Harry and the Hendersons movie that was pretty much my babysitter for a few years. This is my go-to movie. I wanted to have my own little Bigfoot. Donuts also got an example of these mystery, what is it? A mysterious encounters.
Yes,
I think I had one of these in my bathroom too. They got all into spontaneous combustion and Atlantis. That was sort of my entry point into conspiracies, were these and unsolved mysteries. And yeah, what we got here? This looks like a OG one from the 80s.
I mean, great imagery in this book. I'll maybe set up the other camera, but I do like how this book does show some wonderful images of the beautiful woman, Bigfoot. And Bigfoot is all around the world. There's the Yeti. It's not only the Bigfoot. I got a Bigfoot. You got a Bigfoot?
I got a 13 and a half.
I got a 13 and a half too. Well, not really, but 13. Well, I would say it's 12 and a half, but I say it's 13.
I also got something kind of special. Let's see. I have an extra camera all set up just for this, but they don't want me to show you what I got to show you here.
They don't want you to see this.
This is the new Paranoid American sticker book. See, look at that. They don't want me. The powers that be are trying to prevent me from showing you all this cool swag. But not only do I get this
do it again. You just maybe go to the settings and turn your camera off.
No, it's like a weird power issue with the camera itself. I got some photos of it, and I'll stream it again because I've actually got something really cool that I'm going to open up on stream if I can get this to play nicely with me. So this is the new Paranoid American sticker sheet, sticker book. It's got 50 different pages to put a bunch of stickers in. I got some of the exclusive stickers from the Illuminati comic I'll be showing off. I don't know if I'll be filling this sticker book up like I planned on, but we'll definitely show some cool things on it. But here's what I wanted to show related to Bigfoot. I got a few different packs of various cards here. We got some Alf, World War II, American Gladiators. These are all vintage packs. And I also got a Harry and the Hendersons from Topps that even has a stick of bubble gum in there from the 80s. So it'll probably just turn to dust the second that I open it. And speaking of, let's just open it. This is like extra nostalgic because I remember grabbing these from maybe the gas station. Look at this. Look at this gum. Yeah. The gum just completely is brittle. It's hard as hell.
Eat it.
I'm not gonna, maybe I'll eat it. If someone super chats, maybe I'll eat like a little portion of it. We'll see. And then here you go. Here's some Harry and the Hendersons cards. Fresh out the pack.
Oh my gosh, what is it?
Hide them in the cellar. And this is before the trading cards got really cool with foils and like chase inserts. That coveted Nancy Henderson card. Look who's back. And this was my original introduction to Bigfoot, right? He was like a homie that would come and hang out and you would hide him in your basement and he'd beat up bullies for you. This is another thing that they used to do in these old trading card packs is that you'd get just like 1/9 or 1/12 of a huge sort of poster and there'd be like a sticker. So you got a sticker on one side and then after you would use this sticker, you would keep the back and then it would form a little poster. You'd like tape the poster together. Oh God, someone just actually did a super chat and said, eat the gum.
You got to eat it.
All right, here's the gum. All right, when the camera dies, you'll see me do it.
The one thing I like about,
I'm not very happy about this, but I'll do it.
I like how Bigfoot is interdimensional.
Harry the Couch Potato. You know what? This is my favorite card probably in this entire set. So I'm happy that was the first one that I opened. I can't shoot him. That's another really great one.
Interdimensional. He can just she can just move wherever.
So I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. I got a whole bunch of other packs here. Looks like the camera is at least playing along long enough. I got this awesome American Gladiators. Thankfully, none of these other ones have gum in them.
How
So,
old do you think that gum is?
well, I mean, let's see. The pack, I think, has a date on it.
It's not like you're going to swallow it.
1987.
Just chew it and then don't
So
swallow.
I wasn't gonna. Well, here's the problem: is it might dissolve completely into just liquid, and then I've got no like. There's nothing to chew. It'll just turn into a liquid, and then I'll swallow it. So thank you, 1987. This is almost 40 years, right? The better half of 30 something years.
Eat the gum. Eat the gum.
So, and by the way, this little sticker book, I got it on sale right now on the website. If you guys want to grab it, I'll throw in a whole bunch of extra stickers. I got some sticker packs, but we'll do all that plug stuff later because here you go. Harry and the Hendersons. Please don't make me do this.
Eat the gum. Eat the gum.
Here's the other chunk of it. There's the full piece of gum.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
God.
we go. That's what's up. Put the whole thing in. Yeah. Okay, spit it
It's
out.
so bad.
Yeah, that's.
It's not gum.
Uh-oh. Where did he go? Where'd he go? Now, everybody, please smash that like button. I'm up here on the Paranoid American stream. I'm just streaming it to my channel as well. But go subscribe to Paranoid American.
I did it. You saw me do it, but yeah, it turned into chalk immediately, and it just tasted like I had just bitten into a piece of chalk. There was no gum flavor. There was no sugar. And like now my mouth tastes like an old garage sale. Like an estate sale. That's what my mouth tastes like. So thank you. It was not worth the $5.
It was entertaining.
The other reasons Bigfoot made a huge impact. There was also so many episodes. Oh my God.
Oh, I love Alex Mack.
Oh, thanks. I thought someone was gonna be like, eat more gum. it's over. Maybe I'll find something else weird to eat. This will turn into like a like eat weird stuff channel.
Yeah.
But Bigfoot made appearances all over the place. He was on Nicktoons and the Goofy movie. There's a huge plot line where Bigfoot shows up. He was in The Secret World of Alex Mack. It was just sort of, when we were growing up in the 80s and 90s, Bigfoot felt like a recurring walk-on celebrity character that you would just see popping up constantly. So it was hard to not sort of integrate him into my view of the world. And one of my all-time favorite video games, Rampage, where you got to play as Bigfoot or as Godzilla and eat people, like rip them out of buildings and eat them and stomp on the tanks. And it was so much fun, right? This was like one of the coolest games ever.
Best game ever. But Alex Mack, she was sort of interdimensional, not really, but she transformed and mutated into hydrogen or whatever. Maybe it's a hydrogen, water. She turned into like this liquid water.
She was like the T-1000. That was basically if a teenage girl got the T-1000's abilities, although they don't show her killing as many people as the T-1000 did, but you assumed that she could do all the same stuff. I can't remember. I actually wrote it down. The episode she was in, I think it was called In Search Of, but yeah, this was an early episode of Alex Mack. So again, coming off the tail end of Harry and the Hendersons and playing Rampage, even this game Primal Rage, which was sort of at the tail end of the 1990s, where you got to fight dinosaurs against Yetis. And I don't know, it felt like more so than in the early 2000s or 2010s or the 2020s, Bigfoot was a celebrity. He was like a Chuck Norris. You would see him popping up in damn near everything.
I got a screenshot that. That's sick.
Did you ever play Primal Rage?
Nah, but that looks
This was
tight.
This was right when I want to say Mortal Kombat 2 was out in the arcades. It might have been before Marvel vs. Capcom. It was at the like close to the peak of this fighter genre that almost every company was making one of these. And Primal Rage was, it was Yetis and dinosaurs, and I think there was like a T-Rex. There was all these different, like a werewolf that you could fight amongst each other. And it was one of the most bloodiest ones. You know, in Mortal Kombat, they would save it for the fatalities, but Primal Rage, every single hit was essentially a fatality. Like they were shredded on every single one.
I just love the nostalgia of PlayStation, like how it was like a disc, like a DVD. It's just great branding right there.
Altered Beast, yeah, Altered Beast might have been one of the first arcade games I ever played when I was growing up. Although I don't know if they had a Bigfoot. They definitely had a werewolf, but I don't remember a Bigfoot character.
Did you see the new Assassin's Creed mixes in with the samurai? This just came out.
I haven't seen the new Assassin's Creed one. I played the Ghost of the guy, Ghost of Tsushima or whatever it's called, and it's basically a feudal Japan samurai version of Grand Theft Auto. So, and I imagine that's would be similar to the new Assassin's Creed one.
Yeah. I love Rampage. That was my game. Just like in Vegas at the arcade playing Rampage 24/7.
Oh, I didn't see this. I'm gonna have to watch this episode now. That apparently there's a $6 million man where he fights Bigfoot. That would be sick. What else I got here? Oh, by the way, if you like Bigfoot too, you can go to doesbigfootexist.com, and there's this comic that I've been working on with Nate from Reality Czars that's all about Bigfoot. It's already done. Well, at least the black and white artwork is done. But as Donut and I saw how much everyone loves the color and how good these pamphlets look in color, now I would love to raise enough on this project to be able to do this one in color too. So we'll see. And if you're interested in that, just go to doesbigfootexist.com. And as soon as I get, I don't know, at least over 100 people signed up for this, then we'll launch it. We'll launch it this year. So, and I'll put in everything about Bigfoot. And I guess there's some newer versions of the Bigfoot theory that I've only come across in the last 3 or 4 years. One of those is Harry Mary. That is like probably my favorite Bigfoot related. Have we talked about Harry Mary before?
What is a Harry Mary?
Harry Mary are these old Renaissance paintings of the Virgin Mary, except her entire body is completely covered in this red flowing hair. And it's not like artistically coming from her head and covering her body. It's literally her entire body is filled with this red hair. And the more that you get into the biblical Bigfoot theories, the more the color of the hair matters a lot. So then there's like the story of Esau, and Esau, he was this little kid. Esau actually means hairy. So they named their kid Harry. The kid ends up being hairy, full of red hair, and his brother acts as if he's going to be Esau to take over part of the family's sort of will. And in order to do that, he covers himself in animal fur so that when his dad, who can't see well, is reaching out, he's like, "Is that you, Esau?" And he kind of like feels this animal hair, and he's like, "Okay, that's you." Like that's how hairy this dude was. So there's a strong biblical connection to this like concept of red hair and Bigfoot. And I'll pop an example of one of these on here too. Because if you've never seen this is actually one of the stranger ones. So here's one example. And you can see we've got Mary up in the sky being lifted by angels. She's got that halo or the sun behind her, right? And her entire body is completely covered in hair. Here's another iteration of it. This one's painted where, again, her entire body, she's being lifted up by 6 angels this time, entire body covered in hair. Another version held up by 4 angels, this curly hair coming from all angles. There are so many examples of this particular motif. So I found this one interesting. It might be a stretch to call this Bigfoot, but I would, man, if you just put Bigfoot from Harry and Henderson's face on top of this body, everything else kind of lines up.
Weird. Are these old paintings?
These are old paintings from the the 1600s, I believe, 1500s and 1600s is where a lot of this motif kind of came from. And
See,
there
that
are
would be
other
fair.
examples that are in the Bible talking about this outside of just Harry. Like I said, it's one of them is in the Apocrypha. That's where it actually recounts what Esau did, and that Esau was actually the slayer of Nimrod, and Nimrod represented this old pantheon of gods. It gets pretty deep. But again, the biblical connection between Bigfoot and the modern 1980s Harry and the Hendersons, and it's all kind of right there. There was no way that you could have grown up as a kid in the 80s and 90s and not been surrounded by Bigfoot. Either it was in Sunday school or it was in Saturday morning cartoons.
Honey Love says those feet aren't are normal size though. That's a great point.
That is a good point. Yeah. So maybe she's just regular foot instead of Bigfoot.
Yeah. But that's absolutely breathtaking art right there.
Hey, shout out Miles Bronson.
My plug.
The gum isn't going to hurt you. It's literal plastic. It doesn't go bad. I am telling you that you can taste all 37 years that were stored up in that piece of gum. Even if it doesn't hurt, I guess it hurts on like an egotistical level at the very least. Shout out Mario. How's it go, Mario? You're invited to pop in whenever you want. We'll be going for the next 5.5 hours on this. Oh, I got to get Slick up in here too. There's a bunch of people that hopefully will be popping in and out.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
I had to put on my green Ninja Turtles shirt because you reminded me that this is St. Patrick's Day. And this is one of those days where you get, what is it, pinched or slapped, or people mistreat you if you don't do it right.
We're in the golden age, and I'm looking for the gold over the rainbow.
Where's this from?
Are we going to watch Leprechaun in the Hood, or what?
Maybe we could do that for like a special Patreon episode later. If I'm not already dead from all of this. I will show off, as long as my camera is still working a little bit, maybe I'll show off some of these new stickers that we got coming up in the Illuminati campaign. And I don't think I've shown a lot of these off before. And actually, these are the newest ones that I definitely haven't shown anybody.
Those are sick.
We got an Occult Disney super limited edition, because I'm sure that if I were to advertise these publicly, Disney wouldn't be happy with that. But there's an Occult Disney sticker, an Occult Book Club Read or Die sticker. This one is Conspiracy Cinema. Shout out to Tommy Truthful and Ani Osaru and Jay Dreamers and Donut that comes and hangs out with us when we do Conspiracy Cinema episodes. This is the new Secret Society of Good Guys sticker. And by the way, all my Patreons will be getting these in the mail for free. Once you get 3 months in, regardless of what tier. If you're on the low tier, you'll get these stickers and like a little print. And if you're on a higher tier, you get these stickers and sticker sheets and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'll hook you up.
Will these be in the Illuminati comic?
We're throwing them in, man. We're going to be sprinkling these into pretty much all orders, as long as I got this batch. And I got 2 designs of each of these too, that maybe I'll reveal later on, not today. But I got 2 Occult Book Clubs, I got 2 Occult Disneys, 2 MK Ultras, 2 different Secret Society of Good Guys. Shout out to Cheney and Layla and Abby. And then I got another Conspiracy Cinema one. And then here's the ones from our comic that we just that we're waiting on every day. I checked the shipping status like twice a day. Donut sticker, Illuminachos sticker. What's the thinking behind this one?
Oh, that was Pukey Pete, Horrible Home Video. Just those are the Mind Control Ranch chips.
And this is probably one of my favorite ones, is this Illuminati Worms that looks like a Goosebumps book. And it looks like one of those Scholastic Fair versions of the Goosebumps book.
Shout out to Goosebumps. I mean, they had a Goosebumps Bigfoot as well. The Abominable Snowman Goosebumps.
They also had an episode or an issue called How to Kill a Monster that isn't about Bigfoot specifically, but it's about them hunting down cryptids. Which again, I mean, I devoured those Goosebumps when I was a kid, so it was hard not to be raised in this kind of conspiracy mentality.
Yeah, I was a big Goosebump fan, 100%.
All right, let's go to the next topic.
The Fear series, though.
The which series?
After Goosebumps, they had a Fear series.
I've never even heard of that before.
It's not as good.
It was called Fear?
I think so.
I remember Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Yeah, that was good. But that wasn't R.L. Stine. And then Erie, Indiana.
Erie, Indiana was good. Is it called Kids vs. Fear?
No, R.L. Stine Fear. I'll Google it. R.L. Stine Fear Street.
Fear Street?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a book series, not a TV series.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow, this actually brings back some other memories too. I don't think I was into R.L. Stine's Fear Street, but there was another this one right here, The Cheater, just the aesthetic of that 90s book. There was one from Christopher Pike books. I think his name was Christopher Pike. Yeah. This book right here, Monster, and a few of these other ones. I miss this aesthetic so much. It basically, you would graduate from Goosebumps, then you'd get to Fear Street, and then you'd get to Christopher Pike books. And then if you needed to graduate from here, now you're just reading like full-blown horror, or you're getting
you're into like Bataille after that.
Or you're doing like serial killer biographies, right? You're reading about John Wayne Gacy or something. That was sort of the evolution of all this. Now, did books scare you? Could you read a book and get scared from it?
I never read them, but I collected them for the art. I was more of an art guy.
You would just collect the books if they had a cool cover?
Yeah, but I did read in school. I would read stand-up comedy books where they like just pretty much translated the stand-up comedy into the book, and it just had all these cuss words in it, and I loved it. Because the teacher had no idea.
Have you ever heard of this? There's a movie with Stephen King where he touches a meteor and turns into a plant Sasquatch.
That's tight, bro. No, but I just read this article about how spinach can send emails.
Okay, yeah, you have to expand on that. You can't just leave it at that.
I'll send you the article in the private chat.
It looks like the movie is Creepshow from 1982, where Stephen King is playing a hick farmer, and he comes in contact with a meteor. So shout out for what a great reference. Anyone didn't even come across my mind. I'm gonna have to watch Creepshow again from 82.
Yeah, and then you had Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt was great. The Twilight Zone was really good. I even liked the second edition of Twilight Zone and the movie. Then we had like Outer Limits. I guess this is a great segue too, because you held up that book before, and that book series, I don't know if it was from Time Life. It was one of these sort of encyclopedia type books where they would sell 40 or 50 of these, and you wanted to collect the entire set. Yeah, and that was also where I kind of got my conspiracy chops. That's where I started thinking about, different ways the world works. And here we go. We got another guest here.
Oh,
welcome, Raven.
What's going on, boys?
Nephilim Death Squad.
100th episode. Congratulations.
How's it going, man? I'm glad that you showed up.
I was going to be here earlier, but I was preoccupied in the bathroom. Luckily, I had good viewing material in the way of a Bigfoot discussion via YouTube. So thank you guys very much for that.
You made Bigfoot.
This is, dude, that I honestly, it was in my bathroom growing up. We had like 3 or 4 of these Time Life, like unsolved mystery style books. So anytime that I was spending a decent amount of time in the bathroom, it was learning about spontaneous combustion, Bigfoot, Atlantis, and like a few of these other key things. And it became like a nice little retreat.
Dude, I really genuinely thought spontaneous combustion was going to be something that I was going to have to tango with as an adult. It's like one of those things, like, when we were kids and we were like, quicksand's going to be a problem. It's going to be a real problem one day. Spontaneous combustion was on that list of like, shit, man, what am I going to do when it inevitably happens to me?
It's weird if you were to plot the number of reports of spontaneous combustion that got big in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and they kind of tapered off a little bit. It just seems to have like a weird coincidence with new fire retardant materials and insurance companies like discovering these scenes, and all of a sudden it almost felt like they realized everything that they were selling in all products, if you just got near a lit cigarette, which was everywhere in the 50s and 60s, then you might just be in flames within seconds and there's nothing you could do about it. And they silently like start putting flame retardant materials and everything before anyone gets to sue the companies that actually like put them into this danger. And that's kind of why. That's why it's like, oh, you don't really hear about that anymore, because they squashed it.
I miss that idea of those days. Like, you want to talk about a hardier people. You want to talk about people with more character than what we have now. Just a group of people walking around that could at any moment burst into flames. Like, that is a hard dude. That is a real guy. That's a guy who you want in your community, to build your town, is a guy that's constantly afraid that he's going to burst into flames. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's a better character builder than that.
Oh, and then we also got Eric Hunley popping in.
Hello.
Thank you, Eric. It's good to see you in here, man.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Now, Raven, you're the only one that's not wearing green, so I guess...
Was that on purpose? Oh, today is St. Patrick's Day. The guy with the snakes, he got the snakes out of town. Good for him. God bless him. I forgot that it was... I have a green shirt somewhere, but I'm not going to put it on. That's a lot. That's a big ask.
Well, Eric, the first one that I brought up here was Bigfoot, so I'm just curious, just growing up, not right now in 2025, but growing up, what were your thoughts on Bigfoot?
None.
Didn't even think about him? You didn't watch Harry and the Hendersons or none of that?
Nah, I'm a little older than that, dude.
You were alive in 1987, I assume.
Yeah, I was in high school, but I just never really followed that kind of thing. It
was kid stuff?
I just goofy. I don't know.
Dude, I'll tell you what. We were just on Nephilim Death Squad talking about Bigfoot. Doesn't come up as often as you might think in the realm of kind of the supernatural, although I guess it should. But we were talking about how insane it is that over the past couple of decades, the narrative has shifted so much. It used to be like, is this potentially a missing link in the human genome? There's what do they call it? The stoned ape theory. All these different ideas about how like the size of the human brain, increased so substantially in such a short amount of time. And also, where is this bridge to get, or this entity rather, to gap the bridge between us and like early hominids? And now it's like he's a, I don't know, dimensional doorway traveling telepathic.
He kind of has to be.
He kind of has to be. I guess he does.
I mean, the best I could think of is a lost tribe in the Amazon. Like, if you were going to really say if there was a Bigfoot type creature, I'd find it far more believable if you said in the Amazon there is an offshoot of a tribe that could have been another hominoid species or something, maybe, but it's nearly impossible that we would not have gotten actual footage of some kind of this creature with every game camera out there or every wildlife camera out there. It's like, wait, somehow it's magically able to avoid every single lens on the planet.
Have you heard what the new theory is?
Oh, and you know what? Even more interesting than that it only seems to work with modern photography and modern lenses. If you had it like an old school Patterson Gimlin style VHS recorder on your shoulder that they used, now all of a sudden, if you did a ratio, there's far more sightings and photos of Bigfoot using outdated technology versus, having all these trail cameras. And I've heard this explained away that he's high tech, that Bigfoot is more high tech than we are. And once we started using, digital chips, then now we're in his world and he can kind of, neo his way out of the light rays as they're coming in. But if you revert back to analog tech, like if you wanted to do like a daguerreotype or something of Bigfoot, he can't bend around that one. I don't know. I think it's an interesting theory.
there's a new theory surrounding them, and I genuinely enjoy it. I'm a big fan of theories. I love the way that people will connect dots, and sometimes there's some fun things to glean in them. One of the things that has been ingrained into the Bigfoot narrative is this idea of infrasound. This idea of emitting such a low frequency, I guess, sound or growl. Like, let's say, for example, tigers, right? Like big prey animals, especially big cats, that low vibrational growl that they emit will actually cause a sense of paralysis, especially in younger prey animals. So it's pretty common for, like, let's say, I don't know the species of deer that would be in a jungle, but a deer, a fawn, you can walk up to it and it won't move. And so there's already this proclivity within the very young of a species to kind of like freeze in place whenever danger emits. Well, apparently this low growl that they emit will exacerbate that, and it'll kind of lock it in. And this is kind of what gives play to the idea of like fear, flight, or freeze, right? And so crocodiles too, if you come near them, they'll admit, I'm here in Florida. I was surprised the first time I heard it. It resonates through your entire body. And I can kind of get this sense of like how it might cause paralysis. But the running theory right now is this idea that Bigfoot can emit such a low frequency, almost infrasound, kind of a vibrational in this guttural growl, that it does two things. One, it creates a distortion in your own psyche. So if you're the viewer, you might go through like a state of paralysis or something like that. But the other thing that it does is they liken it to when somebody has a subwoofer in their car, and you watch when the bass hits, the actual metal will start to vibrate in such a way that it becomes distorted. And so the running theory is that he emits this sound, and that causes an actual distortion in the way that you perceive him. And if he is next to a tree or something, then this tree will become part of that distortion. So they're very hard to discern. And the way that it's picked up on camera is just this blurry picture, which is why nobody can ever get a picture of Bigfoot. I'm not saying I believe it, but I really enjoy it.
The science there sounds bulletproof. I don't even think we have to look into that. That sounds like that would all check out. This is the same reason that if you have like 3 or 4 15-inch subwoofers in your trunk and you just blast it, you just disappear. The cops can't even see you. They can hear you, but like you're bending light around you because of the subwoofers, I assume.
Yes. That's basically the idea.
I've never seen 50 Cent.
Period. I've just never seen him.
You know, and he plays music in the subwoofer shake in his videos.
Yes. In fact, they need special cameras to be able to pick him up, because otherwise nobody's actually seen 50 Cent in person.
I've never seen him. I know he was on tour, but I wasn't there. But the cat, he meows, and the meow mimics a baby meowing. And this is why they have become the most popular pet worldwide, is because they're manipulating humans with the frequency of a baby.
That's actually true. Cats domesticated themselves. That's why there's fewer species, because we're not breeding cats. They're closer to their origin than dogs, which you see such radical departures in. Cats chose to come in, and it's more of a partnership, like, hey, you know what? If I go hang out here, they're going to give me some food.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, versus dogs, which literally have been domesticated and are below humans in the hierarchy.
This actually, going back to monkeys a little bit, because I heard this theory that monkeys can actually understand human language, but that they were smart. This is a silly theory, but that they're smart enough to realize that if we know that they know, then we'll put them to work. So if they can just pretend
give them monkey jobs,
what the hell we're talking about. And if you apply this to cats and dogs, look at how this works out, right? Most of the time, people are like, you can't really train a cat to sit on command or like lay down the same way that you can a dog, at least. And maybe because they're smart enough to know, like, no, these guys are going to put me to work if they think I can take commands. Meanwhile, you look at dogs where you've got pit bulls and turnspit dogs and dogs named after actually like the turnspit dog, which led to the founding of the SPLC or SPCA, I think. This turnspit dog, it's now extinct, but you can find old advertisements in the early Americas selling these turnspit dogs, these big turnspits, and they were bred specifically to run in this huge hamster wheel on the side of your kitchen wall, and they would just turn a spit, and that was they were bred for that reason, and they were actually looked at almost like an appliance that was in your kitchen, and they were allowed to not work for one day out of the week. But it's wild the difference between an actual beast of burden. Like, you would buy this dog and it's just a blender that's running in your kitchen 24/7.
Wow. Yeah, a cat. Yeah, I mean, a cat doesn't even acknowledge its name. It's on occasion, depending on who it is.
It might turn an ear.
Yeah.
Well, I have
That's
two.
right.
One of them is more dog-like, and he's like, "Wow, you care," and the other was just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, that's why I like them. I like an animal that makes me feel like it doesn't need me at all. I also like an animal that, like, no matter how affectionate it is, I look at it and I go, if I died, you would eat my eyelids. If I laid on the ground right now and played dead long enough, you would start to eat my lips and eat my eyelids. And I really like that. I enjoy that about cats. But you know what's really crazy is they say that you can't train them. My buddy trained his cat to shit in the toilet, which was like, maybe to this day, you want to talk about top 10 conspiracies, like that probably should be number one, I think, is the ability or lack thereof to teach a cat to shit in the toilet. And I've seen it with my own eyes. And to this day, people still don't believe me. They say, why didn't you take a photo? Why didn't you record it? And I said, when you see amazing things, like, you don't think to pull your phone out. So I'm having a hard time getting anybody to believe me, but I have seen it.
I would argue that the cat trained him or herself. Like, the cat chooses to do what they want. I've had cats that fetch, but they like to fetch.
Here's the way he did it.
They started off.
They sell an insert, and it's kind of a trick, I suppose. But hopefully this will get people to believe me. They sell an insert. You could put it underneath your toilet seat, and it basically just holds cat litter. And so you fill it up with a little bit of cat litter. In the beginning, they will shit in that. And then they kind of make a game of it. Can they perch on the seat and shit in it? Okay, once you get to that point, you're good. You do that long enough and you can remove the litter box attachment, and then it'll just shit straight into the water, which is what he did. And so, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily training a cat, or cats are just likely to shit in that kind of sandy material. Because if you get a kitten, you'll find, like, almost always they immediately know what to do with a litter box.
I 100% believe you, because when I was growing up, my babysitter, when I was like 4 or 5, the babysitter's house that I would get dropped off at had a cat that did this, and it was the weirdest thing. No one told me that they had a cat that knew how to use the bathroom, so I just went to go and use it one day. And imagine, like, walking in, but you're walking in and interrupting someone else going to the bathroom, except it was a cat. Sorry. I look in and it's like, oh, I didn't realize that this was being used. Sorry. And I actually just kind of like wait and hung out in the hall until the cat like ran out, and then I realized it was my turn, which was a surreal thing that I've never had to explain to anyone, because no one's ever really doubted that. But anyways,
yeah, there are videos online of cats doing it.
I want to ask Eric too about, have you ever heard of spontaneous combustion growing up? Was that ever a concern for you?
I've heard of it. It wasn't a concern. I guess I'm terrible for this thing, but I don't know. It's like, that's weird. But I just assume that there's a reason of it, and of
what about quicksand? Did you ever think at any point in your life that you would have to deal with quicksand?
Not that I'd have to deal with it, but Looney Tunes is a very frightening thing.
Okay.
There's a new Looney Tunes movie out with aliens and UFOs.
Always. That's called Space Jams, isn't it?
Well, there's like a new one out. It wasn't really promoted, but the first abductee was Bugs Bunny from Marvin the Martian.
That's right. Yeah.
And Donut, you sent me this link, so yeah, here's proof, I guess, that scientists have taught spinach how to send email. So thank God for that.
Yeah.
And if they send you an email, if you don't forward that within 24 hours, then bad things happen.
That's another big conspiracy. Did you know that they've figured out who's behind all of those phone calls about your car's extended auto warranty? It turns out it's actually spinach that's been called.
Okay, I knew there was a punchline coming in there.
Do you ever get these text messages just randomly, like, "Hey, how are you?" or just weird stuff?
Oh yeah, hell yeah,
that's
dude.
Part of a pig butchering scam. It is actually right. What that is it's called pig butchering, and they'll hit you with a text message, right? And it could be anything. Well, sometimes it'll be like, oh, have you got your vet from the pet? I'm sorry. Or hello, or whatever it is. And then when you answer and say, I don't know who this is, then they establish a communication. And this leads into a romance scam where ultimately people are getting stripped of Bitcoin and everything else, because it's like, okay, I'm just trying to get over the visa, all kinds of bit. But it's a pig butchering scam. It's out of China.
I've made a habit of I'll just introduce a conspiracy to them when they text me and they say like, hey, are we going to meet up today? And I know that it's not anybody that I know. I'm like, do you know what the Nephilim are? Have you ever heard of like the idea of the Smithsonian's obfuscating giant skeletons? And I'll just leave that with them and see how that goes. Typically, they actually don't respond back, which is much to my dismay, because sometimes you watch these people on YouTube kind of drag the telemarketer scammers and they'll keep them on for like 45 minutes. And I wish I had that kind of patience, and I wish they thought I was interesting enough to do that to them. But when I watch those videos, it is incredible. Nothing satisfies me more than watching them keep like somebody from a third world country on the line for 45 minutes trying to give them their credit card information and just dragging them along. It is, I mean, that is
Kit Boga is one of the big names that does that. And like he's got the voice changers and he'll turn into a granny. And then I got to drive to Walmart, and he gets into an accident, or he gets pulled over and the police are there. And
by the end of it, they hate him. They start screaming at him and cursing at him. And I mean, I get it. It's nobody wants to hang out with you for 2 hours on the phone while you pretend to be an old lady, but man, those people get mad.
There's one who hacked them in reverse and managed to work out the payment, which sent them a hack. And he ultimately tracked the building and then was looking through their cameras and showing them their office through their own cameras during the call. And that was a high level. The Kit Boga, I don't know. He's kind of, some people say that that's him and a cohort that are acting some of that out. I don't know. And that's an issue too. Like, I don't know if you know Brett Johnson.
No, I'm new on all the Indian scammer stuff.
All right. Brett Johnson is the guy who was like #1 most wanted from the Secret Service, scamming people on eBay, things like that. He spent about 10 years in prison, and now he goes around working at ARP and things like that to help people who are getting scammed. According to him, I think it was, especially that the Kit Boga stuff is kind of bullshit. That it's not quite right. So a lot of those, he's saying they're just, they're acting it out. They get clicks, they get money from it, AdSense. I don't know how much is real, how much is not. I mean, but he does do it for a living, working at the FBI and like the DA's office in Santa Clarita, California, or whatever it is.
It's become a huge problem. I have an aunt that was taken advantage of, and I don't know if I heard they cleared out her account to the extent that I was almost embarrassed to even, because I'm like, damn, dude, how did you fall for that? She had
patience. It's patience. And I can tell you, because what they will do is like, okay, let's say you have a little bit of Bitcoin and you don't know what to do with it, because a lot of people buy a little bit of Bitcoin, but they're a little nervous about it. They don't have a lot, it's just like, it might be $50. It might be, whatever. It may not be a whole lot of stuff, right? So they'll say, hey, we'll take care of this, but you got to have a $200 buy-in or whatever it is. It's some nominal amount. And so then you buy into it, and then there's a web page, and you're like, oh my God, look at my Bitcoin here. You're seeing these trades, and it kind of goes down a little, it goes up a little bit, and over months, that Bitcoin, you see it on the page. You're like, holy cow. I mean, my $200 is now, it's $1,500 in like 4 months. So, by the way, it's very important. It's like 4 months. It's not like next week type of thing. It's like, just holy cow, whatever. And so then it's like, hey, you want to, invest a little bit more money, and then they invest a little bit more money or whatever it is, and it just blows up and up and up and up. And then they're like, oh, hey, I'd like to cash out on this. And they'll say, okay, well, you know what? No problem. But remember, you agreed that I get a service fee when you cash out. So you need to pay me my fee ahead of time to cash out. So, your $20,000 in Bitcoin, you owe me 10%. So you got to pony up to $2,000 or whatever it is. And then boom, you pony up to $2,000 and then they're gone.
And there was never any gains.
There was never a bit. There was never a wallet. There was never anything.
Yeah.
It is literally just taken away. And that website that's showing those numbers is just a shell. and it is a very well put together scam.
And it's just this dream that, like, I've seen people like in that scam right now, and I'll tell them it's a scam, but they have this dream of, no, I'm a multi-millionaire. I just got to give them 10 grand and then I can get my multi-millions. And I'm just like, this is a scam, but they don't want to hear it.
That's the exact same thing that I watched happen to my aunt, who just, you know, they're in denial about it for a long time. Hers was a little bit worse because she was a widow of a number of years and then thought she met somebody. And then,
you know, the romance part, again, pig butchering, it kind of goes, it's all rolled into this one nasty little pile. And they call it pig butchering because they cut it up over time. Little
Yeah,
really
it's hard to watch because it happens to a lot, especially elderly women. You know, it happens a shit ton to elderly women, and you know, they found a target, I guess, for their scam. And I don't even know how you get it to stop. I tell you what, I don't even answer my phone anymore. I don't answer my phone. Most of my interaction is on like Twitter or the social medias. If you text me and I don't have your number, I'll never respond. It just if you call me, I'll never pick it up, because I've even heard situations where like. They did this to my niece, actually. So I know this for a fact. She answered a phone call. She's saying, hello, nobody's there. I think somebody finally did answer, and she had like a small exchange with them. It was enough for them to take like some soundbite of your voice and then go and scam your relatives with it.
It's going to get worse with 11 Labs and whatnot.
Yep. And now that they have
how easy it is now, you could, even in the late 90s, I remember these things called war dialers, and you would just connect it to your modem on the back of your computer, and because everything was already working through the phone line, and it would just randomly dial every single number that it could, and it would just make a note of who picked it up, who left it to go to message, if they did pick it up, how quickly they pick it up, and it would kind of go through all the numbers. It would just randomly generate numbers in your whole area, and then it would give you a list of like, here's the idiots that are actually, you know, picking up the phone for an unknown number, and then it would like drill into those. How many times did they pick it up? And then it would eventually, you're curating these lists of, here are people that will at least open up the phone, and now the version of that is, who's going to be the one to respond to some random text? Like, I'll get a random text from a number I've never seen, and it's like, are you ever going to respond to me? You know, it'll be like this like accusatory tone. And I know they're just fishing, and now they just want to know who's going to be the idiot that responds to this rando, because if they're fishing, this is a nibble. That's what a nibble would feel like.
I'm looking at 5 different messages right now, and 6 different messages right now that I haven't answered to, and they're of 2 varieties. Number one is I got a violation from Easy Pass, or not Easy Pass,
the toll scam,
the toll scam one, and then the other one is that I have money, somehow somebody sent it to me, I just have to access it. But that toll scam one, I think, is getting a lot of people because it almost looks legitimate.
Well, there's also failed USPS delivery. I can't get the package to you. Failed Amazon. But the toll scam is so bad, the FBI has already put out warnings on it. It's affecting multiple states, and they're doing a rolling bid on it. But yeah, it's affecting.
I kind of find it funny because right now in the middle of Twitter, everybody's mad at India because they're taking shits in the streets, and they're making fun of India to this big. They've gone viral, right? It's actually very funny, and I'll give them that. But I think it's equally as funny that as we're making fun of them for shitting in the streets, they are scamming our old people out of tens of thousands of dollars. And to that, I say, you know, fair.
You got to pick one of the two. They're going to do one of those two, Raven. So what would you have them
I say,
do?
as long as we can make fun of them for doing that, and then fine, have our old people. It's fine.
All right. Well, speaking of massive scams that the FBI needs to get in on, here's my number 2 on the top 10 conspiracies. It's got to be NASA. It has to be NASA, right? Where are you at, Eric, on NASA?
I mean, I don't know. I literally just interviewed the second half of the final experiment, or somebody else who did the final experiment.
Oh, right.
Which is a flat earther thing where in December, I think his name's Sean Duffy, something like that. I could be wrong.
That and Witsit, something Witsit.
Yeah, Witsit actually reached out to me and actually scheduled to come on, but didn't, and I don't know what happened there.
Same, actually did the same.
Oh,
thing
really? MC Toon, however, did come on, and he's on the other side of the equation. Anyway, or is it might not have been, it was Whitsitt because the main guy that went around was Austin something or another.
Yeah, Austin Whitsitt was the main guy.
Oh,
okay. Or one of the main guys. He's probably like the top 3 guys.
Anyway, but I did a body language analysis on the guy who was like, yeah, it's a 24-hour sun. What are you going to do? Anyway, so where I'm going with all of this is I'm already getting the comments saying, no, you haven't proven the flat earth doesn't exist. No, he's full of shit. Obviously, the flat earth is a real thing. I'm like, are you kidding? There's part of me that's like, is this for real? I mean, it's mind blowing. So then I shared, because there's the whole controversy at the International Space Station going on right now. That Biden
we've got the
2 astronauts up there.
Space. Yep.
Right. So then I showed, because the craft went up there, I forgot the name of it, and there was footage of it, connecting to the International Space Station. I'm like, this is kind of cool footage. Wow, somebody's going to rescue these people. And they were like, and I'm getting comments on X saying, oh my, obviously it's good that they stayed on the dark side of the planet so they didn't have to draw in any lights or shadows or account for lighting disfigurations. I was like, oh Jesus. So I don't know. As far as the moon landing, is that where you're going with it? I think that there was an interesting perspective of that with a movie of all people, Channing Tatum and Scarlett Johansson, Fly Me to the Moon,
right?
Which did a kind of a goofy rom-com, romance movie that I watched with the wife, but I thought that the premise was interesting, where they essentially had it where, yes, people went to space, but yes, they actually were filming on a soundstage too, because they didn't believe the shit was going to work. I was like, that could be an interesting, 2 things being true at once situation. Like, what if there is the question of if it could happen or not happen or whatever else?
Well, that's in my opinion, that's the foot in the door theory. That's where you say, look, okay, maybe you're not ready to go all the way to the extent of saying that the footage that everyone was shown on TV and all of the account, that all that was a big lie. But do you believe that the government, at the very least, would have had a plan B, that if it didn't all work out, they didn't want to fall flat on their face? And even furthermore, if they squished that foot a little bit more in the door, what if the US finds out, the CIA finds out Russia is about to stage a moon landing, and they're going to beat us in this space race and make us look like idiots, even if we know it's fake? Now you got to go through this whole rigmarole of proving that their version was fake and our version is real. What if they were just like, we can fake it better than they can, and we can fake it sooner and quicker, more efficiently than Russia can? So by damn, are we going to let Russia fake a moon landing before we get to fake a moon landing? So there could be all these other levels of it where, okay, maybe we did go to the moon, but the footage was faked. And if the footage wasn't faked, then we definitely had a B-roll just in case the transmission got cut. Because it was also the first time we were going to do a live stream from outer space. So who knows what? Like, someone
the idea that the what is it? The radiation belt? I forget what it is. The Van something radiation belt was going to destroy the footage, because you can't really pass that sort of footage, that film, through radiation.
This was apparently streamed. This was not, they recorded it and then brought it back on tape and then put it in a tape player. They were actually, I think it was like a 7-minute delay, or I'm making numbers
receiving a signal. Yeah.
And they got that phone call from
to Nixon, cool. Right?
So, I mean, when it comes to NASA, as soon as it starts, it's off on really shaky legs, right? You're taking Nazi scientists, Operation Paperclip. You get Werner von Braun. He starts off NASA in this huge way, and I just don't think
that was one time.
That was just one time. That's one time. I don't think you can separate all the weird occult shit, like Jack Parsons working for JPL. He's the father of like modern day jet propulsion, but he's obsessed with Aleister Crowley. But if you look at the whole Kubrick situation,
actually, I think he was a peer of Crowley in some ways, but Parsons ran around with Hubbard.
Yeah, he was jerking off L. Ron Hubbard in the.
Well, desert. Hubbard stole his girlfriend or wife.
Yeah, dude.
So there's a lot there. Yeah.
There's a whole lot there, and when you look at the whole Stanley Kubrick angle and The Shining, and how much of it seems to be this like subliminal messaging in the background that's telling you the story of a faked moon landing. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not saying that I give a lot of credence to what you're saying, Thomas, where once it became that much of a race, and once you became open to the idea that Russia might fake it just to win, that we would have created some footage on our own just to combat that. But the whole thing from the inception is very strange. And, they have these gigantic underwater facilities where they're shooting much of their footage, NASA. And that's not really a secret or anything. And I get it. It's because you want to simulate what it would be like to be in a zero gravity situation. So it's a great, field for training potentially. But the amount of money that we funnel to NASA annually is something insane. I don't know if anybody has those numbers, but I think it's in the trillions of dollars.
Well,
and so you have this organization that has incredibly shady beginnings, and it's got all these occult associations, and the whole thing stretches all the way to Crowley and like Lamb, that entity that would have been our first depiction of an alien gray. And then you look at the way that Hollywood has played a role in that narration of what an alien gray is. It's basically given us our cultural connotation of what it is. Like everything that we have on aliens pretty much comes from the occult or Hollywood, which in so many ways is redundant.
Well, the other Kubrick connection there too that I think is interesting is how 2001 Space Odyssey comes out first, and that's what sets the expectation of what would footage in space look like. And Kubrick did these things where he just sped the film up as he was recording, so when you play it back, it's a little bit slower, and it gives it that zero gravity look. And then that same exact accusation is levied against NASA's footage, where they say, oh, we can just take your footage and speed it up, and now it just looks like a guy kind of hopping around. That whole premise has been alleged to be in these conspiracy theories, that Kubrick was sort of setting the expectations so that after you see the quote unquote real footage, if it lines up to what Hollywood told you to expect, then there's a little bit less disbelief that they have to knock down with you.
If I had to paint it in a sort of grounded in reality take, which I'm often not, but if I wanted to do that, I could say, well, if you have an organization that's not actually engaging in regular space travel in any real meaningful way, then what are they doing? And you could argue that they are then a very effective money laundering operation, because the amount of money that goes into NASA is absolutely insane. And if they're not actually doing these things, and they're recording fake footage, and they're recording in their training areas that are submerged underwater, then where is the money going? Well, you have all these black operations that get funding one way or another. We know they do. We just don't understand the institutions that are designed for funneling money into these operations. NASA could easily be one of those.
Question. It's funny because everybody goes right to the moon landing. Okay, let's back off. Let's just say, okay, do you believe we are in space at all? Do you believe in satellites? Do you believe that they're rotating around the planet? They're orbiting? Do you believe that the planet is spherical or semi-spherical? You know what I'm saying. It's not exactly spherical, but overall spherical, with satellites orbiting that are providing things like television signals, GPS, things like that. Is that in fact a fact or not? Are we manipulating in the space around our planet? I'm just curious.
I would say I have hesitancy galvanizing myself to any of those ideologies. When you look at like the idea of what was left on Werner von Braun's headstone, which is an homage to the line from the Bible where it says, God showeth his handiwork in the firmament, which is like, could just be playful, weird shit, or just could even be his way of lending what he did to this language that, like, if Werner von Braun truly believed that we were in a solar system, much the way that science describes now, he could just be hearkening back to that usage of the terminology firmament and just saying, like, look at what I'm doing. I'm working with this thing that is in the Bible. Not to say that he believes there's a firmament, but as far as, do I believe that we're on a spherical, ball in space with, I can observe some things. I remember looking up not long ago, last summer, and seeing SpaceX. What I assume is SpaceX. It's like a train of satellites going across the sky. There are some things that I can observe with my own eyes, but I gotta say that gone are the days of taking science's word for things in such a way that is almost like parallel to religious belief, right? Because we've seen the way that science has lied, which of course, if it's the status quo, that the scientific community is the status quo, then if you can infiltrate that and plant narratives and control people, then it's a useful mechanism. That's not the fault of science necessarily as much as it is individuals. But seeing the degree to which we're lied to, and as often as it happens, I would say I can observe certain things. Just because it doesn't look like we're moving through space and it doesn't look like we're rotating from my POV doesn't mean that I then have to jump to the conclusion that we are in fact flat and stationary. But I see the body of evidence that people are bringing and combating that narrative. And I see the way that NASA lies, and I see the way that we're lied to by the scientific community when it benefits them. And I say, I cannot fault people. I have a great deal of
That's
empathy.
not what I'm saying, though. I'm asking very specifically things like satellites.
Yeah.
Real, fake.
I don't know. I couldn't make a claim otherwise. I look up, I see some shit. It looks like it could be a satellite.
I mean, we watch rockets go up and we track them. The whole, with the camera going, are they?
Oh, that's a great one. So I'm retarded. And when I look at those things, I go, and in my limited retardation, I see something that arcs in such a way that it doesn't even seem to be moving up. But does that mean that then it's not going up and that it's actually going horizontally? No, that doesn't mean that. But I'm just saying these aren't things that I can observe with my own two eyes. So I don't subscribe necessarily, like, let's say, to a flat earth ideology, but I think I'm learning more and more, like, unless I can see it, I can't just lean on the apparatus that they've dumped billions and trillions of dollars into to propagandize us one way or another.
See, I'm a little opposite on this, and this is why this is like such a spicy conspiracy topic, because I almost feel that saying that the moon's not real and that the sun's not real and that there's a firmament and all of this is maybe a bridge too far for me in some ways. Maybe the programming that was pushed into me by the Rockefeller system, like, I like it. It makes too much sense to me to be able to just discount, because then if you start questioning that, then the fabric of all reality is sort of up in the air, right? Anything that happened before the year 1900 now, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I don't know anyone personally that saw this. And I would say the opposite, just because I don't trust my eyes. I feel that our eyes and our senses are probably some of the most easily manipulated things that have such high influence that if you can get someone to think that they saw something, they'll be convinced of it, despite all of the science and the math and every other report. If they saw it with their own eyes, somehow that supersedes all of their logic. I don't know if I'm ready to go all the way and say that I'll believe my eyes more than, I guess, these billion-dollar scientific apparatuses and formulas. And I feel like I'm in a minority in the conspiracy world because of that.
You know what it is, Thomas? It's like, look, if you're going to have this institution in the form of NASA constantly pushing these narratives, which, like, that could well be true, I really want some clarification on why is there so many people that are integral to the development of NASA, especially in its early stages, that were fucking obsessed with entities communicating with the Nine, the Council of Nine, the Ennead, right? Like, there's so much weird shit that comes out of that era between, like, let's say 45 or 47 to like 55, that is so inherently and intrinsically tied in with occult and esoteric practices. But that's not the narrative that we get from NASA. What we get from NASA is a nuts and bolts, squeaky clean scientific narrative, but its roots are steeped in the occult. And I'm like, well, let's unpack some of that a little bit. And until we have a real serious conversation about that, to me, I can't look at them any other way. Except
I would argue that all science is steeped in the occult. Like, chemistry came from alchemy, and every other observation all came from people analyzing the stars and making up these grandiose stories about star gods fighting with each other, and then eventually that becomes objective, nature science. And so, if every single observation, even computer technology, you look into Charles Babbage, you look into like some of these OGs of computational theory, they were big into alchemy and big into like the quote unquote occult sciences. So I don't feel
causal or correlation though. I mean, this is one thing that drives me crazy. It's like, if, for example, let's take voodoo. Okay. Voodoo hijacks a lot of Christianity, and it takes like Catholic symbols and things like that and mixes it with African religions. Now, are you going to say that Christianity is steeped into African pagan religions because of voodoo? Or are you going to say that African pagan religions are because of that? Or are you going to say that different people use different things and they sometimes run concurrently, or they use the same tools to advance whatever they are doing. And it may not be causal, it may be correlative. And also, don't you have to be a little bit loopy to launch your ass into space?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, well,
So to that, I would say, if that is how Christianity started, then I would say that it's very important to unpack those things. But this was to avoid persecution. They basically hid their belief system within Catholicism, which is why many of the Catholic saints are representing different voodoo entities. So I would say it's more important to look at how a thing got its legs in the first place. And as soon as you ask that question, you go right back to the Nazi regime and you start to ask questions about what they were doing, why they were obsessed with the occult as well. There seems to be some marriage of technology and occult practices. And I have this suspicion, mostly because I'm an unhinged schizophrenic, that there was a time where people were much more likely to conduct ritual and ceremony and sacrifice and things of that nature. And that at some point, I think technology started to be a much more effective means to whatever ends they were trying to achieve with those rituals and ceremonies and things of that nature. And that's why there's such a huge overlap between the spiritual and like alchemy.
Well, who is it, Asimov or one of them, who said that the difference between true science and magic is indecipherable?
Pretty much, yeah.
I forgot what it was, but that's the true, and it was Asimov or Highline. It was one of them, and it is so true. If you look at things like our damn cell phone, this is magical.
Oh yeah,
30 years. I mean, it's just mind-bogglingly astounding everything that's going on, and I can see what you're saying. That a lot of science is a secular path, and the secular path may be lent into occultism, and not everything that's off is necessarily witchcraft or a worshiping of the devil or Satan, etc.
No, but something that is worth mentioning is like, okay, so we have Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. They're in the deserts. They're trying to finish Aleister Crowley's Babylon workings or whatever, and through Lamb. I think that was the Amalantra workings. I don't know if he talked to Lamb in the Great Pyramids or if that was that little island in the middle of the Hudson. But we have this image, nevertheless. And, you said just because there he is right in the middle there. So he becomes the precursory image to what we see as an alien gray. Interestingly enough, Donut, you held up the picture of the egg before, which supposedly his departing words, some revelation about it's all in the egg, was what Lamb said to Crowley. I don't know how true that is. It all becomes very convoluted, but let's fast forward then. That's what happened in the beginning of the space programs. You have space program and you have alien occult entities, whatever. Fast forward, and we just had the second ever congressional hearings on UAPs. And once again, we're marrying this idea of technology, these highly advanced.
Guess who was there, by the way?
Who's that?
Schellenberger. Ever wonder why Schellenberger shows up for UAPs? Schellenberger shows up for Twitter files. Schellenberger shows up to run as a candidate for the governor of California. Schellenberger's father, who's CIA, shows up everywhere you go. I just want to point that out. So a lot of the UAP,
I think that there's a huge intelligence operation aspect when it comes to this UAP disclosure and shit like that. I mean, that's pretty obvious. A lot of people are saying that it's going to be fake and gay aliens, but I mean, whatever the speculation as to what it is, I'm really just highlighting.
As soon as you start digging in, though, as soon as you see there's a psyop involved, then what can you or can't you actually believe? And that is the problem I have with a lot of it. Is I kind of tangentially am in the JFK realm. Okay. My partner's far deeper. He wrote with Oliver Stone, whatever. But a lot of these books that come out about JFK, they're 95% accurate. They're true. And there's a lot of mileage by changing just one little fact inside of the book. So, a lot of things like the NASA, we're kind of on NASA and we've circled around, but what if 95% of it is actually there, and then we're actually, we're arguing about this last little 5% that we can't wiggle around it, and that's where it gets so confusing. And the more everybody fights over it, and the more everybody jumps after it, the more Lunas of the world go after it like catnip, like give me my files. I have to assert myself as a gatekeeper between these files and the public. The better they control the message, and they make everybody look like an idiot.
You identified the MO 100% there. The MO is 9 truths in order to sell you one lie. And so, it's up to the viewer's interpretation. Is it a purposeful lie, or did they just not get everything correct? And I would say that most of the time that lie is going to be very fundamental.
Well, Eric, you started this out talking about the Fly Me to the Moon movie. And if you look into the history of that movie coming together, originally it was supposed to be way wackier. Stanley Kubrick is filming the moon landing, and then I believe the director got swapped out. They rewrote the script, and then it turns into a rom-com. So you see some of the little evidence of what it might have been, but it got taken over by this rom-com. But one of the motifs in the movie that made it out is you keep seeing this black cat pop up all over the place. And the black cat represents the Apollo 1 mission. It's like this horrible shadow that's casting over NASA as a group. And if you look into the Apollo 1 mission, this is a really, really strange story.
Oh, yeah, dude. This is bizarre.
These are the 3 astronauts that were in the very first mission from NASA. And here they are praying over a model of the little module that they're all going to be in. And like shortly after they take a photo, after this photo is taken, they all died in that module, the actual one. They burnt up and they burned alive. And in the movie Fly Me to the Moon, they keep making these, like, every time you see a black cat, it's basically a proxy for this event, and everyone's worried that if they actually send these guys up, are they going to make it back? There's like all this horrible tragedy that can happen. But as Raven, as you're going into like all the occult symbolism, and I don't know, there's something weird about these 3 guys praying to a little space pyramid, and then they immediately all burn up. And this is an old Bill Hicks joke where he would say that the first thing a president does after they get elected, they bring him into this little room and they show him new footage of a different angle of the JFK assassination that's never been released. And they see this in entirety, and they just ask him, "Do you understand?" Meaning, like, we did this, we've got the footage, now you can see what the ramifications are if you ever step out of line. And I always wonder, in a total conspiracy theory way, but could the first Apollo 1, every time a new astronaut gets on board, or like Capricorn 1 style, they just show them this footage and they're like, "Do you understand? Are you going to play ball with us?" And that was the whole premise of Capricorn 1, is that the American public was so fed up from NASA taking all this tax money and not doing anything really substantial for a couple decades, that they're like, we have to make something happen. So they kind of stage this whole thing. NASA to me is unreliable. I don't trust anything that comes out of them, but yet I still believe in space. I still believe that there's a moon and a sun, and it's not localized, and we could even potentially send something there.
I just don't think you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's okay to say that NASA has been caught in a bunch of situations where they seem very untrustworthy, but it's also okay to say that doesn't mean that the entire model that they present us with gets thrown out the window. I just wonder if there's some variation to it that is not what we're being made aware of. And it's strange, right? Because I know this is like, you want to talk about reaching, which is what I mostly do. Nasha means in Hebrew, it means to be beguiled. In other words, to be confused or deceived. And that's very strange. And then there's people, I've heard this one, and it's like, I don't know what to fucking do with this, right? But they're like, oh, the symbol of NASA, the red lines look like the tip of a serpent's tongue, like the serpent in the garden, like Satan, Satan.
Now you're going back to like what your eyeballs are telling you and interpretation. And
yes. And then it's like, well, NASA is an anagram for Satan, but where's the T? That's why they say when they launch when they launch a rocket, they say T-. And the reason they say that is because they remove the T from Satan. Like, I don't fucking know.
Well, so I would say that without getting into straight up gematria and reading tea leaves,
yes,
I would say on the other end of it, a more convincing argument would be, can you name one other government institution that's been around for nearing on a century now that has not been corrupted, that has not been exposed as just outright lying and swindling money and saying that they're doing things that they aren't, or sometimes the exact opposite? So the real conspiracy would be NASA is the one government organization that is pure of all of these other, sort of downfalls that every other government institution that we know has gone through. So there's got to be lies in there. We just don't know what they are.
I think the question becomes, what are the implications? If your financial institutions lie to you, well, you know that the lie is about the nature of your money, right? If your, I don't know, your multimedia conglomerations lie to you, then you know it's a lie to like manufacture culture, let's say, or public sentiment about maybe a political agenda or other. If your institutions that are geared towards space exploration are lying to you, what the fuck does that mean? And so, I mean, mostly we're just left. Do I trust NASA? And fucking no. Does it mean that we live on a flat stationary plane? I don't know that that's necessarily what it means either. But I don't trust NASA worth a shit. Like I feel that way about any massive institution here in the United States or in the world, period.
Well, here's a great segue. We got the perfect person, or one of the best people that we could possibly have. Here's a drum roll for number 3. It's got to be JFK. And Eric's already rolling his eyes because I know, Eric, you 100% believe in the Lee Harvey Oswald story, right? Lone wolf, no patsy. It's exactly as the Warren Commission described it was, right? Can you sell us on that?
I'm sorry, is Gerald?
Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I know I know you are not a proponent of the Warren Commission, but what are your thoughts on the JFK assassination?
Oswald didn't even shoot. So I'm the exact opposite.
Who did it?
Who cares?
I mean,
that I think is a distraction. The people who were hired to pull the trigger or were told to pull the trigger are who took the shots.
Well, maybe
who did it,
but there's
a combination of LBJ, General, essentially the military industrial complex mixed in with LBJ, with Alan Dulles on the side, and they paid the mafia to do some basic dirty work, but they weren't really behind it. So who did it? It was a combination of people. Do I think that it was Chauncey Holt? No. James Files, he's full of shit. No. As far as it goes beyond that, there's a couple French, shooters that could have been involved with some of the Cuba, but I don't know. It might be better to just ask direct questions. I'm not as deep into it as my partner Mark, who literally knows 3/4 of what Oliver Stone does. But
can I ask you this, Eric? This is something that I don't have a large body of knowledge in at all. But I did see a video recently where it seemed a lot clearer than past versions of it that I've seen, and it was a close-up of the car as it's moving, and it does look like or at least this is what people are suggesting, and it's hard to say for certain, but I could see what they're saying. And so the driver turns around and it looks like the driver shoots.
Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That is one of the worst of the conspiracies out there, and that's what's so frustrating about it all. First thing I'd say is everybody go visit Dealey Plaza. Go walk around Dealey Plaza. Go look around Dealey Plaza. Look at the X on the ground that's painted, on the road where the car was and everything. And it is completely illuminating, in my opinion. Number one, I was in the Army. I don't know if you guys were in the Army or anything, but had to have rifle qualifications. And the shot from the picket fence on the, quote, grassy knoll on the side, that angle is 35 yards. 35 yards. So keep that in mind. 35 yards is about 13 meters shorter than the lowest level shot with bare sights that you qualify for in the Army. That's how easy of a chip shot that is. Also, if you go look on the bridge, there's an overpass where there's like a train trestle overpass, right? Perfect angle for the first shot that went through the windshield, which they moved from the car, removed the car, got the windshield out, sent it to Detroit. There was a hole in the windshield where this bullet. Take a look at the Zapruder film or whatever. You'll see JFK do this, where he's hit in the throat. That was for the front. So that's two different angles right there. That is essentially what happened. The third one was Connolly, because remember, it kind of went through his shoulder and down through his wrist and leg and everything else. That was extremely high up on the school book depository, maybe the roof. I don't know, but it's very, very high up.
I have another theory to contribute to this. I'm sure you must have heard or at least seen this one. It's a 60-second clip. So here, I'm just going to play it and you guys tell me what you think about it.
You ever wonder if maybe Kennedy wasn't shot at all? Some theories claim that Kennedy had unprecedented access to the FBI, CIA, and Vatican archives, all thanks to him being the first Catholic president of the United States and all. During a moment of deep contemplation on a Friday afternoon in Dallas, Texas, Kennedy reached total enlightenment, causing his pineal gland to explode. But if you ask this skeptic, it wasn't enlightenment that this president was trying to achieve.
This is the total enlightenment theory, that he just became one with God for a split second, and that was all that it takes. He heard the true voice of God, his head explodes, case solved. Right? Doesn't this
man? I wish it was a little neater. I mean, a pretty bloody way to do it. I thought he would just disappear, but I think you found it.
Wow, who cares what happens to the mortal coil when you ascend? Have you noticed that there's been a dramatic decrease in ascended masters since the death of JFK? And that's because everybody saw it and said, "I'm not fucking doing it." I didn't know that that's what it looked like when it finally happens, and I don't think that I want to be an ascended master anymore.
No, I heard this. I'm curious if you ever heard this version of it too, Eric. This isn't necessarily how he died, but that the morning of, they put him in a separate limo, or at least they put the top down on the limo, which would have not have been as normal for this. But even that moment, that morning, that JFK had like a syphilitic brain, that his brain had been slowly deteriorating from untreated syphilis because of all of like the females that he was just entertaining constantly. And he was more or less a zombie. He was kind of like a Rainbow and the Serpent style, completely out of it, where he was just sort of a puppet, and he had lost his viability to even present himself as a president, and they had to take him out because of that. This is just one of the most...
I mean, I understand that syphilis might act quickly, but overnight?
I think it might.
He managed to give a speech or two right beforehand. He could do the Chicago speech. He could do these speeches, but suddenly the syphilis took hold, and literally he gives a speech, talks to everybody at the plane. It's like,
that's what happens when you do that much fucking.
Right.
What happens, man? You don't know what he went through that night. It could have been a 5, 6, 7, 8.
I am not a syphilitic expert, so I don't know. But
well, I guess he was
refer to the audience.
Well, it's strange to me. I don't know much about the actual JFK shooting, but I do think that it's strange that we're sitting here in 2025 and we're still not getting the JFK files released. I mean, they just keep like, dangle it in front of your face, and then they rip it away again. And I haven't heard a good reason why. What do you think, Eric?
Well, my partner thinks, and he's probably right, it's not about us. A lot of it is about Mexico, for example, where we had the CIA quite literally torture people to get information from them. So there's a lot of embarrassing things in there that we did with other countries that just don't look good on us. I don't know if there's that much more information that's actually going to point to whomever did whatever. They've had 61, 62 years now to destroy relevant documents that, would be a smoking gun. But here are a couple documents that would help us out a lot. Never mind those files. How about the IRS? Did you know that Lee Harvey Oswald and Ruth Payne's tax records are still sealed?
No, I did not know that.
Now that right there, how about just unsealing those? Wouldn't that be neat to see? Okay, how did you file? Who was your boss? Who did you work for? Because our belief is that Lee Harvey Oswald worked for ONI. Office of Naval Intelligence. And people like to, say CIA, which is kind of a shortcut for intel. But if you reach back to the military industrial complex, ONI is the oldest intelligence organization in the United States. I don't know if you know that. It goes back into the 1800s. It was the first. And Lee Harvey Oswald was tied in when he was in Japan, etc. If you look at his supposed defection to the Soviet Union. We just did an episode on Marguerite Oswald, how suddenly she's able to talk to him. Anyway, there's so much tying him to intelligence. It's scary, and I have a feeling that his tax records alone could just answer that right there. It's like paid by whatever the hell it is, U.S. government. It may not even say the intelligence organization, but wouldn't it be interesting if, they tend to report money. They learned with Operation X, et cetera, that they could do black budget operations to keep more of that off the record. But I don't know if they were as clued in at that point.
Do you guys think that anybody would be surprised? Like if they did release it and they said it all, would it have the impact where, people were going to run around freaking out about, the state of things? Or would this just kind of, because how every once in a while they roll out like some UFO disclosure and everybody goes, who fucking cares?
Well, that's
I kind of feel like if they release this, we would just go,
I literally have an episode with Larry Hancock talking about Lee Harvey Oswald, and the way he put it was, and he's done a lot more research than I have into this. The way he put it was that it's not so much like it's gonna blow everyone's mind. It's gonna take the little faith that people already have on whatever organization was behind it. It's gonna completely obliterate it. So for a fact, we know the CIA was behind it. So it's just gonna solidify the not trusting that organization even further from the public than anything. It's not about like, oh well, it's so we know that somebody was we know aliens are real. We know all this stuff. It's not like it's going to change anything.
It's like the Wuhan lab. Everybody knew damn well that the virus came from the Wuhan lab, and now they're like, hey, the German intelligence just declared that it's a Wuhan lab. Hey, they're just saying it's a Wuhan lab. Hey, New York Times says Wuhan lab.
They just did the same exact
4
shit
years ago.
They did it with the Epstein files phase 1. All they did was confirm that the flight logs that we saw were
real.
There was some veracity to them.
So
it's like we just kind of wait around for them to tell us that we were right.
Eric, you brought up voodoo inadvertently a little bit earlier when we were making a different point about NASA or Bigfoot or something. But have you ever heard of the theory that Papa Doc Duvier claimed credit for JFK's assassination because JFK cut off financial aid to Haiti? So he actually puts a hit out using voodoo magic to take JFK out, and that he's the one that actually did this.
His head really did explode.
Well,
I think DeMornschelt did some stuff with Haiti.
Well, DeMornschelt was this is where it gets crazy, man. DeMornschelt was working under the auspices of Zapata Oil, and he was allegedly in Haiti scouting for how viable it would be to run like an oil operation or some kind of land survey there. He's in Haiti when the JFK assassination happens, and based on Morgenschildt's own diary, he later published, I think it was called The Man in Haiti or Our Man in Haiti, and he said that as soon as he heard JFK was shot, that he knew it was Lee Harvey Oswald because Morgenschildt was
Morgenschildt was grooming him and knew him in New Orleans, and he worked. I mean, DeMornschildt was definitely tied to CIA. It was put the Paynes together with Oswald to be the caretaker, Michael to go around with Lee Harvey, Ruth Payne to have a lesbian type of thing, or try to have a lesbian thing with Marina. And by the way, if you want to go deeper into that, we can go back a couple generations, and guess who else is tied to Haiti? Smedley Butler. So this
is one of those articles. This one's on History Answers, but I believe there's even like a Time magazine. Anyways, this isn't a theory that someone else put forth. This was actually Papa Doc himself claimed that he was the one that put this voodoo hex on JFK specifically because of international aid that got withdrawn that JFK did. So
honestly, it's kind of the coolest thing to say if you're him. I mean, like, it's completely you can't prosecute. There's simply nothing there at all. And you could just roll around being like, it was me, baby. I'm the one who got it done. Everybody else tried, but it was me and my voodoo powers that got it done. I love it.
This inspired an entire graphic novel I've been working on. It is not released yet, but it's called Lee Harvey Oswald Demon Hunter. Or maybe just shortened to Lee's Demons. And it even has Jack Parsons in here. This is a scene where Sidney Gottlieb meets Jack Parsons right after he graduates, and Jack Parsons kind of shows him some like undercover stuff. And then Jack Ruby is going around New Orleans shaking people down for protection money, and he shakes down the wrong voodoo priestess who puts a hex on him, where now he starts seeing demons everywhere that he goes. And then here's the scene where Sidney Gottlieb invokes a demon into the body of George Morenshill, who immediately cuts open a live pig and just starts eating its entrails.
You know what?
Only
I
Sidney
believe it.
Gottlieb had used the voodoo on Fidel Castro. He would have had better luck.
Well, I like that they tried to interfere with our, administration, JFK's administration, and as payback, we sent Hillary Clinton over there to eat all their babies. So how about that? How about that shit? We gave you guys a little earthquake. We used HARP, gave you an earthquake, and then Hillary Clinton came in and ate your babies. So that'll teach you to screw
leave
with our
JFK
president.
alone.
Leave JFK alone. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty cool thing to claim, but there's no way to prove it, right? It's exciting. I like it.
Those are the most. So, what about the Cubans? Did the Cubans have anything to do with this, or was that just part of us trying to get into Cuba and get through?
You're talking about like fair play for Cuba. It's kind of like the SDS later on. I don't know if you've heard of SDS, Student for Democratic Society. Was very much infiltrated by the CIA or intelligence, if you will. Oswald was handing out flyers for fair play for Cuba, along with Ted Cruz's father. But anyway, that's a fun little byplay there. Again, an op, because coincidentally, Guy Bannister, the detective, is in the same exact building. The fair play for Cuba address is on the side of the building, one street. The Bannister address is on the other street. It's the same damn building. They're in it. They're running in and out. So I think it was just an intelligence op. Like, remember, he went on the radio talking about it, how, keep in mind, he's a communist, and then he's not a communist, and he defects, but then he doesn't defect, and he gets a lot of money from the government to come back. That's so generous. I mean, isn't it nice of us to let a guy defect to the Soviet Union in the height of the Cold War, and then say, oh, don't worry, we'll give you some scratch to come back. We'll give you a little bit of cash to go around. And by the way, while he's over there, this is a guy who barely had any job. He was a Marine beforehand, got sent home because his mother had an injury. He's living large in the top hotels all throughout the world, in Finland and everywhere else. So I'm going to say that the whole fair play for Cuba was just a bullshit operation.
And JFK ordered like 10 boxes of Cuban cigars before he put the embargo on it. So it's got me thinking,
clever man.
Marilyn Monroe.
Well, that's like Pelosi and stock market, of course.
Yep. Same shit.
It's the same shit. And here's Marilyn Monroe, that movie about NASA with the sexy Chan, not the cat, like Channing Tatum, was released on 201. And right here is the Cash App founder. Assassin was living in room 201 because July 20th is the 201 day. So there's always like these big rituals, like a moon landing, which is very ritualistic. But Marilyn Monroe, there's a huge connection to the UFO files with JFK. And if you look at Henry Luce's Skull and Bones Time magazine with Marilyn Monroe on it, at the top, it's talking about the UFOs and the whole UFO thing with the moon landing and NASA and JFK and all this. Here's just some of the bunny stuff for the moon landing, NASA. This is Gremlins, and E.T. is right next to Bugs Bunny. There's always a connection to the bunny and the moon. Right here is the Betty and Barney Hill abduction.
Where's Marvin?
Marvin is it was just in the cartoon. It was called something in the hair. But when you look at the moon symbolically, where it's like the Luna, the lunatics, there's a bunny on the moon.
Or Congresswoman Luna. Sorry, go on.
Is she crazy?
Oh, I don't know.
Because the Luna is like connected to lunatics, but then you got like the game Doom, where the ending you get to rip off the bunny's head. I believe that's Doom, but
Donut, sorry to interrupt, but do you think there's a connection there when you hear like Luna is the one who's in charge of this dissemination, but there's like some sort of divine feminine sort of subliminal messaging that keeps getting pushed? It's like the inverted triangle is like the goddess. There's also the moon that's associated with like the divine feminine. Even the guy who recovered the egg, Jacob, whatever the hell his name was, who was the pilot, says that when he was recovering this UAP, this egg-shaped UAP, he was possessed by the spirit. He heard telepathically the voice of a female who he determined was God. That was his estimation, and that it was entirely feminine energy. And meanwhile, this is like what's his name?
Chris Bledsoe. You talking about him?
No, he's the bald guy. Actually, is he bald? I might be fucking his name up.
No. The ancient cults worship the mother, the woman, and whatnot, like all the ancient cults do. And speaking of ancient cults, I have those slides with the eggs, but this one with Taiwan, I was listening to Joseph Farrell speak on his latest podcast about the rat lines that Malay said he's going to investigate, and the going into the Templar treasures. And he said to look into Taiwan and Spain for the Templar treasures.
You mean the rat lines like the World War II Nazi evacuation paths?
Yeah, so Malay is opening up an investigation in Credit Suisse, I believe. But according to Joseph, Oxford scholar, says that we're not going to get all the information, even if they do find something. But he kind of hinted to look at the Spain and Taiwan relationships.
Interesting.
I got one last thing to plug in for this JFK assassination topic too. This is the one that blew my mind the most. Was that when I watched the JFK movie, Joe Pesci plays this guy, right?
Why does he look like that?
And yeah, exactly. Why does he have shoe polish on his eyebrows?
Because he had a hair condition. He literally had all of his hair gone as a skin condition.
That's crazy, but he was like, a good move is to start my hairline just above my eyebrows. That's a good move.
So this is the guy, right? And it wasn't just a hairline thing. It was these weird eyebrows. This is David Ferry. This is the character that Joe Pesci was playing. And it blew my mind to know that this wasn't just Joe Pesci going wild in the makeup room before his scene, that he was actually looking like this guy. And dude, David Ferry is such an interesting nod here too, because one of the things that Lee Harvey Oswald did, allegedly, according to the notes here, is that when he's in New Orleans, he runs away from home because he's perpetually getting in trouble at school. He gets in trouble at school, runs away, and somehow ends up joining the Civil Air Patrol. And I don't believe he worked directly for David Ferry. He worked with somebody else in Civil Air Patrol, but that the Civil Air Patrol was actually co-founded by this David Ferry guy. There's all these weird connections where people that end up linking up 10, 20 years in the future knew each other or were at least in these inner circles, the same way that George Morenshill used to brag that Jackie Bouvier, right, Jackie O'Kennedy, then Onassis, used to sit on his lap when she was a little girl.
He almost married her mother. We actually have an episode on de Morenschild and an episode on David Ferry. It's America's Untold Stories, if anybody wants to check that out. But yeah, we go very deep into both of those.
By the way, I know you're closing out the JFK thing in a second, but it's still relevant, not just the JFK files, but the fact that the Kennedys and even John F. Kennedy Jr., they're all playing this role within this QAnon narrative, right? That is likely some sort of a military intelligence operation. I would imagine it's intelligence operation, just because there's quite a bit of truth in it. Although a lot of that truth already existed in circles, online in the conspiracy realm. And so, who knows the nature of what it actually is, but still worth mentioning that it's ongoing. Now that the Trump administration is back in office, I think it's probably a more important talking point than it was a couple of years ago. And if it is still going strong, well, then for whatever reason, I don't think that you're going to find JFK Jr. back alive. I think many of the people trying to decipher the information kind of jump to those conclusions.
Of course, because he's on the moon now.
That's right. He's on the moon. He simply can't get back.
That whole thing is so wild. I don't know anything about it really, But whenever I make something that goes along with their narrative, it like goes viral.
Yeah.
And like
It's
they put
schizo, bro.
into
It
their
is schizo, but I do want to give those people some credit because it's like whatever this is, some people even suspected some
Shout out to the
artificial intelligence.
schizos.
Well, yeah. Shout out to the schizos. And if it is an artificial intelligence that's just scraping the internet for theories that seem to have a lot of veracity to them, and then it repackages them and it claims to be military intelligence, whatever. The reason I have empathy for them is because a lot of what they're talking about is relevant, right? Like the Q movement was talking about Epstein for a while before it happened. The Q movement talks quite a bit about the Podesta emails, Anthony Weiner's laptop, Tony Podesta's weird house filled with all those really creepy paintings of like child abuse and shit. There's a lot of veracity. And that veracity, I think, is what's galvanizing people to the Q movement. But I do think it's likely an operation of some sort. It's not genuine.
I saw a crazy symbol at Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch, which
You
is
went to Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch?
I didn't get the opportunity to.
As a kid.
It's in California, and the symbol in the front is the coat of arms for the Queen with the unicorn with the crown around its neck and the solar lion. And behind it, like when you look at an aerial view, there's this symbol that looks like Q, but it looks very similar to the Order of the Garter symbol as well. So I wonder, I saw just pictures on Twitter showing the Order of the Garter and the letter Q. It's kind of interesting.
You know that Anthony Weiner was in Sharknado 6?
Was he really?
Yeah,
God,
so
that's the best Sharknado too.
Bro, Sharknado 6, it's like about the super hurricane. I was like looking for stuff to do for my series of Florida movies, and I put on Sharknado 6 because I like watching terrible movies that are like not terrible as in, terrible production. Sharknado being one of those, it's like so ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I'm watching it. You got Mark Cuban in it, and then I'm like, man, that looks like Anthony Weiner. Anthony Weiner is in Sharknado. I was like, what? And they got a whole bunch of other people in that movie too. But I found it really interesting because I think it wasn't like, wasn't he arrested? Isn't he arrested?
I would like to pose a question to the panel. What the hell is happening when Anthony Weiner is sending pictures of his wiener to underage girls? What is happening when Bernie Madoff makes off with all the money? What the fuck is going on?
It was Shark Week. What do you want, man?
And
Sharknado 3, I think, too, by the way, not 6.
And then you got nominative determination. I mean,
what is that? You got to speak in retard terms for me.
Oh, okay. Well, he was born with the name Wiener, so therefore he had to display it later.
Touche.
Yeah, it's actually a term, nominative determination. His name determined what he was going to do.
Interesting.
And Juan, you've been spreading misinformation as you are known to do. It was Sharknado 3, not Sharknado 6.
Excuse me, everybody.
Very many cases of Juan spreading
the title is Wiener was made to be eaten.
Man,
so it's a monstrous tornado unleashes ravenous sharks from Washington, D.C. all the way down to Orlando, Florida. So that's why I was on it. But yeah, Sharknado 3, 6, 7, who cares?
So Trump recently did his kind of like annual address. I guess, I don't know, is it not an inaugural address? He just gave a speech, right? I'm so retarded. I was like, he gave the fucking, what would you call it? What's the
Gettysburg Address?
What is it?
Gettysburg Address is what you call it.
Basically, that might as well be what I was fucking espousing. And but either way, he's giving this speech and he's talking about how there's this clip going viral right now, and he's talking about wrapping up all the human traffickers. And when he does that, he literally looks and points to the Democratic Party. I think, my personal belief is that politics at the highest levels is, some form of theater. But whatever's going on right now, I do think we're heading in this direction where we're going to see the wrap up of this piece of theater in the form of like QAnon and the Podesta emails and all that shit. I guess I shouldn't say it here. I don't want to get it taken down, but you know what I mean? The Italian food gate. And I think we're actually going to see the climax of that. I maintain that it is an operation, a psychological operation. I think its point is to galvanize people to Trump, who I enjoy thoroughly. but I'm highly suspicious of him, as I am of everything I said before. There's not an institution that I'm not suspicious of. I like Trump a lot, but I think this is, from a guy that wrote The Art of the Fucking Comeback and then made one of the greatest comebacks known to man, and then he's an integral part of this like QAnon narrative. I think we might actually see the big wrap up. And what I fear about that, like if we do get the Epstein files finally, and we do get closure on the Diddy thing, and we do get closure on the emails and all that crap, that people are going to galvanize to Trump in a way that there's nothing that's going to be more effective at
Maybe I'm a little black pilled on this, just because the same way you were like, yeah, it's all these Democrats, just like it's always been, except for in the 80s when it was the Republicans that were doing this. And
no, I'm not a party line guy.
I get that, but the black part, the black pilled part for me is that whatever happened with this scandal, this one never really got resolved.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
This was just the previous generation's version of this exact same thing, and sort of the same thing happened where the black book was discovered, and then that was the end of it. Gary Kardori ended up having this. He was going to release all the information, and then his plane explodes in the air and is scattered across a mile, I guess, radius. And the only thing they don't find is his briefcase that had all the papers in it. So,
you know why?
In terms of actually like finding a resolution to this, I feel like we've seen this before.
Maybe it's my naivety. I look at these things like plot devices, and I go, at some point, if you're telling a compelling piece of theater, your plot devices have to come into play. And what I see previously is like poor renditions, poor executions at this bit of theater. What I see unfolding in the past, I don't know, let's just say 7 years since just before COVID, but I guess this narrative stretches all the way back to the JFK assassinations, is I see a well-written piece of theater that is deserving of these plot devices coming to fruition. So in that way, I go, you guys are doing a good job this time, and I think you really got us. And I think it would be time to roll out that big climax in the film.
No, I think that's just the way of coping.
You don't think that'll be more towards the fourth year?
Well, I expect that we're going to continue to have this like galvanizing to the Trump administration. I think he's going to experience like a bunch of wins that are going to kind of clear his name. The false Russiagate accusations, the false sexual assault accusations that all kind of fell apart. I think we need some time for the public to like come to terms with like, oh, this guy's not as bad as they were saying you. And for that, we're going to need the legacy media to die in a horrific way. And we're going to need some sort of like, expose on what actually happened. And then I think we'll probably get like a really nice stretch of time. But I ultimately am highly skeptical of Donald Trump and whatever, part he plays. On Nephilim Death Squad, we're leaning much more into the spiritual things. And that's not just like an exploration of spiritual concepts. That's like something that I believe. So I expect to see vindication, and I expect to see galvanization to him in a huge way, and I expect to see maybe even a Blavatsky or an Alice Bailey, predicting a golden age or the age of Aquarius. Donald Trump using that golden age terminology again. They even predicted that it was going to be 2025, and I'm pretty sure I have that in my notes still. And then here we are, 2025, and this fucking guy's talking about leading us into a golden age, and I think we will get one for a little bit. And then I think some shit's going to hit the fan later on. But yeah, so to your answer, to your question, Donut, I kind of expect that the time frame to be about a 3.5 to 4 year window. Yeah.
I think that's just the way of coping with the conspiracies of being like, hey, and no shade on you. I think it's all fake and gay, Raven, personally. That's
it is
where I'm leaning. And I think that that's why Q is so schizo for me, because they're like, you see, he said it all along, and it's like they reference some forum post from like 2016 in some obscure forum somewhere. It's like, you see, it's like, no, are you just connecting dots?
That post has 3 sevens at the end. That means that it was prophesized.
So I think that's just the way. I think it's just gonna be, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, and then we're gonna have another 4 years. We're gonna have this election between two polarizing people. It's gonna be another 4 years of BS. And after that, it's a cycle, right? So who knows if it is going to come to a climax or not? Are we going to get the Project Blue Beam where they're going to project shape-shifting Jesus in the sky or whatever it is? Who knows? I don't think any of that will happen. And I think people have such a hard-on for like the apocalypse and like end of times. They want this to go down so bad, and every single year we're inching closer and closer to the great B666 or whatever it is, and it's like they keep you on that leash every so often, right? It's that guy with the dollar, but you got to be quicker than that. You got to be quicker than that. And it's every 4 years, it's the same thing. Barack Obama was the Antichrist. Then it was whoever was after him, Trump. I think it was Trump after him, whoever. I don't care about politics, but it's just like this endless cycle.
That Biden. Nobody looked at Biden and was like, "That's fucking the Antichrist right there."
You want a stronger Antichrist?
Yeah,
than Biden.
nobody. That was the first time. But to your credit, Juan, what I would say is your money is safely put on nothing's going to happen. That is always the safe bet.
Yeah, I want to thank Eric for hanging out with us. I'm glad you were here for the JFK portion of this one. Tell people where they can find you and get even deeper in the JFK than we ever could in a 6 hour.
You're muted, Eric.
Oh, your mic.
Sorry, just my name for general stuff. I'm on X or whatever. I have multiple channels. If you like the JFK stuff, America's Untold Stories, we have like 70 episodes on JFK. So there's plenty to chew through if people want that. If you want other stuff like interviewing the person that did the final experiment, things like that, just my name, Eric Hunley. I have a third channel called Proven Conspiracies where I do talk about other things like MK Ultra, Operation Midnight Climax, Operation Northwoods, blah, 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 with a basic theme of these have been in fact acknowledged. There is released documentation from it, declassified documents from it, because everybody wants to go into conspiracy theories. Well, conspiracies happen all the time, and they are a factual deal. So that's it, essentially.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming out and hanging with us.
Hey, thanks for having me, brother. Good to see you.
So, Thomas, I want to say you're only an hour and 56 minutes in, but yet you have Bigfoot and you got through pretty quickly on Bigfoot and NASA, bro.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You only got
here's the next
more
one.
hours, dog.
And we got Bootsy Greenwood popping in here too. Welcome to the circus, my friend.
Hey, the real Mike Hunt has joined the stream. What's up?
Are you guys ready that we're gonna be on number 4 now?
All right, let's go.
Here it is. Drum roll. Disney. Just Disney as an overall topic being a conspiracy.
I mean, you're the best guy for this, bro. What do you think? Did you see anything on the inside when you were drawing the cartoon penises in the backgrounds of certain scenes and stuff like that? Like, what'd you see, Tom? You're the guy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't invited to like the underground tunnel sacrifices with like the bloody pentagrams and all that, but I did hear, this is just hearsay, but that there was an older gentleman that was working like one of those ticket guys at the Tower of Terror, and he died because he just had like a regular heart attack. But that Disney, they grab his body, they load him up into like a Disney ambulance, and they drive him off of Disney property before he's able to be declared dead. And this way, Disney can say no one's ever died on property, because technically he wasn't announced dead until they drove him off of property. And that this example, you can extrapolate way beyond just that one guy that had a heart attack when I was working there, because there was like a big commotion that anytime something really horrible happens at Disney, they just make sure, because they've got their own sort of municipality, their own police force, their own ambulance, their own fire department, everything. So it's almost like, have you ever seen that show The Wire? And there's this like funny dynamic where the different districts, someone will like die and their body will get dumped off in like a river or a lake, and then it floats. And when they find the body, it's like outside of a jurisdiction. And now all of a sudden they're fighting over who has to do the investigation for this body. Well, where was he killed, or where was the body found? And it just like the bureaucracy of that. That was the closest that I ever personally got to like a Disney conspiracy, so to speak. The other really horrible one is if you just look at the Who Framed Roger Rabbit ride in LA in Disneyland, it is one of the most horrific deaths you will ever read about. Somebody, like a little kid, gets caught in one of these rides, and the ride doesn't stop, and it just drags them around like a pencil eraser for the entirety of the ride. They had to shut it down, and it's like So that it happens, right? Horrible things happen. Usually when people bring up Disney conspiracy, it falls into one of two buckets. One is that Walt Disney was a Freemason, which he wasn't. In a
He
technicality,
wasn't. His brother
not a
was.
Freemason. He was no, he was de Molay, which is different than Freemasons, maybe like an asterisk. And
Still
then the other
gay.
one is that they're sexualizing, like a younger audience, and that's all Disney are showing you dicks, and they're putting Dick Castles, and they have the word sex, and they've got people flashing and saying, "Everyone, take off your clothes" in the audience, and that one is probably the one that I was the most familiar with. I've seen it in so many of these conspiracy theory videos, and they bring it up constantly. Although it doesn't really hold as much weight with me, just because I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and I just saw regular sexualization. I saw Who Framed Roger Rabbit and the cut where Jessica Rabbit falls out of a car and her like legs spread open. You can see like her panties underneath. Like this is for like a children's cartoon, right?
Right.
Like Lola Rabbit from the original Space Jam. Like there are so many other examples of far more sexualized cartoons outside of the Disney universe. I would say Disney's biggest egregious event is that they teach you to love material possessions, a la Toy Story. And that if you try and make your own toys using like dollar store parts and assemble together, now you're an evil villain like Sid was in Toy Story, right? Like you have to buy trademarked, like retail ready toys that are directly from Disney. Otherwise, you're a bad guy. And then the last one is just being able to own part of your brain, and this thing that I've dubbed the Disney proxy. And it's where they kill your parents or they kidnap you, or you get separated in the first 5 minutes. And the reason that they do this is because now you're in a state of trauma. You're more receptive to outside influence. And the very next thing that you'll see, as soon as you get separated, as soon as you get kidnapped, as soon as mom gets killed, then here is the intellectual property sidekick with the big Q eyes. It's also just going to be coincidentally on lunchboxes and t-shirts and Happy Meal toys. So next time you're out with mom and dad, you're like, that's the person that saved me when you left me, mom. When you left me and went into the room and everything I knew got flipped upside down, Thumper's the one that saved me. Or, Stitch saved me. So now I need that Stitch lunchbox. In my mind, that is way more egregious than if you look really quick, you might see the letters SEX in the sky and then immediately go away. You know what's even worse in Lion King is they're teaching you that lions can survive off eating bugs. Like that to me is way worse than maybe seeing 3 letters in the air really quickly. So isn't
that just it's low base trauma based, or it's low grade trauma based mind control, right? In that instance, especially to a child, right, who is much more reactive to that kind of an emotional leverage. But I don't even know if you have to go to all the esoteric ends to find out what the fuck's wrong with Disney. I think in recent years, it's been obvious they are this ideological manufacturing machine. They're like injecting whatever political ideology happens to be relevant at the time, which obviously, like, there's a left lean among animators. Do you think that's fair to say? If you want a job, at least.
Maybe now, if we're talking OG Disney, like Snow White, Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, these were grizzled old men that got out of the animation studio, sent into World War II, murked people, and then came back and finished the cartoons they were working on.
And then drew some dicks on the cover of Well, I mean, now they've become an arm of the left-leaning propaganda machine. And the reason that is even worth mentioning, they're going to be a product of whatever political sphere is influential at the time, right? And it just so happens that during our time, in recent years, it's been, leftist ideology. But I mean, what's massively problematic about that is just the whole procedures and medical interventions and hormone this and da-da-da-da-da. That becomes spurred on. So in the past, where at least your political ideology wasn't compelling you to like eventually end up in a doctor's office and having a conversation about whether or not we should have a endocrine system intervention on your child, before it was just whatever, cultural political ideology. Now it's leading to something a lot more harrowing. So, it's I get to this point where I ask this question a lot, and like, I don't think there's such thing as organic culture anymore. And so then I'm forced to go like, is culture bad? Because culture has been bad for a long time because all these intelligence operations or these intelligence agencies manufacture it, right? If you're talking like Laurel Canyon and all that other shit. And And so if we find ourselves in a place where like the culture is bad and it's to the children's detriment, and then you turn and you look at children's entertainment and they're just pumping this shit out in mass, I think that's much more harrowing than drawing dicks on the cover of The Little Mermaid.
Speaking of, man, a Disney movie from 2004 called Teacher's Pet is about a dog that wants to be accepted as a human boy. So books a surgery in Florida and drives to Florida to get a, I guess, species sort of like transformation. So this is early on, 2004. Not only can you be anything you want, but you can even turn your dog into a human and then go to school with you and be your best friend, which I kind of feel is like them dipping their toe in this waters of transhumanism.
And
Also,
honestly, go ahead.
You guys ever, Chris Hansen?
Yeah, it's like my best friend.
So he's doing a new show called Takedown, but the How to Catch a Predator, Chris Hansen. A lot of the people that they catch in Florida trying to meet up with, kids work at Disney. A lot of them are Disney employees when they do these sting operations in I think it's like Polk County or somewhere out there towards Tampa. A lot of them work for Disney, bro. So there's a certain demographic that likes to hang out working at Disney. Now, is that on purpose? Can somebody be a first-time offender? Yes, but still pretty creepy that maybe the dude on It's a Little World, whatever that name of that ride is,
It's a Small World, I think.
It's a Small World. There you go. Yeah, could be into the demographic that goes there.
Whether or not you want to say that it's on purpose, if you look back historically, there's some argument that could be made. I've seen it both argued for and against that this sort of sexual immorality, especially that geared at children, is one of these like signs of before an empire falls apart. And you hear this like kind of regurgitated on Joe Rogan's podcast a lot. We had a conversation with what would you call it? Like he's an expert in Roman culture and history. And he said that that's not quite the case, and that process is a lot more elongated than you might imagine. There's that fucking golden dong.
Speaking of elongated,
elongated. The process is much more veiny and elongated than you might. But I mean, I still think that there might be some veracity to this idea that one of the signs of the fall of an empire is going to be like high level sexual immorality, including that and its involvement with children. So if that's true, then you have to look at the greatest children's media organization on the planet as maybe being like much more than just detrimental to the moral fabric, but like, are you playing a role in the downfall of America eventually?
Is this screenshot from Lion King doing anything? Is this making any of you want to go out and like do depraved, horrible things on society?
I'm in a constant state of resisting that urge, so I can't tell.
Regardless.
So I'm sorry if this was a trigger for you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I've learned to control them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What I will say is, damn, they made my childhood really fun. Like finding this when you're a kid, like you hear the whispers of like, there's a dick on the cover of The Little Mermaid. Like I remember.
I didn't hear about that when I was a kid.
I heard about that
after I got into Conspiracies.
Well, I mean, like it first started getting whispered about on the internet like pretty early. Like YouTube wasn't a staple until 2006, but there was still like, corners of the internet where they're talking about this thing. So I got introduced to it at 12 years old. So at 12 years old, I was telling my friends about it. And we knew that it had to be the original VHS. Couldn't be the new ones. Was they did the new ones, they got rid of that kind of shit. So my buddy, he just had like every fucking old Disney VHS under the sun. We ran to his house and we ran through we went through The Little Mermaid. We went through Aladdin, right? That scene you were talking about where it says all good teens take off their clothes.
Yeah. We went to,
what's that?
Miss Mousy here with the garter.
No, I've never seen this one.
This is pre Jessica Rabbit, I believe. And I think this was from The Great Mouse Detective.
What role did Disney play in the rise of furries?
Ooh, a lot. I think, wasn't it what was the movie that did it for them? Wasn't it no, it was, what's that DMV movie? Because I was actually watching like a documentary on furries the other day just to pass the time while I was working.
Mean the police
I'm
one?
into that kind of stuff,
Because there was a police one where they made like
yeah. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
It was a bunny cop.
Zootopia.
Okay.
Zootopia.
But
Right.
before that, there was another one. Trying to think, but yeah, probably, dude. Where it's like, wait a minute, we can actually exist in a world where we can be this different persona. Which, again, no comment, but whatever.
Have you seen Fritz the Cat cartoon?
Fritz the Cat Part 2? No.
Oh, really good. Really good.
I'm not going to pull up any screenshots from Fritz the Cat.
See,
I
I like
see
when
this
they
here.
made their female animal creatures more modest. I think the question is, when did they start making sexy animal ladies? When did they start doing that? When did they start putting curves? I saw somebody in the chat said shout out to Lola Bunny, which they've removed that from us and they gave us a much more homely looking.
I mean,
Lola
technically,
Bunny.
Bambi and Bambi's mom were naked for that entire movie.
I actually never stopped to think about that. And I was erect the entire time through my last viewing, and I never knew why. Now that you mention it, yeah. Especially the part where she gets shot. Yeah.
Of course. But yeah, I think that, right, this idea you were saying, Raven, about the culture and if it's all something along the lines of it's fake and gay. Well, I think that there's been this hyper realization of culture, right? You get into John Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation, where we start to take on these presented concepts of what a princess should be or something or other, right? But from the original context, when you think of Queen Elizabeth, you don't think of like a Disney princess, right? Or queen or whatever it is. So that starts to kind of hijack and plays more into what Thomas was saying of like, they're trying to quite literally, right? Cinemagicians, they're quite literally morphing people's ideologies. And what a better way to do it than presenting it to kids who are more visual than anything, because kids love to watch cartoons. So if they grow up watching a certain type of thing, they start to associate that for the rest of their lives like that. They were indoctrinated with that image. And it all starts with images. I mean, symbology is everything, in my opinion, because it's quite literally in everything. And anything you do, any cartoon, any corporation, any product you buy, it's all images. Right. And how you associate those images with whatever it is. Right.
Let me ask Bootsy, what Disney movie corrupted you the most growing up?
Which one got you the hardest?
Yeah. What?
Man, that's tough. I feel like, they all sort of contribute to an overarching narrative about the world that is misleading at best. Some of my favorites. I don't know, like Bambi. I watched a lot. I watched Aladdin a lot. The Little Mermaid a lot. I would say probably The Little Mermaid would have been one of the more influential.
Was it because of the Dick Castles? Was that the main reason?
Yeah, I mean that, and just like an affinity for the fact that there could be mermaids out there. Like, I mean, everybody's kind of get to exercise their kink through a cartoon.
Yeah,
Jessica Rabbit,
dude.
super just very seductive. But I mean, like Disney, very much. There's a lot of that. But I mean, even like Looney Tunes, Pepe Le Pew, all that stuff. Like everything was very.
They were constantly dressing Bugs Bunny like a woman. They were like making them do sexy stuff.
And yeah, like there's a story when I was a kid, I was just naked eating a carrot, and I was like, my grandmother's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm Bugs Bunny." Like, he doesn't wear any clothes, So I'm just like, "What's up, Doc?" You know what I mean? And she told me that story all the time. But like, that was what I picked up from the cartoon. I don't even remember that, but like what I picked up from the cartoon was that Bugs Bunny doesn't wear any clothes, and so.
Right.
That's
I mean, honestly, that's about the lightest thing you could have picked up. Assaulting your friends with like frying pans could have been one of those as well, or shooting them and hoping that they recover with just a puff of black smoke on their face. I mean, look, I don't know how much of this shit is actually on purpose. You know what I mean? Because you start to ask that question as an unhinged schizo. You're like, is this just one long chain of events that was set in motion to create mussies? You know what I mean? Like, is that was that the end goal, was to eventually hook you up and dilate your vagina, your new Neo vagina? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it was, but there's no way, right?
I don't think so. I think it starts out and then the momentum carries, right? Like it starts out as one thing and then people just continue to up the ante. It's very natural. It's like these are how systems form in nature, you know? I mean, it's like one thing kicks off and then people are like, oh, okay, well, let's push it. Let's push it. Let's push it. And then things just get more and more outrageous and ridiculous from there. That's my personal thoughts on
the
it.
reason that I give hesitancy to that is because you watch, like, there's a lot of ideology surrounding it, right? Like there's a lot of I don't know how you would say it, like just the idea that it leads potentially to the fall of a culture, or it's the sign of the fall of a culture, is this sexual immorality, and then this thing that it becomes geared at children. And then you see that happening, and it's like, I don't know, is that just the natural development of a society once it reaches a certain degree of decadence and ease? Maybe you could say, like, everything's comfy, cozy, it's time to start cutting these kids' dicks off. I don't know what, but it just seems to show itself over and over again.
No, you're supposed to skin them alive and wear their skin, right, Thomas?
Only in Mexico.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, we were talking about some weird ritual that goes on.
Don't reveal what we talk about in text, man.
I'm
That's
sorry, dude. I'm
Show
just
us the screenshots.
adding to the conversation, brother. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think capitalism itself is like, it becomes top heavy, right? Like I'm obviously I'm not a commie or anything, but it's just like at a certain comrades. Listen, at a certain point, it just becomes so like easy, and life just there's no struggle anymore. Like, you know, you guys know the saying, right? Like good times make, you know, hard men cartoons make me hard. Well, you know, right? You guys know the saying, right? So I think that's just kind of what happens. That's sort of the natural order. You know, you hit a certain point, and life is so easy. There's really no struggle anymore, and so you're like, well, what next? I mean, we're bored. We have all the creature comforts at this point, and you know, like, we're wired really to be in smaller groups anyway, right? Like not 250, 350 million people, you know, having decisions made for them by, you know, a handful of elites or whatever. So like, it just puts people so out of touch, I think. And then we become kind of lackadaisical and, you know, this is kind of the natural flow of things into the empire. It just happens.
I guess so.
There's actually, if you look in, because part of the occult Disney series that I did, when we did Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and when we did the Famous Mouse Detective and Space Jam, and all of these, when this like weird hyper-sexualized cartoon thing came up, it was like, who was the first one to draw a picture and be like, that's hot? Like, all of a sudden you're turned on from an illustration you just created. And it goes deep, man. Psychologically, it goes super deep, because it links up to this type of bird that will, certain birds will lay eggs that are more colorful than the other birds in the area. And this whole thing is because it attracts the attention of a mother bird to then sit on that egg. They'll actually trick a bird to take care of someone else's egg just because that egg is more appealing. And that exact same impulse response of like, ooh, that's bigger and bluer and shinier, like, I'm going to go and sit on that thing, is the same thing that makes people go, wow, Jessica Rabbit's really hot. Like, it is this way of detracting you from what your actual biological response is supposed to be, you know, versus here's something that we can swap out. For example, in that study, they were able to show that a bird could be shown its own egg, but then if they just took a blue ping pong ball that didn't smell, look, feel anything like a bird egg, as long as it was more appealing, the birds would abandon their own eggs and just let them die, just so they could sit on these like blue ping pong balls. And that this is essentially the same thing that we're talking about, you know, Lola Bunny and Jessica Rabbit.
So, okay, but there is another aspect to like Disney and what they're doing that's strange. And I feel like they used to do it a lot more openly back in the day. So, are you guys familiar with that Donald Duck in Math Magic Land? So, okay.
Yeah, it's dope. It's really a cool.
It actually is very dope. If I can share just some of the images from this really quick, but this is something that, you know, I go, Disney, why don't you go back to doing this kind of shit?
Yeah, the sacred geometry in there is so cool. It talks about The Golden Mean, it's so good.
It's like a half an hour short from Disney. You know, they hired animators for this and they put it on Disney's brand.
Whoa.
And more or less what it is Donald Duck, he is initiated into a Pythagorean-based cult, right? And then what they do is they go on to show you how beautiful it is that the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio can be found in different fundamental geometric shapes, like a rectangle or a pentagram, for example. You can pull that down if you want. And I look at that and I go, well, that's actually fascinating. And I think what's worth mentioning here is that Disney, being the children's entertainment monolith that it is in so many ways, I mean, it certainly cornered the game, right? They saw fit to distribute whatever amount of resources to creating this. And I don't think that anything gets passed through Disney's filter and reaches the public eye accidentally. And so I just know that within Disney, there is a soft spot for the occult. And after all of these symbols and these methodologies of like cultural programming go hand in hand with that. And so I don't think they're separatable. I think that's exactly what Disney is doing. They're operating on a very high level. They're engineering culture. They're implanting ideas. This is spellcasting, right? To use that old idiom of like the Druids used wood from the holly tree to make their fucking wands. Like that part is a part of the conversation that's often neglected, I think.
And this is just an image of the Demolay Mickey. So, I mean, I think that it's not even up for debate that Walt Disney himself was deep into the occult through Demolay, which he had joined before you're even old enough to be a Mason. Once he gets out of Demolay, he doesn't go into the Masons, but I think personally that's because he kind of knew all of the different occult aspects that he needed to know. He left Demolay with all that information, and he takes that with him. So all of the very early Disney movies, I think, are steeped in occultism. And in fact, that's probably what makes the original Snow White better than any remake that they could come out with, is because the new Snow White is going to have this weird, it's going to have like the new age TikTok version of occultism. It's not going to have like that grizzled 1930s, 1940s post World War II occultism. And I don't even think you can compare. Like, if you're going to have to be programmed by Disney with occult programming, wouldn't you rather it be the World War II occultism and not the TikTok occultism?
The thing, it's a continuation of conspiracy theory number 2, which was NASA, and it's just this idea of like you have to look at how a thing gets its footing in the first place. I love that that's what Walt Disney is involved with, and then when he's done, he goes children's entertainment. You have to ask yourself, why does a guy who comes out of this secret organization then say children's entertainment is what I want to be making, and I want to be embedding these principles in children's entertainment? It's the same thing as NASA getting their start from Operation Paperclip and Warner von Braun. I mean, all of it has this weird occult launching pad, and then afterwards we're meant to just take it at face value as an entertainment industry or a space exploration industry.
And just point out here too that in 1993 it was disclosed that Walt Disney was working directly with the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover. He was made a special agent in charge, an SAC, and he was supposed to basically help root out communism that made its way into the animation arm of Hollywood. The same sort of McCarthyism that was, going into all the other industries. This was finding anti-Americans in animation. And the way that they got him roped up into this, based on a book, I think it was called Dark Disney. It's this unofficial biography about Walt Disney, but it said that he had a very strained relationship with his dad growing up. Hence his whole entire draw into Demolay, where your lodge master, you call them father, you call him daddy. You call him daddy, right? And this part of was the reason, because he had this issue with his actual daddy. He had some daddy issues. Yeah. He goes into Demolay, he gets a new dad, but the FBI finds out about this, and they start gaslighting Walt Disney, and they tell him, Walt, you might have had these suspicions that maybe your real dad isn't the one you grew up with, this horrible monster that you were forced to grow up with. Well, guess what, Walt? You were kidnapped as a child. You're actually a prince from a faraway land, and you were snatched up by this evil stepfather of yours, And really, this is the archetype of a Disney princess.
Yeah, it really is.
They literally, the FBI turns us on him and they tell him, well, here's the good news is we found your original family. You are from Spanish royalty, from Spain, and we're going to help connect you with your original bloodlines. But before we give you all those details, we need you to do a few things for us. And that was how he basically gets put into the FBI as a special agent in charge, because they start putting this
for real?
Yeah, this is based on his unauthorized biography.
Oh no, there you go. Unauthorized.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if it doesn't come directly from the Disney family, but this was the claim, is that this is how they enticed him to join the FBI, was by promising they would reunite him with records of his original family, that he himself was a kidnapped Disney princess.
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't think it's a, what the hell was that? Oh, I don't think it's a coincidence at all that as soon as World War II ends, we get NASA, we get Disney, and we get the MK Ultra program. And when you look at the overlap in like characters that played in all of those fields, like Top and I are talking a lot about Andrej Buharic, who seemingly is involved with the very beginnings of the MK Ultra program. I just think that all these things, it was like they looked over to the Nazi regime with some admiration, especially in their propaganda wing, for what they had managed to do. And they went, we could fucking do, like, we think that it was just nuts and bolts text and science shit that we wanted from the Nazi party. Like, no, I think we wanted their cultural manipulation machine. I think we wanted their propaganda machine. And I think it was a dry run there, and it worked pretty well. And I think the version of it that we got today is sort of that we have right now. The propaganda machine that we have right now is the culmination of all of that, all of those years of research and studying the human psyche and understanding how to break it with sort of repetition and exposure and trauma and psychedelics and all that research. I think all of that, if you go back and you look at like, I don't know, 47 to like 55, all the best shit happens. And it's like the beginnings of everything that we're dealing with today. And so I think all of that shit is connected, man.
Here, since Juan wants to roll his eyes, let me just throw a couple extra credible sources, or at least references. This is an article from him 23 years ago, and this is the subtitle, states, in 1940, 2 suspected FBI agents turned up at a seaside resort in southern Spain looking for a birth certificate. Could this document have held secret Walt Disney was desperate to hide, the illegitimate son of a Spanish noble and a washerwoman? As Disney celebrates its founder's centenary, this guy basically, he goes to Mojácar, where is this town that the FBI claimed, and the Disney family spoke out against this. So the book was called Hollywood's Dark Prince. This is the one. Look how it says, which claims that Walt Disney served as an FBI informant. Well, this is no longer a claim. This was disclosed by the FBI in '93, soon after this article was released, also in '93. And it even has a quote directly from the FBI's own paperwork from a FOIA request. And here it says, the last paragraph of this letter, because the rest of it is still classified by the FBI, this is in the FBI letter. It says, I am indeed pleased that we can be of service to you in affording you a means of absolute identity throughout your lifetime. Because again, the FBI were dangling this carrot of like, Walt, you were kidnapped from your true nobility. This is such a wild story that I haven't really heard come up outside of this one book. But there are countless references that back up that even if it's not true, I don't actually think that this was true. But what is true is that the FBI was trying to convince Disney that it was true in order to recruit him. So this is such a wild aspect of Disney lore.
That's awesome. That's like,
can we talk about the homunculus cars for 1 second?
The homunculus cars?
Yeah, I sent you 2 links. If you want to open up the first one.
Oh, you're making me do work here? All right.
The dark side of cars. Disney cars.
Oh, you mean like the Disney movie, the Disney Pixar film?
Yeah, there you go. That they're actually humans inside all these cars, because there was something that went down that made the air toxic for humans. That's why they speak different languages. That's why they have doors and stuff like that. It's because the humans are now, they are the cars. So this is what Disney doesn't want you to know. If you go to the second website, it's got all the lore.
Disney doesn't want you to know that there's cars homunculuses just driving around in the streets. You could just pull up and take one. They're free.
Yeah, right. But they don't mind us that that the ducks are free at the park.
The ducks are free. I love this. You know what they do pretty well. My son was watching a video on it the other day, and it's that like Pixar will create like a continuity within its universe. So you'll see a little Easter egg from each movie in another movie. There's like a big crossover in that way. And it's almost like conspiracy theories for kids. And I actually find it very entertaining. And I've been watching my son. You know what else my son has been watching? Gravity Falls, which is just brought to my awareness that Gravity Falls is basically Twin Peaks for kids. I did not know that.
100%.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, you would get such a kick out of Gravity Falls because they care so much about like their grimoires that they reference being accurate, or their symbolism being accurate, or the entities that they are involved with being accurate. And yeah, apparently they had to ask David Lynch for, I guess, his kind of his blessing to go forward with the project, because it is in fact an homage to Twin Peaks.
This thing that you mentioned about all the Pixar movies being connected, one of those is the A111 thing that pops up constantly, but someone has put together a comprehensive timeline of every Pixar movie, and it's kind of interesting to see where Cars actually falls in this. Cars and Monsters Inc. Share sort of some lineage here. Good Dinosaurs first, then you get Brave in the 10th century. Then we've got The Incredibles, which is basically an MK Ultra Pixar movie. This is about secret agents with powers, and
especially the second one. The second one, they're doing like MK Ultra mind control on the public.
That's the entire premise. It's all about mind control, and it's got that 1950s, 60s aesthetic. Then you've got Toy Story, which are the 90s, 2000s. Finding Nemo, which by the way has the largest child sacrifice out of any Disney movie by far, because all of the different eggs get eaten aside from Nemo, right?
Yeah, they show up in Ratatouille as caviar, and I'm not even joking. The
and
brand of caviar that they open is Nemo's.
Ratatouille's MK Ultra too.
Ratatouille shows they actually show Ratatouille, hey look, here's what humans do to mice, and it's got all of these dead mice strung up in a window. It's one of the first Disney movies that actually shows children the true logical extent of what happens if they find Ratatouille. All right, Toy Story, Up is another really wild one. Inside Out is in 2015. Okay, but now we start getting into the future, right? Coco maybe takes place sometime in the late 2010s.
The Incredibles are in it.
And then we've got Wall-E. Wall-E takes place after we're all mostly dead and gone.
Yeah,
and by the way,
we're fat.
We turn into, not only are we fat, but we turn into babies. Like the actual ratio of fat to bone matter approaches the exact same ratio as you were if you were a baby. Another weird Easter egg, if there's a certain scene in Wall-E when they go into the ships and they meet like their version of HAL 9000, right? It's like the helm of this ship it's AI essentially. AI has taken over humanity just because we were too lazy to do anything about it, and they're calling all the shots. And they zoom out and they show every single captain that has ever been the captain of this ship in Wall-E. And if you add the numbers, if you go from the day that they launched to the day that Wall-E's taking place, it is exactly 666 years. So just throwing that out there. If you've never heard that one, that's true. I paused it. I did all the math. Then we've got Cars. So, and like Juan was saying, Cars represents a world in which humans are gone and machines are left to rule, or that the outside is basically no longer hospitable to humans. So they have to live inside of these sort of car exoskeletons.
Let's go.
I like it.
So that's maybe 2100 to 2800. Then we've got the end part of Wall-E is when they come back to Earth in 2805 after 666 years have passed, by the way. That is the math in that movie.
That's the cold open.
A Bug's Life? Dude, wait, what?
2898. So it says, after a century of repopulation, human emotion energy has returned to spark to the world, enough to prompt insects and birds into also rebuilding their own societies. So Wall-E represents humans coming back to Earth because the cars didn't work. Like we try to make cars work, but eventually we all die out. So Wall-E comes back. He helps repopulate the Earth. after we repopulate the Earth, the rest of the flora and fauna start to repopulate through Bug's life. And then in the tail end is we've got Monsters University and Monsters Inc. And this is where humans have to evolve beyond whatever our current structure is in order to deal with this new harsh Earth climate. And we ourselves actually slowly morph into these monsters just so we can deal with the toxic world. And then, yeah, Monsters Inc. keeps going way into the future into 5201.
And that's supposed to be Boo, right? That old lady is supposed to grow up to be Boo. I think in Brave, Sully, the guy from Monsters Inc., makes an appearance in as like a little carved effigy, indicating like I think there's a lady in Brave. She's kind of like a witch or a wizard kind of character, like a hermit, and she is the town's mystic, and she has this carved little effigy of exactly Sully from Monsters Inc. And basically people are like, she's Boo. She got trapped here one way or another, and then basically went fucking crazy and became the mystic of the town, and still carves effigies to her beloved Sully, I guess.
That's why there's no kid cars, because they're all grown in the lab and stuck into the car as soon as they're of age, dude. This makes perfect sense, man.
I would much rather than be dranking than to be turned into cars. Please just go back to harvesting their adrenalized blood.
I'll wrap this one up with what I think is the absolute creepiest Disney adaptation of all time, which is Beauty and the Beast.
Oh yeah, and very big bestiality.
The original, well, beyond the animal love aspect of it, the other portion of this is that the origins of the Beauty and the Beast story. This is what you would tell your daughter right before you married your 14-year-old daughter off to some 40-year-old mountain man that lives so far away that you're not going to see your family anymore. It was a way of saying, like, look, honey, we know that this scary man that we're about to send you off with might look like this big beast. He might look like this, this outdoor, scary, older man, but really there's a prince deep down inside of him. As long as you cook and clean and dance and sing well enough to extract it from him. Don't fear, he's going to look scary, he's going to smell scary, he's going to do weird, violent things to you, but you're going to get to live in his house and clean up after him. And if you make a little game of it and you make it like a fun thing to do, then really there's a prince buried under there, and it's your fault if you can't extract that prince. You don't believe in magic enough.
You're not good enough.
This seems so insidious, bro. Like the entire origin of this movie and of the original story is like, don't be scared. We just married you off to a 40-year-old dude that you're never going to see us again.
I also love the idea that, like, yeah, he's going to keep you under lock and key. You're going to be pretty isolated. So best to make friends with, like, the pottery, the clock, and the furniture. Because you're not going to fucking talk to anybody for a long time.
Oh, that's dark, man.
That's incredible.
That's crazy. I never thought about that like that. But these stories are inspired by like old, right? Like the Grimm brothers, right? They're supposed to, those were a lot darker stories than the stuff that we get presented in Disney. It's the more digestible version, the light version when we have like the Disney stories. But the original stories were super, super dark and like full of death and destruction, essentially.
All right, let's move on to the next one after Disney. Does anyone have any other Disney or Forever Hold Your Peace?
No. I think we've gone too hard on Disney.
Hold on.
We need to...
Anything on Mary Poppins before we go? Because that was my favorite.
She was hot.
Well, yeah, Mary Poppins is basically teaching children how to astral project. But the other weirdest part of Mary Poppins to me is that she gaslights the hell out of these kids, right? She brings them to a completely different land where they're talking to cartoon characters and physics no longer apply. And after she brings them back to the house, they're talking about this experience that they just had. And she starts telling them, like, what are you guys talking about? No, we didn't. None of that happened. That is so weird to me. That is like the most evil thing that you could open a child's mind up to these unbelievable possibilities and then immediately gaslight them. And you're the one that introduced them to all this stuff. It would be like, imagine any teacher ever doing that to you. They show you this brand new concept, and then as soon as you get interested, they're just like, what the hell are you talking about, Juan?
I see Illuminati confirmed.
Top is in the chat. He doesn't want us to dismount before we mention Moana, which I do think is worth mentioning, especially the new one, where, spoiler alert, basically their overarching head god destroys an island and scatters a bunch of tribes from one another, very much like Tower of Babel style, so they no longer have contact or can understand each other. And he also has like this right hand chick.
Maui's a real god, isn't he?
Well, Maui himself is a demigod. He's a Nephilim, definitive Nephilim.
Yeah.
But within the second film, there's a new narrative going on where this thunder god, this god of wind and storms, has separated all of the people from one another. That's an aggressive photo. And and Moana is basically tasked with rejoining this central island so that it can reconnect to all of these scattered tribes and they can be one people again. And there's another character in there, I forget what her name is, but she's basically like Hecate, who would have been Hades' right-hand bitch in the underworld. She's like depicted by like bat symbolism and things like that. I mean, yeah, those films in particular. I mean, when I was a kid, I was a big fan of the film Hercules, and I realize now in hindsight, it definitely has me rooting for like fallen angels and the Nephilim and shit like that. But it was a great movie. They often have these kind of really mythological backdrops or narratives, and I think I don't know what they're meant to do, but in this one in particular, yeah, there she is. That's I forget what her name is. You might as well call her Hecate, though. She is like the underlord's right hand chick, and that would have been Hades' right hand chick. Obviously, the bat symbolism goes hand in hand. But yeah, I mean, they're presenting old mythos to. That's the other thing too, is like that's what they see fit to do is repackage old mythos and give it to children. We kind of just rehash the same fucking stories.
Yeah. Well, and they make them a little bit weaker too. They take a little bit of the occultism out. Again, like the original story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarves is about a human exchange of us giving human consciousness to earth elementals in exchange for what their treasures are. Their treasures, they can go into the dark and they can bring out gems and they can give it to us. In terms of information and alchemy and knowledge and all of this, and all they want is to understand what being a human is like, which is why she teaches them how to sing and dance and do frivolous things that earth elementals would normally never ever do. This exact same thing comes up in Return to Oz as well, the one that has Firuza Balk and this weird like mech sort of like scary aesthetic of after Wizard of Oz falls, right after the Emerald City falls. They complain that the earth elementals, they're upset at humanity because at that point, the Wizard of Oz was just stealing these gems and they were not giving them human consciousness in exchange for it. And now you watch a modern Disney movie and you don't get all that Rosicrucianism baked into it. You get this new wave of like, you get like TikTok sort of theosophy, which is way different.
How do you guys feel about that? Watching like conspiracy and esoteric ideology kind of migrate over to TikTok and then just get fucking rinsed out and reduced to like, I don't know, whatever you could say in like 60 seconds.
It needs to happen. It's kind of like weeding out all of the low hanging fruit a little bit.
It dilutes the lure a little bit, which is the interesting part in my opinion, because then you just got you just like. You don't have the full experience of like, oh, this all worked up to that. Now they just give it to you. Boom. Like, here it is. And then it's like, all right, so what do I do with this? And you don't appreciate the lure that works up to that in the end,
It's like these ideas, they want to be known. But the long nuanced way isn't working anymore because we're all retarded. So it's like if this information truly is alive in any meaningful way and wants to be known, it's gonna have to lower itself to our standards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so almost like if the information is alive.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, let's move on to the next. We're halfway through. Someone made a good comment. Shouldn't this go from 10 down to 1? Maybe it should have. Although, and these are not necessarily in order because it's like your favorite albums might change day to day. So I can't really give you a definitive 1 through 10.
Yeah, like if we do get proof that Bigfoot's moving through portals, he's going to get moved up a couple of slots.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, here's the next one. Drum roll. Bush and
Crowley. Okay, I gotta go. I wanted to see what the next one was gonna be, and I'm excited for you guys to have fun with this one. But
wait, I've heard that you are actually a love child of Bush Crowley as well.
That's why
and I have to go. I'm pretty sure I said I have to go.
So anal homunculus.
Right. No, no more accusations, please. I can't hear you. You're actually breaking up. I gotta go. Guys, you can find me on Nephilim Death Squad, wherever the fuck you find podcasts, where are people listening to podcasts now? And you can find me on Twitter if you want me to say something abrasive or racist at you. Find me on Twitter at David L. Corbo. Otherwise, happy 100th episode, Thomas. Thank you for having me on, brother.
Thank you, Raven. Thank you so much, man. And yeah, look out for. I haven't got him to agree to this yet, but I want to pitch this idea for a new podcast show. It's going to be me and Cheney and David, and we're going to call it "A Jew, a Mason, a Gay, and a Racist." And I think that we can clean up with this topic, bro.
That's amazing. Honestly, I would love to do that if it wasn't for the fact that having me and Cheney is redundant. We dress exactly the same. We look exactly. I haven't dyed my hair blonde in a while, but that's only because Cheney's doing it better than I am.
Two lesbians.
Two lesbians and a Mason. You can call it two lesbians and a Mason. Yo, but honestly, if you ever want to do that, let me fucking know, because that sounds.
It'll have to start as like a special like episode, but I feel like there's a series in there somewhere.
There's a hell of a series in there, and I don't know if anybody's gonna want it, but I want to do it. So let me know, dude. All right, guys, peace out.
Later, dude.
And then there were 4.
Well, I gotta go soon too. I'm gonna go at the top of the hour or so.
Oh, well, then there'll just be 3. Well, we got 15 minutes to. So give us your take on. Have you heard this theory before? I'm sure you have.
I have that that she looks a lot like Crowley. That he could have been, or that she could have. What was it that he could have been the Moonchild, or she was some sort of Moonchild sort of thing? Enlighten me on this, because that's as far as my knowledge goes. That they both look very similar. And that's all I know.
That's where it all started from. The entire origin of this theory was that, damn, doesn't Aleister Crowley look so much like Barbara Bush, or I guess the other way around? And everything kind of like, you know,
that she's his daughter.
From that Fountainhead.
His daughter, right? Because is she older than?
Well, so no, the theory was that it's not that Barbara Bush would have been Aleister Crowley's daughter, according to this particular theory, if you let some of the dates meander a little bit. And so the origin of this, officially the origin, was an April 1st, note the date, April 1st, 2006 blog article from a guy named Joseph Cannon. He ran a blog called cannonfire.com, and he was looking at a photo, something like this, and was like, oh, isn't this funny? I wonder if I made a theory up, how far it would go. And if anyone would contact me, the writer of this article, to verify if I had research that went into any of this. And none of that happened. He published this blog, and allegedly it just caught fire and got repeated by Alex Jones and Freeman Fly. And then from there, it just spread all over to the place. And not a single person ever reached back and asked Joseph Cannon about this. But the official theory is that Barbara Bush's mom, a lady named Pauline Pierce, that she basically had this secret affair with Crowley, and they have a Moonchild ritual, and that Barbara Bush becomes that Moonchild, and that essentially she is the one that births the Antichrist, which would have been Bush W. Jr., and that this whole lineage that we got 9/11 was essentially because of something that Aleister Crowley put in place a century prior to that. So that's the full theory.
That's so schizo, bro. Like the way that was planned out. Because, man, who was it that Crowley was? I'm trying to find the woman that he was connected to. Because didn't he also have an affair or something like that?
I've got the stats because I wrote a comic book on this entire premise. So Crowley, and this is the part where it's like, it could be true. Even if it's not true, it could be true, because Aleister Crowley at this point is 49 years old. Pauline Pierce is 28. And then Crowley's side piece at this time was a chick named Nellie O'Hara, and she was about 37. So she was also a little bit young, but I mean, Crowley used to run with a very sort of diverse crowd in that way. And that Pauline Pierce is visiting Paris. This all happens in Paris. She goes to Paris to just do like a regular vacation, meets up with Nessie O'Hara, and Nessie O'Hara's like, hey, I got this guy you gotta meet, we're gonna have a great time, and they basically just have magical orgies for the next few days.
Well, here's where your hole is in your theory, because according to a lot of people, Barbara Bush wasn't even a woman. Right. You have this idea that all women in the government are actually
Well, I don't
male
think
and
it
vice
matters
versa.
though, because it's Crowley gets with Barbara Bush's mom. So even if Barbara Bush herself is not a woman, that doesn't discount the fact that her mom, Pauline Pierce, might have had a sexual soiree with Aleister Crowley. In fact, it would make even more sense that she comes out and has this like androgynous, like sexually ambiguous look to her, because that's what Aleister Crowley would have wanted.
Look at these pictures I'm sending you, bro. I don't know. It looks like look at the chin on her.
It seems dangerous to just blindly plug a link in, but let's see what happens.
But I'm trying to plug it in.
That's a
one.
handsome woman.
That's yeah. And then there's the other one with the. Let me pull up the Reddit. I don't know why my keyboard is acting up for some reason now. So that one there, you can. I mean, listen, dude. There you go. Look at that. She's so beautiful.
This might also be a good time to plug that I noticed that there were not a lot of great Barbara Bush AI models out there. If you wanted to plug Barbara Bush into some AI and generate her, it didn't really know what she looked like. You'd get an old lady with white hair. So I present to the world an absolutely free Barbara Bush AI model. You can make her do and say and anything.
You're gonna get banned again, bro.
What's that?
You're gonna get banned again from the AI sites. Well, what did you get banned for the first time?
Epstein. I did the first Epstein model, and it wasn't the model, it was the Discord, it was the comment section on the model and all of the crazy stuff that was coming out, and people were posting links to like Franklin cover-up stuff, and the whoever ran this website, Civitai, they were like, look, bro, we're just here for the AI tech nerd stuff. We don't want all this weird conspiracy smoke. So they shut it down and they took the model off.
Wow, trying to suppress.
But they're not keeping me away. And not only is there this Barbara Bush AI model that you can even do these convincing videos with, but there's a new Epstein model. I also put a brand new Epstein model up on the site that hasn't been taken down yet. So, anyways, you're welcome, world.
Thank you for your service, Thomas. I really appreciate it, dude. You know, you're in the trenches, getting these AI models programmed, even if it costs you getting banned on these Discord servers. So
there he is.
There he goes right there.
Those are great.
This is what Thomas does on his free time. Trains AI models on
back when I had free time. Yeah, this is for some reason this is what I was compelled to do. I spent actual time and effort making sure that there was an AI model that could accurately recreate Jeffrey Epstein.
So, Thomas, what is this theory? What's the long run of this theory that perhaps the Thelemites or the Crowleyans or something have infiltrated the government and they gave birth to this Antichrist, which would be George W. Bush Jr., right?
Yeah, it goes with the Bush's Antichrist theories, and it just kind of retroactively says what would be the best thing to prove that Bush is the Antichrist. Well, of course, if he's the grandson of Aleister Crowley, that adds credit to this. Again, the original article was from a blog, not a newspaper, and it was published on April 1st. The guy that wrote it says that it was an April Fool's joke, and that it's just a coincidence that all the dates happen to line up fairly well.
Well, this plays into like ancient bloodlines and that these people are all related because, right, and related in the fact that if he does have a resemblance to Crowley or she, whatever it is, right, that these people are all in the same sort of bloodline that's trying to take over the world. And I mean, what a better place to start than by being the president of the United States of America, right? And the whole thing of weapons of mass destruction, even that has a sort of weird connotation because what even was that? Was it? And then you get into the whole lore of Saddam Hussein being the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar and wanting to rebuild the temple of Babylon or whatever it was, because that's how it goes in the lore. I mean, it's interesting, bro. So
I don't think they want us to know the truth about this particular one.
right, didn't pull up.
I was trying to find an actual image of Nessie O'Hara, who was the other part of this menage a trois that apparently Crowley had for like 3 or 4 days.
Nessie O'Hara? I've never heard of they. But if they don't want to put, maybe it was a Nessie Loch Ness monster, because that's the whole thing with the Loch Ness. He had the is it the Boleskine house there on the Loch Ness, and he was doing the whole rituals to contact your holy guardian angel, and they say that he opened up a portal to another dimension and let in these monsters, and Loch Ness, Nessie was one of them.
Because it's Nellie O'Hara. That was the name of Nellie O'Hara.
Fake
and
news.
there's more than just that one article, because this thing kind of blew up and attracted lots of people kind of coming on the same thing. Here's another great
Oh my god, dude.
of Aleister Crowley and Barbara Bush next to him.
Yeah, there is a resemblance there, 100%.
Couldn't this just be old white people getting old? They just all tend to converge into the same look, regardless of gender.
That's what Occam's razor would say, but we know that Occam's razor is a psyop, so that's what they want you to think, Thomas.
I actually do believe Occam's razor is a psyop. I actually hate how many things get applied to Occam's razor.
Like what? What's a ridiculous one? What would be a ridiculous one that you would say?
No, it's just the overall concept that whatever seems to be the simplest answer has to be the right answer.
Okay.
Apply that to the Manhattan Project. Apply that to and like any actual it almost states that whatever you think feels right, whatever your gut tells you. This is where flat Earth kind of comes from. Like Occam's razor would say, yeah, the Earth is flat. Of course it is, because that's the simplest. It doesn't require any advanced physics or any outside sort of influence on that. But I think that people will take this concept of Occam's razor, which I think the origin was that I'll paraphrase this, but like a building burnt down, and they had all these different theories about how the fire started, and someone just said, well, maybe it got hit by lightning and it burnt down. And since that was the simplest explanation, I'm oversimplifying this, but since that was the simplest explanation, now the onus is on you to prove it was something more complicated than that. And this gets misused constantly, where now whatever makes the most sense that I can explain to a normie crowd, that's going to be the right answer because everyone can understand it. It's a dangerous dynamic to train people to think that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was William of Occam, or Occam. He was an English Franciscan friar, scholastic philosopher, apologist, and theologian. Was born in Occam, in a small village. He is considered to be one of the major figures of medieval thought and was the center of the major intellectual and political controversies of the 14th century. He is commonly known for Occam's razor, the methodological principle that bears his name, and also produced significant works of logic, physics, theology. He is remembered in the Church of England, blah, blah, blah. This dude was a Fed, 100%.
This is the original article from April 1st, 2006 on the Cannon Fire blog that spells out this entire story. It's the one that mentions Nellie O'Hara. It's the one that mentions Pauline Pierce, who was Pauline Robinson at that exact time. Got pictures of Barbara Bush. Here's George W. Bush being held by Pauline Pierce. So this is the entire lineage from start to end. It all began in this particular blog from 2006. So if anyone's curious about this one, you can just look up Cannon Fire Bush Crowley and you'll get the original claims.
It was probably a joke, bro. Probably a joke that kind of spiraled out. But hey, is anything a coincidence anymore, bro? Does anything just happen anymore? And just right?
Well, I think what's fascinating is how believable it is. Like it is. Out of all of the things we've talked about so far, that one actually feels like it wouldn't shock me the most.
Yeah, my whole thing is like, what's the end goal? Like, what for? What would it matter? But at the end of the day, it literally led,
bro. The Antichrist and the fact that the Thoth Crowley tarot deck and the tower card basically represents these twin towers on fire with a man jumping out of the building, and that all of that happening would make the most sense that if he set that into motion through his Moonchild ritual.
And also the fact that it was essentially a huge sacrifice of people. I mean, how many people didn't die collectively from 9/11 all the way through what, Baghdad and all these other wars that went on that are still going on. So essentially Crowley is to blame for quite literally everything that has happened since, right?
Well, before you gotta go, because you said top of the hour, there was something else that came up earlier. We've already moved on from NASA, but Raven kept bringing up how JPL and Parsons and the Parsons and Crowley connection. And I actually did a deep dive into this recently, and I'm just curious if your research lines up with this too, but that Parsons and Crowley were somewhat peers. I'm sure Crowley would have always outranked him on like a hierarchical scale, but that once Parsons did his Babylon working ritual and claimed that Marjorie Cameron came out of that and she was like this great whore of Babylon, all of this, Crowley gets wind of this because Parsons originally says that this was like a missing book. This was going to be the next Liber in the sequence. Crowley reads it and he's like, this guy has lost his rocker. Not only do I not agree with what Parsons is doing, but me and Parsons are no longer homies. Like this is like he actually severs ties with Parsons because of how offended he was that Parsons would dare to claim that this was an extension of something that he had been working on.
Yeah, he actually referred to him as his son, and he was actually pretty pissed off in a letter that he would try to create this homunculus. And I think that Parsons actually ended up creating his own Liber, one of his own books. I forget the name of it, but I think it's again, I can't remember the exact name, but yeah, he was not happy that he
49.
tried to do
Liber
this.
49 was the book of Babylon, which counts his Babylon workings, and that was where Crowley was like, the Liber, what, my homie? Nah, bro. Like, I'm the one that writes the Libers around here. You don't just get to tag a new number at the end of it and say that this is a continuation. Like, you don't get to write the trilogy.
Well, it just comes to show the evolution of magical systems, and that every magical system is based upon the practitioner's end goal. So what ended up happening was that allegedly, according, if you follow the lore, that Parsons ended up taking inspiration from, we know that the previous works of Crowley writing about the homunculus, and then obviously his book, The Moonchild. Well, the story goes that he was inspired by this Moonchild book, which some people say is an actual an actual true inspired by true events, right? Sort of thing, where they were writing about this unborn child that was being fought by two factions, a White Lodge and a Black Lodge. And that also talks about, because we've read it a few times now, Thomas, where it talks about these occultists having their hand in geopolitical affairs. And he kind of hints at, I think, World War I or something happening because of what these occultists are doing in the background. But that just plays into my whole, the occult and espionage conspiracy. I think the occult is intelligence. And I think that the intelligence, Bootsy, no shade here, but I think that intelligence nowadays is taking the form of comedy and all these comedian assassins.
I agree. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, dude.
You get what I'm saying?
There's no offense taken on that. No, I mean, you can look back 5 years and see, but the thing about it is, I don't think there's really any conspiracy there. It's just there's a line down the street of people who can't wait to get on their knees and just, sell the fuck out. You know what I mean? And they anticipate what it is that is going to be the thing that is driving the narrative, and then jump on that bandwagon before it even leaves the station,
Yeah, because if you look at it, right, so if secret societies were at the center of a lot of these things back then, so back then it was more, 100%. So everyone's waiting in line to get on their knees to gobble Joe Rogan's, whatever. So right. The fact that back then maybe it was more prestigious and better to join a secret society before the internet, before all the information is already put out there and everyone can look up, what all the initiation rituals are and everything. Now it's like, hey, let's go ahead, and since we were able to infiltrate governments and just set up a lodge somewhere, and now we're in that country, hey, freedom of religion, right? And all the influential people of that country go to join the Freemasons or the Rosicrucians or or the OTO, whatever, have your pick. They're able to collect their intelligence there. Now they're like, hey, what's moving culture even more now? When you're laughing, you're in a more susceptible state. You know, where can we put these people into these inner circles to collect information on people, whatever it is? That's why you see these guys hanging out with celebrities. Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, hanging out with the wealthiest guy is it in the world, Elon Musk, or in the United States, or what is it?
I don't know.
I mean, this is debatable, right? Because we know his name, which means he's not so rich that he can't pay for us to not know his name.
Right.
All right, whatever. You get what I'm saying. They're in bed with politicians. Donald Trump on the JRE podcast, like all these guys, they're in. You can't tell me they're not in intelligence to some certain degree. As far as what information they're collecting, who knows? But we also don't know what happens behind closed doors and what conversations may be had behind closed doors. What were they talking about before they turned on the camera to start recording for that episode? You know, Donald Trump and all these guys. And I mean, you see them all over Netflix, all over the internet, all over everywhere, and they have a crowd of people that follow them. So again, what's the end goal? Some sort of collection of information. I'd like to know which comedians were on the list, right? The Epstein list. I'm sure there was a lot of them, right? A lot of famous
we know
ones.
Chris Tucker was for sure.
I mean, dude, I think it
Chris,
goes back.
Chris Tucker is the one that was on the plane with Bill Clinton when they used the Lolita Express to go to, I want to say it was either Haiti or Africa. They were doing like one of these outreach missions.
Yikes.
I'd love to hear that conversation between the two of them. That'd be hilarious, dude.
Right? Like what's the point? Like what is the whole thing? So anyways, yes, Crowley was pissed off, and according to the lore, Jack Parsons was inspired. So what he ended up doing was creating his own ritual by taking all these different pieces, and that's why the Enochian is used, right? In that, because they saw Enochian as one of the more powerful forms of magic to invoke these elementals and these spirits. And according to him, he succeeded. And that's how we have Margie Cameron, which if you look at the history of Margie Cameron, she was 100% probably part of MK Ultra or something. And she was hanging around those circles of Kenneth Anger. And, you have Roman Polanski and all those guys around that time, which was all about birthing the son of the devil into reality, right? And also she was part of a interracial cult where they tried to make an interracial moon child. And essentially what they did was they all ran a train on her, different dudes of different backgrounds and ethnicities, and they tried to birth this child, which she called the Wormwood. She had a miscarriage, but yeah, she tried to do that after the fact. So she was definitely unhinged, bro. Like she was. And she also draws pull up her egg picture. She draws a picture of herself holding an egg. So I'm sure Raven would get a kick out of that.
She actually inspired the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I believe. This is another picture of Marjorie Cameron. And I'll pull up the egg picture. Speaking of eggs, shout out to Will Morgan Meta Egg, who threw in this spoiler, I guess a spoiler alert, that at the end of Moonchild, you actually read this. The whole premise of Moonchild, the way that I interpret it, is that they are distracting these occultists to obsess over this Moonchild ritual, when in reality they're pulling these geopolitical moves behind the scenes, and they're keeping the intelligence agents preoccupied with this mystical stuff while there's actual moves being made on the world stage. And that's the whole premise of Moonchild, is distract intelligence agents with occultism so that you can enact your political movements.
That's why the occult might be fake and gay. It's all about the true information, which is blackmail, which is the information that'll get you cleansed. Nobody cares if you can summon Cthulhu or Baphomet, in your room at night. The CIA doesn't give a shit about that. They care about the list you got that has certain names on it, right? And that the influence that would have. So there's her with this black egg, and she also paints Parsons as like some angel or something like that. She was weird, bro. She was like, I think when she was a kid, she had this well at her house, and she thought that she was the devil, and there were demons coming out of it or something or other. I'd have to reread the story, but she was definitely off her rocker, dude. She was weird. 100%.
Should probably know how to do that thing, though.
What thing? With the egg?
I mean, with a little bit of everything, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're running with Parsons, bro, you're doing some kink.
You're doing some stuff. Apparently, after the Babylon working, they did it for 2 weeks straight, dude. just he had that demon thing on him, bro. He was just going at it for 2 weeks straight. So again, a lot happened at the parsonage, and you can read all about it. It's crazy, but
And that's when she turned into Mick Jagger, I believe, was sometime after that.
So Wormwood Star, the magical life, and the baby that she had miscarried was named Wormwood. Which again, Wormwood is this. What is it? Isn't it supposed to be some asteroid that's going to destroy everybody or something like that, or this fallen angel, or something or other in the Book of Revelation? Because I think that's where it's mentioned, Wormwood in Revelation.
Wormwood's also the name of a documentary, I think, by HBO about the MK Ultra program. And one of those, the other nods is that wormwood was what provided the active ingredient for absinthe that made it distort time space. Because if you did absinthe, you would lose all sense of time going by. So it was known as like a time dilation, and this was all through wormwood changing your entire perspective of reality.
Whoa, dude, you know absinthe plays into the story of Fulcanelli? It was I forgot the guy that was in the whole Fulcanelli thing that was addicted to drinking that. And he died from allegedly drinking too much of it. And you know, alchemy has a whole role in space and time, if you will, that you can exit space and time and manipulate reality from a different vantage point. So that's interesting that you connected this to wormwood and like time dilation and stuff.
Right. This is wormwood, and it's actually named after the goddess Artemis, who was in charge of protecting children and of childbirth and of childcare. And I believe this is Artemis, the huntress, who was the consort of Apollo. And in a lot of these ancient religions, usually Apollo is the one, the sun god, that takes over from Artemis, but that Artemis was like the OG god that everyone venerated and worshipped and had these huge temples to, and the temples to Apollo were small fries compared to this Artemis. But yeah, this is Artemisia absinthium. This is the one ingredient of absinthe that gave it all of its sort of properties.
So right there, I thought I said Revelation. So in the book Revelation, wormwood refers to a star. Check this out. This is interesting. That falls from heaven and contaminates a third of the earth's waters, making them bitter and causing many deaths. So almost kind of sort of like the thing you drink, right? It's like, it's pretty much like paint thinner, bro. Like it's like crazy amount of proof. It's super, super potent.
Yeah, the biblical Hebrew word translated as wormwood was the implication of bitterness, and twice as a proper noun in a Greek translations, naming a physical meteor in orbit. And that's the one from Revelation 8:11.
Yikes. Wormwood, Marjorie Cameron, Wormwood Star. She did oh, look at this. She was also in one of Anger's. So they have a film. She appeared in 2 Harrington films, The Wormwood Star and Night Tide, bro. And then she also, right here, she became pregnant as a result of these rites and termed her forthcoming child the Wormwood Star, although the pregnancy ended in miscarriage. So she was having all sorts of visions, seeing flying saucers, doing a bunch of stuff like peyote and stuff. So definitely a good candidate for this McUltra stuff that we all love to talk about.
Big love and respect, everybody. Am I coming through?
Hey, slick.
How's my audio? I'm using my phone because my computer's skitzing.
It sounds better than your computer usually does.
Damn, all right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Huge win. Juan, I hear you're trying to cut out at the top of the hour 13 minutes ago.
I'm already, yeah, I gotta go, guys. I appreciate happy 100th episode anniversary or whatever this is, Thomas. Appreciate you having me on.
Juan, I want to share something with you, particularly, Juan.
What do you got?
I highly recommend William Ramsey's most recent research on the Zizian death cult. and the correspondence to Luigi Mangione and
don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Holden Caulfield from The Catcher in the Rye.
Don't say that name, dude.
They have totally brought Holden Caulfield out of the realm of fiction and put him in the news.
We call him Chuck around here, just to be safe. We're talking about Charles Mangione, the famous musician, the flugelhorn player.
Nice. So,
and we love the government here. We love the CIA and the FBI.
Juan, I want to announce to you one of the largest psyops in conspiracy culture. And it is the phrase fake and gay. That is a trigger phrase straight out of Holden Caulfield's biography, bro.
No way.
Yeah, bro. Yep, everybody's fake and gay. And he says it all the time throughout the book. They have disseminated the psychology of Catcher in the Rye onto our culture in mass. We got to drop that phrase, bro. It's a nihilistic call sign.
We got to come up with a new term, boys. So everyone can't be FAG anymore. Okay, so we can't do fake and gay anymore. We got to do something else. So we'll come up with something more magically potent, slick, that we can counter their word magic and the Catcher in the Ryan psychology. Yeah,
That's right.
I'm gonna check this out though. I have it pulled up here.
Yeah. So if you look at the cover art of how Holden Caulfield is depicted, it's totally Mangione's face. It is totally his face. And furthermore, I've actually taken the cover art from Catcher in the Rye, and I've pulled out a couple tarot cards out of the cover. And we're looking at number 4 Emperor card, which in the Thoth deck is Orange Man Bad. And we're also looking at the Death card, number 13, which is Hercules constellation. But yeah, they have drummed up a false hero, a drone ego. And
bro, he calls a gay and calls it out for being fake. Holden gets mad at the news about Luke Perry being gay and calls it out for being fake. So there's definitely a fake and gay connection here.
Big respect, everybody. Thanks for fitting me into the weave today. Congratulations, Thomas.
All right, boys. I'm going to head out. You can find me at www.tjojp.com. Anywhere you listen to podcasts, one-on-one podcast. Appreciate you, Thomas. Check out the Homunculus Owner's Manual. 33 pages of homunculus goodness. The Cultus Mundi, all that good stuff. And I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Peace.
And then there were 4. So where are you at on the Bush Crowley? Before we move on to the next one, where are you at on Bush Crowley? Do you think, how viable do you think it is that is the truth? That Bush got with that Aleister Crowley got with Barbara Bush's mom, and that's where we get the Bush dynasty from?
I think it's highly legitimate because people will act on it regardless. People want to reinforce it, regardless of if we can get the DNA and test it or whatever that would satisfy people. It's been built out to such a degree that it's a monolith that stands on its own. And I want to point out how much Barbara Bush, she looks like Emperor Palpatine.
So that's the real father is Emperor Palpatine.
Man, baby.
Hey, it's Brandon Thomas from Expanding Reality. Welcome aboard, man.
Hey, fella. Congratulations, dude. I can't stay long, but I definitely wanted to pop in and say congratulations. It's beautiful. 100th, man. Well done.
Consider yourself popped in.
Yeah, I am popped.
We can feel your presence.
It's good to see everybody. Yeah, good to see everybody. And congrats, brother. You look great.
Well, here, let's go on to the next topic, and let's see if you got any hot takes for us.
Okay.
All right, we got Bigfoot, NASA, JFK. Yeah, do the do or a drum roll or something. Here it is. The Titanic.
It's the Olympique. Titanic fucking never sank, man. They had damage to the Olympique that they wanted to write off as insurance, so they renamed it Titanic and sank the bitch, and then made sure that the 3 of the founding members of the Federal Reserve were not on it and backed out at the last minute. Or were on it, and then one of them backed out at the last minute. That's what it was. Yeah, there we are.
And not only that, but it was J.P. Morgan owned the boat.
That's right.
And that J.P. Morgan was in a group called the Jekyll Island Hunt Club, along with a number of other financiers that also canceled at the very last second. One of them being Hershey from the Hershey dynasty, the chocolate confectioner company. There was a number of them. They all end up not going at the last second. And wouldn't you know it, the one guy that was the last remaining financier of Nikola Tesla, who had run along the wrong path with JP Morgan, this guy's name was John Jacob Astor. He not only was oppositional to the Federal Reserve coming in, but he was the guy that was giving Tesla money, who is now direct competition with the Morgans. So it was just such a coincidence that all of Morgan's closest friends canceled the last second. It's his boat. He literally had his own massive room made just for him to be on it, and then pulls out. And then his opposition is still on the boat, and they all sink with it. And it ends up being a weird, like 9/11. What is the Larry Silverstein, the guy that puts all this insurance? It's like terrorism insurance on the buildings, first time ever, massive amounts. And then wouldn't you know it, a few weeks later, he actually gets to make money off that insurance. It was sort of the opposite here, though, that Morgan had an insurance claim on the Olympia, but that he didn't insure it properly. So he's like, all right, well, I'll buy insurance, and then I'll magically have another major tragedy on this other boat that is freshly insured, when really they just kind of dressed up the previous boat that had already been damaged and sunk that one and said it was the Titanic. I mean, once you get the insurance fraud version of this story, now the conspiracy makes way more sense. Like, this wasn't killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was like 9 birds with 1 stone.
Thomas, draw me like one of your French girls. Ooh, that was fucking awesome, dude. You nailed that shit. And there's pictures, right? Do you have those, like the pictures of the windows and all this? And people have gone down and broken this down, and you nailed it on this, man. The insurance fraud of it's the that's the
I want to point out. I want to point out how a Hershey's Kiss is has a tinfoil hat. And how tinfoil, the word tinfoil hat is a subconscious insult. It's a low key accusation that you're a crackhead. Tinfoil hat.
You can't take it off the freebase out of it. So yeah,
that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, some of there are so many good image examples of this too. One of my favorite ones too is that the movie Titanic, and a lot of the images that you'll see with that huge staircase and the big grandfather clock, right? That was actually reconstructed from the Olympic, not from the Titanic. That big stairway and that clock, they all had a version of that, but the one that we've seen over and over again in movies is actually from the Olympic and not from the Titanic.
Do you think that's the reveal? That's the what do you call it? That's the hidden in plain sight kind of thing?
Maybe. I mean, the other one to me was that apparently the hull of the Titanic, I'm just going to say Titanic, even though it could be interchanged with the Olympic, depending on what your theory is. But the Titanic, when it allegedly strikes this iceberg, hitting an iceberg normally wouldn't have destroyed the entire hull of this massive ship. It was because it was brittle. And why was it brittle? Well, that's because one of the engine rooms was on fire for like 5 straight days. That as it was going port to port and picking people up, this engine room was on fire this entire time. So then once it finally gets into Arctic waters, because of it being on fire for multiple days nonstop, now meeting this cold water, that it makes it brittle in this one spot. And one of the engaging theories I've heard is that it wasn't just an engine room that was on fire. What they were doing is they were loading onto board all sorts of bedposts and cars and large pieces of metal that were painted to look like a normal bedpost or a normal car, but really it was made out of solid gold. So they would take like a bed frame that looks like an old bed frame, really it's gold, and then this engine room was actually a gold smelting room, and that they were using the Titanic as a way to melt down gold, create gold bars. And then this is also why the safety rafts weren't on there. It wasn't because of the hubris. It wasn't that this boat is too big that it can't sink, so therefore we don't need these escape rafts. It was that they loaded those escape rafts up with illegally smelted gold, which then made their way into into America and funded the Federal Reserve to even become a thing. Is that they needed the gold in order to do that, and it was all through this illegal gold smelting. And there's a lot of interconnected pieces that would be required for that to be true, but that is the most fascinating version of it.
Owen, have you ever heard that? I've never heard of that before, dude. It's good to see you, by the way, dude. You look
Yeah, it's good to see you too. It's good to see Gabriel. Fucking awesome, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, what the hell, dude? Mike, drop your mic, Thomas. Jesus Christ, homie.
Damn, that's amazing. Like, way to take us to new depths, buddy.
Wow. I thought it was just because that Rose turned 23, and that's why.
She shows her tits in that. So,
and she doesn't even care about her actual family. She's all about this fling that she had for like a few days when she was younger. And who cares about my kids and my husband?
Yeah, all of our bedposts were smelted down, so it kind of sucked. What a fascinating theory, dude, and how elaborate. And I mean, what a lizard turd move, too. God. I think it's fascinating, dude. I really dig that. Thank you for expanding my reality, man. I really appreciate that. That's fucking awesome.
There you go. There's so many reasons why they would have wanted to sink the Titanic. There's less reasons for it to have actually made its entire trip. So you can throw a dart at a board. Do you want to take out Tesla's last financier? Do you want to open the way for the Federal Reserve to get past? Do you want to smuggle gold? Do you want to do an insurance fraud? Like, take your pick. Any one of those would have been enough of an incentive for the guy that literally owned the boat to have canceled and told all of his friends to cancel, and then it sinks. I don't know how, like, it almost feels like the conspiracy theory would be thinking that it just sank naturally, despite it being so convenient to this one guy.
Ironically, an iceberg of a thing here, you know? It's so deep. Like, there's so much more to it, but it makes so much more sense. But I love how nefarious this thing is. They're like, well, I mean, we might as well. And the whole time you're explaining this, I picture, you know, Phil Hartman's voice in a Simpsons character with a pillbox hat, snake oil salesman, kind of selling this deal out at Jekyll Island and just dancing around. And it's brilliant, dude. I mean, you can't argue with the logic of it. Again, lizard turdy to the max, but what the fuck? But again, I just think it's, I mean, because why not? If they're like, you know, we got this boat. They're like, yes, and. But that meeting was just yes-anding each other to the max. They were like, yes, and we can run it like this. Yes, and to make it do that, we can load a bunch of gold on and smelt it. Well, how are we going to? Oh, we can put it on bedposts and paint it wood. Holy shit, you know? Everybody's just jerking each other off with the circle jerk of amazing ideas going on around that room.
It was like Planet JFK assassination, but underwater.
Wow.
Right. You know,
assassination.
I've actually converged two different jokes into one, and it goes something like, why do all false flags happen out on open waters where nobody can see it? And the answer is, for the same reason that Italians don't like Jehovah's Witness. They don't like any witnesses. And then also, how poetic is it that the Titanic crashed into the perfect metaphor? It crashed into the absolute most perfect artistic expression of what the story will unpack into for generations to come, an iceberg. And also, you know, there's something kind of anti-Semitic in the word iceberg. If you think about it long enough. The berg at the end, of course, but then even ice becomes sky. So ski, all the skis and all the bergs. There's something fascinating about always making somebody out to be the bad guy, but only in the subconscious. They're constantly seeding that subconscious with, you know who did this, you just can't say it. You know, they do that in The Princess Bride, when they snatch up Buttercup and they take a torn shred of fabric from the neighboring country and they put it on her horse and send it off.
That's right.
Because, yeah. Embedding that othering. They always got to other.
I love this guy. We haven't met yet. I'm Brandon, man, but I like you. We're gonna chat more. Paranoid,
Big
this
ups,
is
Brandon.
to hang out and get everybody together because Donut I'm a big fan of, and I've never gotten to speak to him yet. So what a cool thing too. You're getting to like share the blessings of your, you-ness. I love this.
Well, I couldn't do this without all you guys. I think Brandon, you were one of the first shows that I was ever on. When I was just doing guesting. Juan, who just left, was the one person that kept telling me, like, just do your own show, bro. Because I would complain to him that I would be on a show and I wanted to get into this topic and I could have said way more, but that we had to move on and it wasn't really my show. He's like, bro, just do your own show. So I blame Juan for even getting me into doing this and putting my face out there to begin with.
Shout out.
Bootsy, I think you were also like in my first 10 interviews ever was on with Bootsy, and he makes it natural, right? Like he's already got stage presence. He knows how to tell a good joke. Slick, dude, if anything, you're a bad influence on me. You actually are the one that gets my channel taken down because you come in hot every single time. But I love you, man. You're cool too.
Dope.
My pleasure. It is my pleasure. Nice to meet you, fellas. Good to see you, Bootsy.
Good to see you too, man.
Yeah, how is it possible that Gabe and Brandon have never met before?
I don't know.
You guys probably are like living in the same cult compound. You just haven't crossed paths because of like different hours or something.
You're on the other side of the Kush, huh? Oh, okay. I haven't been on that side yet. Yeah. Very cool.
You haven't gone clear yet. Once you go clear, then you get into the side that Gabe hangs out on.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, looking forward to that, my friend. And Enchanté. Yeah.
I think that's most of the Titanic stuff. I'm sure there's a few others that it didn't hit an iceberg. Another one of those theories that it was rammed with a tugboat, and that this is what actually caused it to sink. But it was planned. It was a false flag that was planned way ahead of time. One of the comments said that everything that happened in 9/11 kind of happened in the water with the Titanic. I do think that there is enough evidence to at least make that something worthy of entertaining versus just dismissing it offhand. Again, there's so many weird anomalies with this one particular issue.
If you're unloading gold, you'd have another boat out there, to pick up your guys. They're not rowing that shit back, right? So you would have another boat out there either way. And I heard, similarly that it definitely wasn't an iceberg, or it didn't need to be. It could have just been an explosion. So I've heard bombs were planted for the same reason, for the insurance. But I did know about the engine room. That's fascinating. And heating it up to where that metal would fatigue. And then you're like basically blanching it, like what they do with Damascus steel, where you heat the shit up and you cold plunge it, heat it up, cold plunge it. They do this in cooking too. It's called blanching. Anyway, so yeah, you do that. You fatigue the metal. Fuck yeah, dude. Set something off. And you would have another boat out there to retrieve your booty and your homies, right?
I think I got some of this illustrated in one of my issues of Time Samplers, which was the very first comic that I ever put together. And issue 5 was entirely about all these different theories, because I hadn't heard anyone else bring any of these like nuances up before. The Jekyll Island connection, the Hershey connection, ramming it, smelting gold down. So I'll pull some of these up that we can look at before we move on to the next one.
I'd never heard that. Owen, did you ever heard any of this? How deep are you into Titanic?
Not really very at all.
Did we lose you at Olympique?
All I know is the Federal Reserve. That's it, dude. Like the Federal Reserve people being on the boat, like that's the only part that I've ever heard.
There you go. That's enough.
Something that I always love to remind people of is that Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia is essentially the key source of the Murex purple dyes that the high priests wear in the high priest robe of the ephod. That purple Murex seashell is most commonly harvested right off the shores of Jekyll Island.
What?
It was all Jekyll Island's also the last place that a slave ship ran ground in the Americas after slavery had been abolished. They were still smuggling slaves, and that's the site of the very last ship. And that entire area is supposed to be like extra haunted. They got all these old plantations. This is way before the Jekyll Island Hunt Club made their way there. And so these are some of the pages from Time Samplers issue 5, and there's kind of this running joke that JP Morgan and his wife are both trying to kill each other because they can't stand each other. So he's telling all his friends, hey, don't go on the Titanic. I'm just letting you know I'm not going, so you shouldn't go. And he's telling his wife, like, oh, but you should totally go, honey. And like, she's like, yes, dear, yes, I'll go on your boat. But she's like trying to poison him by putting something in his drink. And then he throws it in the fire because he knows that she's trying to poison him. So it's like this kind of like, oh, it's fun. Like they're doing it out of love, but they also kind of hate each other. But yeah, so in this book, not only does it talk about that, but here's the room where they're all dancing in the movie. It's all run by sheeple. They've got these sheep human hybrids that are basically running the entire show. The captain is a freaking human hybrid sheep because he wasn't even a real captain. Also, have you heard about Futility? This book called Futility, The Wreck of the Titan, written by a guy named Morgan Robertson, which basically details. This is a book that was published before the Titanic sailed that recounts exactly what happens to the Titanic, that a huge luxury liner hits an iceberg and sinks, and everybody on the board dies. And the guy that writes this later ends up taking his own life. He kind of exits stage left a little bit early. This is a real book. And this is one of these weird theories that every time something happens on this massive scale, these false flags, there's a freaking book about someone that wrote about. For example, this might sound like a random tangent, but we're Oklahoma City, right? The governor's brother during Oklahoma City, the governor's brother, his name was Matthew, I think, was writing a book about a radicalized right-wing organization that blows up the Murrow building. The guy's name in the book, Thomas McVeigh. So just like they don't have a lot of creativity. So all they do is they take stuff that's actually going on and they write it. I would argue Ian Fleming, the exact same thing, where everyone's like, oh my God, these great James Bond spy stories. How did he come up with this? I mean, he was just stealing the actual things that were happening and made it sound fictional. And everyone thinks he's a genius. Like, no, these were actual intelligence operations that were going on the entire time.
Which offers the revelation of the method that's necessary to continue, right? Because it's sort of, and I look at this, I've stopped looking at this place as hell for a little bit, and I kind of look at this place like an escape room now. I think that everything here absolutely is inverted, and it's for us to figure out. But like an escape room, it takes many different personalities. The only one that I've ever done, we did with my parents, my mom and dad, and then my wife, but she wasn't my wife at the time. Three of us were stuck on something. All of a sudden, Mary, my wife, walks over and turns a lamp on. And by turning the lamp on, the shade revealed that the next clue was on the inside of the lampshade. The three of us were not seeing it that way. But like us here today and what you do with your work, I mean, all of us are doing with our work. And this beautiful fucking thing right here, I love your comics, man. Then we're turning on lamps to show people where they may not have thought to turn that lamp on and look at it that way before. But it's the next clue to the next thing. And this is, God, I mean, because you can see this because the lizard turds out here motivate us in so many great ways. It's beautiful that they reveal what they're doing so that we can do the opposite, first of all, but also not be scared of these fucking idiots, you know, because like you said, there's fiction out there that they're scripting reality off of. I mean, this has so many layers to it that it's insane, but also, you know, it's nothing for us to, again, be sort of stifled by. This rallies us right here. This is why there's nothing to fear out there. It's the fear is that we take this shit seriously and feel that it can run us. The way that Thomas is depicting these things as sheeple, I mean, look at this. It's beautiful. It's literal at this point. I mean, this is how we see them, right? You know, they live. We've got the glasses on, so we see the shit like this.
And the whole premise of this particular storyline is going from like the escape room analogy you just had up, that it's about finding these connections between these different sort of seemingly unconnected events. For example, in Time Samplers, they can jump in and out of different time periods. They're sort of time travelers, but they don't travel, they sample time, hence the name Time Samplers. But in this particular comic, they jump from the Titanic and then they go immediately to Nikola Tesla's hotel room, which he died, which was room 3327. And here he is, and they catch up with them, and he's already lost his mind at this point. These are direct quotes from his own journals where he says here, "I loved that pigeon as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. That is an actual quote from Nikola Tesla's final writings, because he was absolutely in love with these pigeons. And on a side tangent, there's an even more interesting rabbit hole here with the pigeons, because maybe he wasn't falling in love with the pigeons. Maybe he was, but maybe he wasn't. And really, he knew that all of the phone lines had been tapped. All of the couriers that he could have used had been tapped. And the one thing that he could use to do communication reliably and covertly were freaking carrier pigeons. We're taking pigeons and sending them and able to, like, you know, convey all the different moves he was making and talk about this arcane technology that was incredibly taboo. And that was his fascination with these pigeons. They were his telephone system. So I don't know, the whole connection between Nikola Tesla and the Titanic and JP Morgan and the Jekyll Island Hunt Club and all of this eventually talks into Trump, right? Then we talk about John G. Trump, engineer extraordinaire. All of this ties in.
And his son had a book written, The Time Traveler, Baron Trump.
I love the carrier pigeon aspect.
Yeah.
I think that is really spot on. You know, the Vatican has had control over the territory of air travel, and they've maintained that control because they had the monopoly on carrier pigeons. And so it was basically their way of saying, if we catch anybody sending messages that we didn't authorize, then we can come and raise hell in your area if we find out who's sending pigeons without our permission. And they still have that treaty. I forget what it's called. It's like a papal bull or a decree of some sort. That reminds me. That reminds me of Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog in that film, Forrest Whitaker. He's up on the rooftops doing his samurai routine, and he's also signaling the pigeons so that they can signal the people in the neighborhood. It's a great film.
He was also hacking cars way before that was even a thing, before Kia Boys even existed. He had the little bloop bloop, and he would just walk up to any luxury car, and it would just open. You could start it. That was so ahead of its time with Ghost Dog. One other random Tesla tangent on this too. Another interesting theory that I had heard was that the hotel that he dies in, I think it was the New Yorker hotel, but the hotel he dies in, that there's rumors he was actually using that hotel as a massive antenna, which is why he wanted to stay on the top floor, and he had access to the basement, that he was kind of trying to repurpose the hotel as Wardenclyffe Tower had originally done. But it was, the Wardenclyffe Tower was a little bit too obvious. People are like, hey, what's that huge thing that you're building out there? Why is it connecting to the ionosphere and sucking down energy and blowing up our power plants? Well, he was able to do this with the actual structure of the hotel that he died in.
Wow. Okay. I want to throw a little shade at old Nikola. First of all, Machiavelli's first name is Nikola. It's the Serbian derivative of Niccolo Machiavelli is Nicola. But Tesla is an anagram for Atlas. And Atlas is holding up the firmament that Tesla would require interface with the firmament to turn these buildings into power supplies. So yeah, there's a whole lot in there.
Damn. Because he probably wouldn't use his real name, huh? Because if he's a Serbian immigrant, right? I mean, he didn't need to. You could write down whatever you want, and they just put you down as that.
Yeah, you know, things are getting really weird in the modern day. They're about to officially acknowledge the migration of the North Pole. And it's going to be officially, the magnetic North Pole is going to be recognized in Serbia, where Nikola Tesla is on the $100 bill. And so his carrier pigeons going home to communicate with mom have some fidelity to predicting where the magnetic North Pole is ending up today. Very fascinating.
Dude, you are both the guy I probably shouldn't and probably would like to the most do acid with. You know?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I love to corrupt. Let's party.
Well, look under your chair.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Did you have my wife slip in my coffee? Is that it? Before I got on?
Nice. So this is the $100 or 100 whatever Serbian unit note. And sure enough, on the American derivative of the same note, we have Benjamin Franklin. And I've decoded the shit out of the Benjamin Franklin $100 bill. It's basically it's the blueprint for like a camera obscura. The whole shape of the $100 bill with that blue strip going down the middle with the missing segment on the blue strip, it's a camera obscura blueprint on the $100 bill. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant.
All right, let's keep things moving along here. We got plenty of other. We're on number 6. I think we're making good time.
Dude, this
we
is
got
awesome.
we got roughly 2 hours to cover the next 4, which I think is plenty.
Okay.
So here we go. Drum roll. After the Titanic, we've got Freemasons. You got to have Freemasons on any conspiracy theory top 10. I feel like that.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
All right, I got one right out the gates. So I'm really into anagrams, but I take a lot of liberties with some of my anagrams. So understand that what I'm about to say has a lot of liberties. I do phonetic anagrams, so it's not about how it's spelled; it's how the sounds can be morphed out of your mouth. And Freemasons is a phonetic anagram for your ransom. For your ransom. And that is fascinating. That's really fascinating considering all the sovereignty gnosis that we have today. I believe that the placenta is put on ransom when you're born. And if you act right, if you play the part, then you get your entitlements at the finish line. What's up, Mario?
Hey, dudes.
Oh, he disappeared. Hold on, let's get him back.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Hey. What's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Mario,
nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. If you don't know Mario, go to symbolicstudies.com right now. Go and follow him in all the places. The most comprehensive breakdowns of tarot cards and astrology and everything. Like Mario goes super deep and maybe makes it more serious. Like he takes it more serious than sometimes we do around here. To his credit, like nothing but respect for all the work you do, Mario. Thanks for spending time with us, man.
Thanks, man. No, much appreciated. I appreciate the invite. It's been a fun show so far. I've been listening, here and there. And I think this is the first time I'm meeting Brandon and Bootsy. So nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Awesome.
And my wife's an astrologer, so we're already connected, brother. We got
right on, dude. Hell yeah.
Looking forward to getting into your shit.
Cool. Well, as you guys were, this is a good one.
Well, I got to sneak this one in real quick. When you were younger, and this is for Brandon and Mario, I guess for all of you guys, because you weren't here when this came up, how many of you were concerned that spontaneous combustion was a real thing that might affect you someday?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we're rating it over quicksand, no. Quicksand, I thought would be a bigger problem. But the spontaneous combustion, I now kind of can... let's be honest, guys. Some days can look forward to being a possible end, right? It's blood mist out. That's my number one way to go. Like blood mist. Just don't see it coming. And I'm gone. And maybe this is what Midwestern equivalent of a rainbow light body is. If you got monks sitting over there meditating for a long time, maybe with the right amount of saturated fats and TV antenna pointing in the right direction, you just fucking queef out of existence. And it's the same thing as far as God's concerned.
When I was a kid, I was way too afraid of sharks to even worry about spontaneous combustion, which is funny because I live in Indiana where there are no damn sharks. And my folks, they thought it was good therapy to buy me a waterbed so that I would get over my shark fear. And then I went and I watched Nightmare on Elm Street where Freddy grabs the kid out from under the waterbed, pulls him, turns into blood spray. So yeah, I was way too worried about sharks in my waterbed to worry about spontaneous combustion.
Well, these kids anywhere now got to worry about Sharknadoes, bro. That was introduced. That's a real thing. Maybe you had an inclination that was coming,
I remember spontaneous combustion being a thing on like cable TV for some reason, like in the like these paranormal shows or like History Channel or something like that. There'd always be these little segments and they would show this scorched bed. And so, it wasn't my number one fear by any means, but I definitely remember hearing about it for sure.
I remember being in the car, in the backseat of the car, going on like road trips and I'd look down, and the way that the sun was coming through the window, it would like heat up a little bit extra on like a certain part of my arm, and I would always think like this is how it starts, and I would like I'd like move out of the way a little bit, like
it's happening.
And this is where everyone was smoking cigarettes, not like like mom, dad, daughter, brother, everyone, the dog, they're all chain smoking cigarettes on these family trips, full of this like vinyl wrapped seating, and like there's gas fumes, right? Like it's a miracle that everyone wasn't spontaneously combusting back then. And I feel like the very first, before Ralph Nader got his hands on the auto industry, they were all kind of clamoring like, oh my God, what are we going to do about all of these horrific deaths that clearly our cars are causing? And someone's like, bro, just say that, I don't know, it's spontaneous or something. And they were like, oh my God, you're a genius.
I just remember it from Spinal Tap because they lose every drummer and then one of them spontaneously combusts in the middle of a show.
So good. Yes, yes. But you're right. Yeah, what a thing, and maybe it was some like ancient tech, or maybe it's like some weird psyop, like weird fucked up shit. They're testing some equipment, and then some lady ends up like that, and her nephew walks in or something. They're like, oh shit, we found her like this. Must be a spot. We'll back the science up, microwaves, man. It's an odd, complex issue, I think, but maybe not so much. Maybe it honestly wouldn't be a bad way to go. I would be curious to see if you like burn up, or if it just does pop. I don't know. Has anyone ever witnessed it in real time?
I don't think so, man. I think almost every account of spontaneous combustion was they just came across and saw the charred remains and said, we can't figure out what the real issue was. I always think of, what wasn't that Edward Norton's job in Fight Club, is that he was like an insurance assessor, and he's the one that would show up on this scene and was talking about seeing how people's bodies like burnt into the upholstery. And this is where he got his idea to turn people into soap and sell them back because of this like malleable form of like humans. But I always like, he would have known the truth between spontaneous combustion.
That is true. Wow.
Yeah, I would love to know when the last reported spontaneous combustion actually was.
I'm on it.
Yeah, yeah. Let us know. It was so the topic apparently was covered in the British Medical Journal in 1938, and it was citing an earlier book from 1823 that talked about spontaneous combustion, and they highlighted 6 different specific anomalies. And here, I've got it pulled up here. So the 6 different things that would come up in spontaneous combustion: chronic alcoholics, so grandma's already full of liquor, usually elderly females, the bodies had not burned spontaneously, but some lighted substance had come in contact, the hands and feet usually fall off, the fire caused little damage to combustible things in contact with the body, and that the combustion of the body left behind a greasy residue and ashes and an offensive odor. And I forgot that was one of the parts, is that it was like the person would burn, but everything else around them would be totally fine except for the little mark they left behind.
Yeah. That's microwave, man. That's what a microwave does, right? It heats up the liquid from the inside, and then are we talking like early weird tech that was exposed? Because I actually pulled it up here. Here we go. Not to leave this tab open. The last widely reported case of, and it is in quotes, spontaneous combustion leading to death occurred in December of, anybody want to guess?
No.
2010, when a 76-year-old man, Michael Faraday, this is for you, Fahrenheit, a little close, isn't it? Michael Faraday died in Galway, Ireland. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, so in the case, December 2010, 76-year-old man found dead in his home in Galway, Ireland, severe burns, and the coroner ruled his death being due to spontaneous human combustion. So
it doesn't help that it's in Ireland, so you're going to assume that there was a blood alcohol content just naturally.
There's a blood alcohol content association here. He was pretty flammable at the time.
Yeah, no trace of accelerant. that there was a fire in the fireplace, but who knows? Maybe he's the one that set the fire. Maybe he spontaneously combusted and that set the fire in the fireplace.
Oh, could you imagine? I thought I told you to put that. Oh,
There's a spontaneous combustion scene in Hereditary, if you guys have seen it.
Really?
It's one of the best horror movies, one of the best modern horror movies I've seen. It's excellent.
oh yeah, she does that thing. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't even remember that scene. What part is there spontaneous combustion in that?
It maybe happened pretty quickly, but I'm pretty sure the husband catches on fire.
Oh wow, you're totally right, man.
Yeah,
This blew my mind. I forgot all about this scene.
Oh yeah, there it
It's
is.
like-
Yeah.
It's like
What
the
is it?
opposite. It's the
weird
opposite.
how. Good.
It's the opposite of the Wicked Witch, elementally speaking. It's the inversion of the loosh. When the Wicked Witch is dosed with water, the gas comes off. That's looshing your absinthe, is releasing the oils. So this is elementally antipodal.
Elementally. And say that one more time, because that's the best band name I've ever heard.
Elementally antipodal.
That's the one. Going on tour next summer. God, that's dope.
I just completed my Wordle for the day, so thank you for that. It is weird how closely. I mean, I wasn't planning even talking about spontaneous combustion. I actually feel like it should have made the top 10 list. That spontaneous combustion had always been forever linked to this unsolved mystery, occult, supernatural realm of Bigfoot and astrology, and now spontaneous combustion, right? It was not like a weird medical anomaly. It was usually an unsolved mystery, paranormal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it made the top 10 with a bullet, Thomas. I'm glad it's here. I'm glad you brought it up, honestly.
Well, and speaking of the top 10, I guess we are on Freemasons, and I don't think we can blame them on spontaneous combustion directly. They might be behind it, but there are some things that they probably are behind. So I guess I'd like from each of you guys, like, what are the Freemasons behind? Like, what are they actually doing?
They're behind marketing funnels, upsells, like everything I learned about Freemasons, I learned from you. We did a couple of shows together where we were talking about secret societies and the formation of like the Illuminati and stuff. I mean, essentially, it's just a marketing thing. It's like the first Freemason had 3 degrees in the French, and then they were like, oh well, we have 33 degrees, and it's like, oh shit, they have 33 degrees, so it just winds up being like this marketing ploy where you just have to keep buying into the next upsell over and over again to get the secret knowledge, the secret information, which is probably out there relatively for free. It's just you value it more when you have to buy in and suck a few dicks in order to get the information or whatever weird ritual you're into. No,
that was my grandpa. That wasn't me.
Right. It gave me a lot of ease, honestly, because like my grandpa was also a Freemason, and I was like, oh no, my grandfather was evil. Like that's kind of like how I thought. But when you and I got to sit down and like talk about it and get to talk about a little bit more about all of the sort of lore versus what the use was for, like, for instance, like we didn't have all this connection, background checks, etc., things like that. So it's like if you move to a new town and nobody knows who you are, you could be a grifter, you could be somebody who's out just trying to, take advantage of people or whatever. But instead, there's like this secret network that you're a part of. They validate you. They're like, oh, okay, no, this person's a good person. They moved from part of this. They're in good standing, whatever. It winds up being more of like a networking group, I think, more than anything else, at least at that time. Now, what the auspices are, what's kind of hidden, who's pushing behind the scenes is kind of that's another story. Like we were talking about Disney earlier and all that, and like kind of rearing these children to kind of be a part of this. But I was in like a fraternity in college, right? And that whole thing had its own story to it, its own secrets. You're not handshake. There's symbology and symbols. Like if you're in court, you can do certain gestures and things like that to kind of get off the hook. That I've heard, right? Like I've heard, but I think now Freemasons are like, it's just a bunch of old dudes who drink beer, at this point, like on like a Sunday or whatever. And there's really less and less about the mysterious and esoteric secrets, and it's just more and more of kind of like a group of guys who come and hang out and, like, I don't know, watch football or whatever. Kind of seems like it's become reduced to that.
Yeah,
Well, technically, the Shriners would be the drinking Masons.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, again, everything I learned about this, I learned from you. So, if I'm misquoting you, please God.
The plan is working. Yeah. No, I think it's really, it was a combination in my mind. The oversimplification was before there was a LinkedIn, before someone could be like, hey, this guy said that he worked with you on the other side of the country. How well did he do? Now you can just call the references and it's accepted. And the other side of that too was insurance, that if you died and you didn't leave a whole lot behind to take care of your kids and your family, and you didn't have any kind of pool that you put into, well, Freemasonry, you just paying your dues over that long course of time kind of made it so that your widow and your kids would have a pool to pull from. And it's kind of weird, like, when it comes with Freemasons or it comes with certain religious groups that get heavily criticized in conspiracy circles, right? It's like, oh my God, they're doing secret combinations, or they're running these underground operations that are contrary to what we want. That's how literally America came into being, right? Was like these secret groups doing this. But also, usually the answer to, like, okay, well, how do we fight back against these, nefarious elite groups? Well, you want to become more community focused. You want to form tight groups with your neighbors. You want to pull your resources together. So if something bad were to happen, you've got a support network that's not just straight up from the government. Well, guess what? You basically just described Freemasonry in so many different words. You just described a secret society. You just described Mormonism. You describe these things that also get criticized for doing the exact things that eventually, in a logical conclusion, you will advocate for those exact same things. You'll be like, hey man, regardless of what country we live in, let's form together these thick bonds and share information and resources, so that even if the government becomes corrupt, we've got our own version of this government to fall back on, because we can trust each other. Like, I wonder where that line is when it becomes like, oh, you're doing the right thing that we're saying you should do, to like, oh, well, you guys got a little bit too big for your britches. Now you're the bad guys.
Yeah, man. It's almost like a continuation of local civility operation. In a lot of what you just said, am I coming through? It looks like I'm glitching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Everybody froze at the same time. I was like, somebody move. Okay. So, when the lockdowns happened, I had to resort to a private membership association so I could get access to very hard to circulate paper to give to friends and family so they don't have to take the jab.
You can say Turner Diaries, right? You were basically giving everyone copies of the Turner Diaries.
Right. So I've actually, in a very educating way, I've been humbled about my opinion of how secret societies work, and because I had to resort to it myself to help others. But I have a preconceived notion that I get a lot of reward for, and that is this: the theory that the Masons were proliferated when the Protestant Reformation was going on, and that the Masons have a very distinct flavor of anti-Catholic chip on their shoulder, and that the Jesuits are in fact the hunting party that the Catholic Church has sent out to chase down all the Masons. And so that crucial difference between Mason and Jesuit is, to me, edified when I studied the difference between Protestants and Catholics. And it just became even more obvious in my lifetime, because I'm a big nerd about the book Shogun. And a lot of this difference between Protestants and Jesuits, Protestants and Catholics, is exemplified and immortalized for history forever in the book Shogun, and also in the old film. Recently, they re-released the film, and they totally watered down the difference between Protestants and Catholics. They watered it all down. They rinsed it all out. It's still a good movie, but they distinctly took the edge off of those ideological hallmarks that I find very important. And I want to share with you guys one of the biggest, most profound confirmations of this idea is from a author named Umberto Eco. And Umberto Eco is a real fascinating character. This is Foucault's Pendulum is a interesting book. But I just want to say, Umberto Eco has a theory that Mac computers are Jesuits, and that the other computer systems are Protestants. That the ethos of the Protestants is in the PCs, and the ethos of the Jesuits is in the Macs. And there's a 50-50 chance that I'm wrong. It might be the other way around, but I'm pretty sure the Macs are the Jesuits and the other operating systems are Protestant. That's profound. That's so profound. It's way above my pay grade because I don't know how computers work. But this guy's telling me that one is Catholic, the other's Protestant.
There's actually a little bit of meat to that because I recently, for a cult book club, I read a book with Juan called Rene Descartes' Secret Notebook. And it goes to some really impressive lengths to talk about how Descartes was bouncing between the Jesuits and the Protestants because on one hand, he couldn't really be seen as believing in the heliocentric model of the Earth because of what was happening to Galileo and eventually what happened to Copernicus and Kepler and all of these guys. So he realized he had to keep his cards close to his chest lest he become under the radar of the Jesuits and the Inquisition. And now all of a sudden you no longer have a head just because you wanted to believe in a heliocentric model. So he's dancing around this. He completely changes some of the works that he was looking into. And then eventually he moves to the Netherlands and he gets with the Dutch because he figures, well, I need to get the hell out of Dodge with these Jesuits and this Inquisition thing, not realizing that the Protestants were maybe even more antagonistic towards him, not because of the heliocentric model, but because he had this premise of doubt everything. Like first start with doubt and then build up what you believe based on what you can prove to be true. And one of those Protestants was like, doubt everything, even God. And then it turned into like, now he's running away from the Protestants and he's allowed to get back into the Jesuits because at least they let you play that doubt game, right? Like the Jesuits were also in this weird scientific theory, even though they didn't believe in like that model. But that this battle between the Jesuits and the Protestants, it also kind of comes to a head if you talk about the Freemasons and the Bavarian Illuminati, because now you've got another group square in the middle of these. They're like, well, we don't like what the Protestants are doing. We don't like what the Jesuits are doing. The Rosicrucians, we kind of like what they're doing, but they're a little bit too much in bed with either the Jesuits or the Protestants, or they're playing along the same terms. So we need to separate ourselves from all three of those. Hence, you get this Bavarian Illuminati, which kind of siphons their members off of the Freemasons. It turns into a sort of a big mess, but they're all just separated by these tiny little scientific ideas that could have got them killed at that point in time.
I've heard somebody say that the main priority of church at large is to proliferate doubt. And that's a broad sweeping statement, but it is very interesting to consider politicized doubt, weaponized science. All of these things seem to be the hallmark of some of these heads we're talking about.
Yeah, I've heard it said too that like the idea of Masons or like the builders, like, right, like we're all builders of the earth, right? Like we're all creating our own reality, our own layer of the world. We got our reality tunnel, whatever, right? And so the Freemasons would be the ones who are aware of this, right? And the other people who are like maybe on the square, right? They're NPCs or whatever. They're the ones who aren't aware of their capability, their capacity to create and to really have an impact and influence the world. I like the way that sounds in the theory there. The Freemasons that I've ever met, only one of them had really any insight into anything esoteric. I had a guy who lived here with me for a while, and he was like, "Oh, I'm a Mason, blah, blah, blah. I've been part of it forever." And he had no idea. Like any of the stuff that we would talk about esoteric wise, any of the stuff that we would talk about on this stream, like he was completely lost, had no clue about it whatsoever. But I love that take. And I think that's something we can all kind of like internalize a little bit. It's like, it's empowering, you know, we're creating the world like each individually, and we each, you know, have some influence on it. It's like if we all kind of grasp that and then start to come together, then we're building layers on top of each other, and that's starting to move momentum in a direction. So big fan.
Man. You know, I want to point, you guys mentioned Occam's razor earlier, and I just love what you guys, I love what you guys were laying down. I just want to point out that if Occam's razor goes viral, if everybody takes on that lens, then what it does, in my opinion, is it prioritizes simplicity, and it makes even the slightest encoding overly elaborate. If it's complicated at all, people turn off. They don't want it to be elaborate or intellectually challenging. And it also, I think Occam's razor makes everybody's subconscious into a gigantic bullseye target that is so easy to hit their subconscious, because you just, like I was doing with the tinfoil, is a low-grade reference to crackhead. Tinfoil hat is a low-grade reference to crackhead. And everybody's like, damn, yeah, that kind of does rhyme with each other. But this is because I've removed the priority of simplicity and putting a little artistic will into what is given to us to say or circulate, putting a little artistic will or spin on the idea, and then sending it off into the world, I think is our creative empowerment, like you were saying, Bootsy.
Slick. I really like what you said about doubt. That's super interesting because I watched the movie Conclave not too long ago. It came out last year, and it was nominated for several awards and everything else. And there's things I really appreciated about it. There's other things that I didn't really care for. But doubt is a huge part of the weave that they're kind of creating with bringing in a new pope. The pope dies, and so there's a conclave. All of these people at the head of the Vatican Church, they're basically having like a series of meetings to find out who's going to be the next pope. And so they're going through all of these different like sessions and meetings, and they're casting ballots and all these other things. And what they say in the movie regarding doubt, there's even kind of like a monologue about doubt. But the guy, the main character, refers to Christ on the cross, basically saying, my God, why have you forsaken me? And he's talking about his father, and that he had this moment of doubt. And so he actually says that we should bring in a pope who actually does have doubt. And he talks about the merits of doubt. And then I've kind of been on this kick watching like Catholic movies for some reason. And there's actually another movie called literally Doubt. And it has Philip Seymour Hoffman and Meryl Streep. And it's from like, I can't remember, 2008. Here we go. And I'm interested in watching that because that's a major theme of the movie too. And there's a clash between like different people within this church and everything else. So I just think it's a really good thread to pull at. And I'll definitely be thinking about that.
Oh, that's great. That is great. Thank you for that. I'll check that out too. I want to I'm speaking from my experience, but I got a feeling this is going to land real close to home for you guys too. In a great many locations, I'm in Indiana, they have installed roundabouts in the most ridiculous places that you would ever even think to prioritize bringing a roundabout into people's life. And I've actually done some research into this. I think they're actually proliferating doubt at large because we don't drive like Europeans. And this is also making it sound like the future is European. And there is so much doubt integral to the roundabout. Have you guys been seeing roundabouts installed in your area that make no sense whatsoever? They're like vanity projects.
Yeah, we got them all over here in Orlando, but they predate me even being here. They've had roundabouts here for a very long time. And they really, most of the time, the justification is a way to get people to slow down since speed bumps were not doing the trick. So they'll just throw them in these. Usually here, it's like a residential area. It's a way to force you to slow down or wreck your car.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about the ones that are popping up here is they're not necessarily residential. They're just like straight throughs out in the country. They're just, and they really are popping up in a great many places, I'd say over the last decade. And yeah, they kind of drive me a little bonkers. But some of the research, it turns out it's an insurance boom to bring roundabouts into more proliferation, because car accidents and a roundabout are categorically in the same liability as if you were in a parking lot. It's no longer out on a highway accident. It's now a parking lot accident. And so it plays into the insurance magical seashell game.
There are some gnarly footages of Europeans, I will say, ramming those things drunk on their way home from the pub, and they just fucking launch. Maybe you can pull a couple of those videos up for scale, for balance here, Thomas, But I don't disagree. It's all got its merits, right? But I think you do get some gnarly aerial footage out, and that you always put the Dukes of Hazzard song behind it. It's great. It's great.
We'll settle for some static images here of a bunch of people that wrecked in these roundabouts.
Here's your roundabout. Bring this to your next city council meeting, by the way.
Yeah, man. I actually experienced this firsthand during a TP operation in high school. We were turned out the headlights so we could drive away in darkness, and we did not even anticipate this roundabout. The whole car almost bottomed out. It was crazy.
Yeah, you little kids, get out of here with your music. Dude, this is gnarly.
I don't know if we can blame Freemasons on roundabouts, but someone is at fault.
Roundabout should have made the top 10 list. I'm glad it did.
That's awesome. It's been fun. You guys, I got to run. I want to say congratulations. Man, it's so good to see you guys too. Gabriel is great. Great to see you. Brandon's been too long. And it's great to meet you. What's your name? I'm so sorry. Symbolic Studies.
Mario.
It's a pleasure, man. Great to connect, and I really appreciate it. Thomas, congratulations, man. You're doing amazing work. And let's catch up very, very soon. And have a great rest of your day, everybody.
Thank you so much, man. Thanks for everything you do.
Love you, Owen.
Happy to be.
Love you, dude.
Cheers, everybody. Much love.
Your face. Look at that face. Oh.
All right, now we can get to the real research. Now that Owen's gone.
Yep.
All right, let's move on from Freemasons. We got 3 left. Here's the next one. Psychedelics. And I think this is the right crowd. I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure if I know all 3 of your guys' stance on this. Let me ask Mario first. What's your experience and take on psychedelics?
Experience wise, definitely tried. I like mushrooms. I smoke weed, acid, Molly, things like that. It's a good time. I've had lots of great experiences on it for sure. Funny enough, actually, I feel like the thing that I need to kind of be more, I guess, deliberate with and have a better relationship with is cannabis, because I can smoke too much. and compared to everything else that's kind of out there, it's more accessible and all these other types of things. But for my sort of like makeup and everything else, it can get out of hand for me personally. And also too, I feel like with everything else, I've had like amazing experiences, but with edibles and things like that, I've definitely had some, turbulent sort of like experiences and whatnot. But I think it's great. I can't say I've partaken in anything over the last like few years or whatever, but I have very fond memories of going to the beach or going camping and just kind of letting loose a little bit and seeing what comes through and watching things like breathe that shouldn't be breathing and watching things move that shouldn't be moving and having conversations basically with like trees and whatnot. And just, to me, it's really interesting that like everything, the meaning behind everything really, really just like comes through. And I really, really dig that feeling. So I'm definitely not opposed to it at all.
What about salvia?
Well,
I have not, no. Funny enough, one of our friends, though, has a salvia plant, And that's like kind of in the works basically for me at some point. My wife has taken salvia before, and so I mean we are like we really we have a pretty decent sized herbal garden, and my wife likes to like garden and make tinctures and all sorts of other things. So the plant kingdom at large we have a huge sort of respect for. We have a relationship with things like that, and even like the dangerous plants. So like there's a whole thing with poison plants. And so there's a lot of plants that people are afraid to garden or use, but it really just all depends on the dose, basically, right? And so that's something that we kind of like keep in mind with everything, is that there's really even the label poison plant is almost kind of like, it deters people from wanting to use it or know anything about it. But yeah, what'd you just say?
That's very Paracelsian of you, of like the poison is the dose.
Yeah.
Right? That was like a Paracelsus quote.
Yeah, exactly. It's true.
So what about you, Slick? Psychedelics, where are you at? Are you on them right now? I assume you are.
Constantly. Life is psychedelic. I love what Mario said there about the meaning really comes through.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much to that simple phrase, that the meaning comes through. And yeah, I have plenty of experience with the whole gambit. And I love me some ganja. But something that I'm kind of a nerd about, one of my tiniest of soapboxes, is the difference between the word medicine and drugs. And I think that it is becoming more and more powerful to speak impeccably on that particular differentiation. That I think of ganja and anything you can grow out of your garden with just a little bit of heat to get the medicine out of it. This is medicines. And all those chemicals and all the stuff that comes from a laboratory, those are drugs. And so I'm constantly reminding the people around me, you're calling a plant a drug. And so, yeah, that's kind of one of my tiny soapboxes. But I just love how Mario said that. The meaning comes through. And I live without psychedelics in my life, and the meaning is constantly coming through, and it's like constantly a psychedelic experience. So yeah, I don't need any of those things. I got my, I am my own medicine chest. And a lot of that is some of the ciphers that I play with.
I like that definition. I guess I've always learned a slightly different version of that, where medicine is what you get inside CVS and drugs are what you get in the parking lot of CVS, but they both basically come from the same place.
I got to point out, aren't all of the CVSs and the Walgreens, has anybody else noticed that they're all at the crossroads? And when you have a list of symptoms, you walk into the doctor's office with your symptoms on hand. You're carrying your symptoms with you to the doctor to show to him. And he doesn't want your symptoms. So he gives you a RX. RX is the symbol for retrograde in astronomy. So an RX prescription is sending you backwards, retrograde, out of his office with everything you came in with. He's actually putting a ward on you to take everything you brought in my office back out of here with you. And then you take the RX retrograde and you go directly where? You go to the crossroads. And Mercury is rocking it at the crossroads. And Mercury is the messenger. That's why the meaning comes through when you take the medicine. Ain't that fun?
Again, I can't wait to take acid with this guy. I would come out of retirement on psychedelic. I'm actually not doing them right now. The last time I did them was in June, because I got to officiate Chris Matthews' wedding in Colorado, and he made a batch of like these 5 different strains, and we were out camping. It was this whole, like, the setting could not have been more, and I'd put him down about 3 years before that and just stopped. Right, Alan Watts quote, like, if you've received the message, hang up the phone. And I kind of felt that way, because last 2 psychedelics experiences I'd had before that, after being a psychonaut for well over 20 years, like very deep in the realm and many different substances and avenues, and enjoyed it most every time, always gained benefit from it. I'll say that. And so the last time I did, it was fun. It was awesome. We laughed our asses off, and it was just a beautiful time. I think the way that celebratory, like you would have wine or something like that, which I also stopped about 4 years ago, alcohol altogether. So it's been this interesting deconstruction, but like Mario, man, cannabis and I are, I'm a big fan. And, you know, maybe we can talk about how you feel about how you use it, because I've had to kind of have that conversation about with myself as well. And dude, to be honest with you, some people are just fucking great on it, man. And you may be that type of autism like me. So, you know, it may just work the fuck out for you. And that might also be why it's growing all over the fucking place. You know what I'm saying? So I'd say let's take it easy on ourselves when it comes to the things that get us through this shit show, and just do the things that you like. We're all stripping down and refining constantly. If you can get it down to cannabis, these little vape things, nicotine and caffeine are mine, and that's fine. Come at me, bro. And I'm good with all of it. I'm coming at the speed I'm coming, and I'm not making any apologies for it, you know. But psychedelic wise, and I know you talked to him, right? Adam Butler, Thomas, you guys had him on, you and Nate?
Yeah, we did have Adam Butler on.
He's a buddy. He wrote an awesome book, so I'm just going to plug it here. Butler's DMT Field Guide here. And this thing may or may not have recipes, as I like to say. Adam's a good buddy. He's amazing. Takes you into the DMT realm, and this is awesome. I think, you know, psychedelics, just while I'm here, are fascinating. I've always, like I said, gotten great insight and very, you know, I used to take a 10 strip and 3 tabs of ecstasy and go out into the woods for like 3 days, you know what I mean, in my teens. So it was like, it's been fun. And I've, like I said, learned a lot. It's definitely changed who I am. It's made me look around at this realm and ask a lot better questions, I will say. And that's one of the biggest benefits of it. Also, you know, in the biggest medical, if you need a medical reason for this, Carlos Tanner of the Ayahuasca Foundation down in Iquitos, Peru, he's also opening one in Costa Rica, which is really cool. And he was just on Chris Matthews' new documentary that's out now, the Forbidden documentary. You guys check it out. It's awesome. So what he explained...
Doors of Perception, is that the one?
Yes, Doors of Perception. There you go. Yeah, and it's fucking beautiful. You boy may or may not be in it, but it's a gorgeous documentary. And what Carlos taught me when I first met him about psychedelics, because we met years ago, is that what happens when you have trauma, like when some shit happens to you, your senses go into a hypersensitive state. And think of it like your visual acuity, right? We have a very narrow band, but you have access to a bunch. And actually, you're running this bunch at all times. It's just at a certain state, you're focused on this little laser beam part of it, right? But in trauma events, you widen that to be in a hypersensitive state to where you're aware of all of this shit and you have access to and then imprint memory into and receive memory from, right? Now, the whole thing about that is when you're back to baseline after you've been traumatized, God knows, you know, enter here, right? What psychedelics allow you to do is re-access that state of hypersensitivity so that you can go back to those places and go, holy shit, I didn't even know these rooms were back here, dude. And there's seeds, like these spikes actually in my subconscious, and I want them out because they're like toothpicks in my brain and I want them gone. And that's where you go, but you go from a place of reinterpreting the event from a new, stronger place, which is empowering because you've got people helping you with the journey, you know, ideally or whatever. And so that's where it's therapeutic because it allows you, like, physically and psychologically to enter those states at which you don't get resting access to in your day-to-day. Hopefully you're not in this cytokine storm replanting fucking seeds constantly or throwing spears in your shit constantly, right? That's one of the biggest avenues I've found for it, is that mimicking of a trauma state, which is also why it takes you through the death and the initiations, and it's that process because it's heavy. And, you know, I mean, psychedelics, if you've done them and you've done the right ones, there's no off switch. And you might be on that bitch. You might be on that ride for a while. No matter how you feel about it or how much you want it to stop or how much money your dad has. You're on that ride for a while, dude.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Just regarding a few things with cannabis, I think it's interesting if you read Kathy O'Brien's book, what is it? Something of America. Transformation of America. Thank you. Yeah. You know, one of the things she says in there is that she, you know, was like an MK Ultra sex slave. She got passed around a lot, all these different things. Basically, she was permitted to take whatever drug the people around her wanted her to take, except for cannabis. That she was forbidden to take it because it would actually start deteriorating sort of the compartments that had been built up through her programming. And so that was one thing she was not allowed to take. And I think that's really interesting. It kind of blew my mind because, you know, it's kind of no surprise, really. But I didn't do any drugs until I was like 25. So I didn't drink, I didn't smoke, I didn't do anything, right? Once I started experimenting, this is when I got interested in spirituality, occultism, conspiracies, symbolism, all this other stuff. It completely opened me up. And here I am now talking to you guys, right? And so that's kind of been my journey, is that it kind of broke down my compartments, and it kind of broke down my programming personally. So to me, I give it, a bit of credit for all of that. And it was just, the right time in my life and everything to kind of expand my awareness and what have you. But there is something to be said about that, about it kind of like altering your programming and changing sort of how you see the world and everything.
It's the Bill Hicks quote at its simplest. Marijuana is illegal because it shows you how you're being fucked every day of your life. Now, with that, you would sit there and maybe go, oh, yeah, because my boss sucks and I can realize it better. No, it's exactly what you talked about there. All the programming dissolves. It's you realizing how you're being fucked every day of your life. And apologies to the people in the chat here before I shut up. I'm just seeing it, and thank you. I love you. You guys are awesome. Go ahead.
I want to mention too that there's something unique about cannabis. This is totally just subjective that I might be wrong about, but every other drug that has some like incredible potency to it, they tend to smell and taste horrible, almost in a way that your body, the second it comes in contact with it, is like, get this out of here. Why does this taste so bad? I don't want this. But certain types of cannabis, man, it is like sweet to the smell, the taste, like there's something about it that lacks that self-regulation. The only real self-regulation that I'm aware of with cannabis is that you'll fall asleep. That's one of them. Some people they'll get like a paranoia, but usually that's like an afterward onset effect. It'll make them not want to do it the next time. But it seems to lack a lot of the same barriers that every other drug has. And even Brandon and Mario, you guys both kind of use this word fun, or like enjoyable, or it was like a good experience. You had a good time on it. Maybe I'm a weirdo in this way, but I almost have more respect and adoration for the things that are not fun, the things that are like, that was the worst experience of my entire life. I can't wait to do it again next weekend, because it feels like it's a like an extra gateway that people have to pass through. I don't know if that means it's like gatekeeping, but it's like, for salvia is a great example. There's so many people that do salvia and they're like, it felt like something was ripping the flesh off of my face. I never want to do that again. And it's just like, man, that makes it so much cooler though, because now you have to really be willing to climb K2 in order to get, and I don't mean the drug K2, I mean like the actual mountain K2. K2 is outside of this conversation. But that something about these things that regulate themselves in a way that you touch it and you're like, whoa, I just burnt my hand on that stove. I'm not going to be doing that again. Something about that makes them feel like, noble's the wrong word, but it gives them like an extra level of adoration where you don't know if you're going to have a great time on that one. So strap in.
Dude, we could do bad trip stories if you want. First time I ever took acid ever. Horrible. My mom's eye popped out of her head. I had to go home. Like I was crying, throwing up. Like it was horrible. Horrible.
Like it actually popped out, or like you?
Well, no. Psychedelic. Like as I was watching her yell at me, and she had no conception of drugs because we moved from a very small town to Houston. I get exposed to drugs immediately. Like, oh, you're just not doing drugs. So here's a bunch of them. My buddy got in a settlement. He got a bunch of money at 18. We were in seniors in high school. This dude, we pull up in a fucking parking lot, by the way, because we're in Texas. Everything's illegal. He drips one on my tongue out of a Visine bottle, and then drips one on a little sweetheart thing, and I take it. Now we're partying at this hotel that this guy got. I'm having a blast. You know the overpass signs that go over freeways that have the lights, the catwalks that shine up on them? I end up climbing on that, tripping my balls off, dude. 18 years old, sitting there dangling my feet over the freeway that's driving below as the spotlights are shining up on me as I'm sitting on that catwalk that said like 290 or whatever. And so I get down from this thing because my mom's calling me. I'm still at home at the time, and I need to come home. My excuse to stay out all night fell through. And all of a sudden, this tripping kid had to go face his parents in his darkest hour. And that fun time turned real dark real quick, man. And it was the worst. And yes, you do have to kind of go, whew. But I also live out here in Texas on 12 acres. I've had horses before. And when a horse throws you off, guess what? You've got to go catch that thing. And when it settles down and you settle yourself down, you get on immediately. And that's the thing. You got to get back on that fucking thing and own it. Even though you're terrified, you're both shaking. Nobody wants it, but that's the game. And there's a lot though. You nailed it with this. And I had someone on that talked about taboos. She talked about that the nettles and stinging shit on the outside of forests are only on the outside of forests. Once you get through them, the middle is beautiful. And so there is this initiation element. It's not for everybody, man. You got to get cut up a little bit. You got to have some bad trips. You got to puke in your friend's car and watch your mom's eye roll out and then go, yeah, okay, I'll see what else that has to offer after that. I mean, that's the initiation, right?
Sounds like the direct externalization of your internal shadow.
Oh yeah. Oh
LSD
yeah.
just
right there.
accelerates that so fast.
Dude, what is this angelic voice that I'm now hearing? It's Chance Garton from
been
Interverse
99
Podcast.
episodes since I last came on here.
Right, you are the number one episode of Paranoid American Podcast. I had Chance Garton come on. We hit the freaking the tuning fork. We set everything up at the right frequency, and I'm still coasting on that. Bro, can you pull it back out and give us another hit?
I can go get it. It's not.
Okay,
It's not in the room.
No pressure. No pressure.
I'll go get it though. I've been thinking about this all day, and I came on at the right moment. Psychedelics of everything on this list, probably the one that I'm most frequently interested to talk about. And then right with my buddies Mario and Gabe. And what's up, Brandon? We haven't met before, I don't think. But
I'm meeting all kinds of new friends here.
I've
today.
seen
I'm
your
so
work.
excited about
It's good to
this.
meet
Thank
you.
And yours as well. I'm a fan, actually, dude. A huge fan.
Mutual. Cool. Awesome. Well, maybe this is our first collab. Happy
love
day. Happy St.
Look at
Patrick's
this.
Day.
Where connections are being made. This is fantastic. And I want to point out these are top 10 conspiracies and psychedelics. Now that we're done gushing over how great they are, except for Gabe, you straight edger. Don't narc us out, by the way. Don't tell our parents about this. But really, the conspiracy is that psychedelics were introduced to popular culture by the CIA in the 1950s or 1960s, and that the entire psychedelic revolution was either engineered by or at least orchestrated and somehow like managed by the intelligence agencies. And I honestly, even right now, have no idea where I stand on either side of those kinds of claims. It almost feels that maybe they saw that it was this huge thing happening and we better at least try and get our arms around it instead of letting it just kind of work itself through society. And here's how we can do that. Make a bunch of stuff illegal. Let's do all the testing now before it gets out into the public, versus they like actively dosed everyone, and that magic mushrooms were introduced through Time Life magazine and Henry Luce Skull and Bones connections and Gordon Wasson and JP Morgan, like the same usual suspect names happen to just come up when the psychedelic revolution also comes up. Do any of you guys have a strong feeling one way or the other on that?
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. I think it's actually calculable how long it will take for the feminized strains of ganja to produce an incredibly feminized culture at large. And I
it's
think
already here, dude.
It's already
happened.
Yep. And another thing, not only are the females the priority in the garden, I want to also point out that growing ganja indoors makes the weed paranoid. The ganja becomes paranoid because it's living in a simulation. Listen to the narratives at large in our culture and consider how these are the thoughts that all those beautiful goddesses are having under the lights when they're grown indoors and kept a secret, kept the ultimate crime. The ganja plants are like prisoners, and then we smoke them and we experience their dreams.
What a
excellent, man.
I love that.
Yeah, it's super interesting. One of the most beautiful things I saw on my trip to India was going to northern India, and just all of these plants, man, cannabis plants, like as far as the eye can see, literally just on the side of the road. You know, no one's taking care of them. There's like nothing going on that end, but they're just growing freely, you know, out there. It was really, really cool.
As somebody that's had enough experience in life on and off, I can say, at least for me personally, heavy cannabis use does feminize a guy. And it seems like these indoor super potent strains have a accelerated effect in that regard. I do think so.
I don't think it's debatable.
Yeah. And also, it's not just feminizing the mentality. It is also, have you guys ever heard that ganja smokers have a much higher likelihood of having a daughter? It actually,
I just had a daughter. And I smoked weed most of the last 15 years.
Dude, the only buddy I have that doesn't smoke weed is the only buddy I have with a male child.
My brother-in-law and my sister, neither one ever touched weed in their life. They had a son.
Isn't that fascinating? And so I just want to say, in the least offensive way, that the war has been waged between the genders going way back to the 60s. And I think that's one of the most important topics if we're going to continue to make babies, especially if we're going to start making boys again. What up, Donut? Big love, brother.
What's up, Donut?
Yo, I'm here with the legends up in here. I'm been sober for 9 years, and I smoked a lot of the ganja, and it's interesting how feminine it is, and then you mix it in with the masculine nicotine with the blunt wraps, or coffee and whatnot. But that's interesting. Maybe I'll have a boy if
I never thought about that, but coffee and cigarettes getting put together, and it's coffee and ganja put together. Never thought about that.
Totally. Another thing,
drugs.
And there's also, you want to do a crazy drug. The best drug is life.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, one part of this topic, though, I think that the biggest expression of that whole 60s psychedelic psyop, if you want to call it that, it was, it's like, I think, Thomas, you're right, that there was some amount of a genie that was out of the bottle. And so they just kind of ran with it and saw where they could direct it or what they could learn from it and let it run its course. But the modern society is so completely riddled with psychotropic drugs. They're just the prescribed kind and the legal kind. And we can't leave out the fact that most of these things that you see the commercials for on your boomer parents 24/7 TV watching, they have names that sound like they came right out of a medieval demonic grimoire. It's like an antidepressant drug or like a weight loss drug, and it's like xylazol. Sounds like if you say that like 10 times in front of a mirror, like something bad's gonna happen. All those drugs, all those legal prescribed drugs that have crazy psychotropic effects may create suicidal thoughts. Like that's to me, it seems that there's some kind of connection with these artificial substances and a type of egregore, artificial thought form, demonic implantation of consciousness overriding.
Yeah,
like there's something going on
You get
there.
the xylazol ad, and then it's like, warning, your body may be used as a vessel by dark entities from another dimension.
Totally. I just heard, and I want to say it might have been on Higher Side Chats or it might have been Crow. So they actually interviewed somebody who talked to a guy who was responsible for making those names. And his field of research was mythology. He was actually drumming up names for drugs by pulling up the Eldridge ones, the old rites, these old phonetics, so that the people who are already vulnerable, they already identify as vulnerable. And when you offer them more vulnerability, they just eat it up. They come running for it. Yeah, that's a great point, Chance. I love that. If you say it 3 times in the mirror, something's going to turn up. And I think that they have to say it 6 times in a commercial to fill a quota of some sort, too.
For it to be subconsciously implanted, you have to have it.
The roots of words are so important. And if you have that framework for life, it can be extremely potent for your peace of mind about where you're at. And there's one that I've been thinking about a bunch, and you guys all exemplify it. Lately, I've been thinking about vocation versus occupation, and how vocation is a word people throw around synonymous with job in today's world. But all you guys here are vocational fellas, meaning vox. It's a voice, aka it's a calling. Like the work you do is a calling rather than just an occupation. Hey, so I just wanted to give you guys all big ups for being, heeding the calling. You're all doing it. You're all vocational guys, and that's like what else is more masculine than that?
Well, to be fair, I was assigned to do this by the Freemasons, so
Right,
I didn't actually
We all know
choose to do this.
He's like, this is a shit route.
Wasn't
I'd rather
talking.
do something
Wasn't
else.
talking to you, Thomas.
I get Antarctica if I'm here long enough. All right.
Well, I can
go.
clear your vows to the Freemasons with my giant fork if you want.
I do. I would appreciate that.
No, okay. Kid you not though. One time, I found in someone's biofield, around their ankle, there's this big stuck energy, and I was like, your ankle feels like there's a ball and chain around it, and here's the age. So where did you get a ball and chain around your ankle at, like, I don't know, age 22? And the guy was like, oh, that's when I joined Buddhism and I made a vow to reincarnate as a Buddhist for the next 1,000 lifetimes. And I was like, you sure you want that? He didn't know it was a ball and chain energetically, but like that was the memory that came up. So take that shit seriously. Be careful what you vow.
Brandon, I know you got to take off soon, so let's do your all plugs, man. Where can people find you? Expanding Reality. Where to look for it?
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I was kind of half-assing putting out a new episode here. Did a sharecast with Scott Armstrong of Rebunked, which is where we had one conversation. We put part 1 on his, part 2 on mine. We get to introduce audiences to each other. It's a sharing is caring cast, as we call it. We've done a couple, but Scott and I just put one out. So part 1 on his feed, Rebunked podcast, and then part 2, he's got it linked in the show notes and vice versa. So check that out. But Expanding Reality, guys, you can't throw a rock on the feeds here without hitting it. And we do have Rediginal Publishing as well, our journals. Here's just one that we have. We've been publishing these things. They're on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. We have some other books that we're putting out. This is a journal system that I created and drew by hand. It's like you go through it. There's 10 of these, some for artists, some for authors, some for writers, and deliberate mindset, stuff like that. What else is going on? That's about it. Join us at Patreon's where it's at, though. We're having hangouts and all kinds of stuff. We did a 3-hour one last night with Nicole Murphy. And if you haven't checked that episode out, 324 with Nicole Murphy on the feed, highly recommend that. Turns out we live in a toroidal field. It's pretty cool. And Summerland may be dope as shit, but we don't know. It's all really cool, dude. But I'm having a blast. And again, Thomas, I'm so proud of you, brother. Thanks so much for giving us 100 of these things and doing this massive of a thing right here. It's just so cool. We're just grateful to be here and honored to call you a brother. So thanks, man.
I appreciate you, Brandon. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us, man.
You guys are all fucking legends, by the way. Donut, huge fan, man. Guys, Chance, Everett, Mario, dude, Gabe, everybody. Love y'all. See you guys.
Much love.
Peace.
Big love, Brandon.
Oh, my wife just brought me the giant fork. So here we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get
That's
this
cool to
this
share stage with Brandon.
Freemasonic frequencies out of here.
I've been wanting to come on all day, but you guys know Marty Leeds? He popped in, so we've been hanging out this afternoon. So I couldn't quite get to it.
I think the next one's gonna be MK Ultra. I just have a feeling.
It's got to be in one of these next ones for sure. Well, actually, speaking of, we're rounding on only having a little over an hour left, so let's get to number 8. Freemasons.
Well, we got to get that fork tuning.
psychedelics?
We got to get the fork tuning going. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hit us with the fork before we move on.
All right.
Aim it at Paranoid.
Is that too loud? What's it like?
Yeah, I think it's working.
We got another 5 minutes before it stops.
5 minutes of silence, please, except for this frequency.
It's funny because you have it on Freemasons. This fork is a G note. I call it Big G. It's the name of this fork is Big G.
Brilliant.
I think the G is a happy chord, in my opinion. Playing the guitar,
This feels good. I don't even feel any serious stickiness with the people here.
What does stickiness feel like?
Makes my ears pop.
All right, so I feel like we're Freemason free. We are free Freemason now.
This is me cutting your bonds.
Just like that. And they're gonna send me
done.
all of my dues back, I assume, in one big blanket check.
Bro, you know how the Twin Towers were built on them trident forks?
Right.
Yeah, the ones left over in the wreckage, right?
This
the
is a
one thing that
Bident.
they still
That's a
have.
Bident, though. Yeah. Okay,
Good
is there a
point.
fork though with the trident? Would that work at all?
I don't
No.
think they make them like that.
Okay. What if you connected? If you look at the NCAA, the March Madness logo, it's like two Bidents attached. If you had a fork like that and you attached it to like another, can you attach them?
Yes. Like a
Are you
double
talking
fork,
about the
like Darth
bracket?
Maul?
Like the bracket shape.
You see how that March Madness, how it's like
Oh,
connecting
oh.
to
Um,
Bidents?
I've never seen that. I have seen them put together like end to end, like that,
Uh-huh.
like Darth Maul,
Like
double fork.
Darth Maul. That's just exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been watching
Those are freaking sweet.
Chance, I've been watching you do the fork thing for so long. It's crazy, like watching you here right now, like in real time. Like I'm tripping.
Yeah,
This is
buddy.
what, how we kicked off the very first episode of Paranoid American Podcast. Is I had Chance on and he hit that exact same tuning fork, I assume, and that's what let us run for 100 episodes. So I think we're good for the next 100, right? Right, Dr. Chance?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I love it.
Guaranteed.
So,
Guaranteed or your money back.
Thomas,
But
can you?
your dues are not coming back, Thomas. The Freemason dues.
Yeah.
We already spent those.
Yeah. Thomas, can you make my screen large? This is a perfect time since Donut brought up the tuning forks of the Twin Towers, and Chance has got his tuning fork on. I just want to illustrate for everybody how, in my territory system, I've taken the Zodiac around.
That's genius.
Yeah, let's see.
Territory. That's a good
Around.
wordplay.
Oh, yeah. No, keep me big, Thomas. Yeah. So this is the Zodiac and all of the tarot cards put on the map of the United States. And I want everybody to see that I've actually made an adjustment. I've put the adjustment card in Leo, in the category of Leo, and that adjustment card actually has tuning forks on the card. One tuning fork is encoded onto the card itself, and it's in New York on the map. So when Donut is talking about 9/11 and tuning forks, I'm looking at my map. This is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. In his famous painting, he's actually doing some signals to the tuning forks. And sure enough, it's right up here in New York when I adjusted the card to put number 8 in the position of Leo.
So you did the Crowley switch.
I went with the Crowley switch, and it's more correct. It's actually more correct. And I put the beast, I put this down in lupus. This is now my lupus constellation, Chance, and lupus is Latin for slut, which is an anagram for lust. And so, yeah, this is now my lupus Libra. It's in Libra now. And I've actually put the scales up there in August. And yeah, it's legit. I hate to say it. I want to say my overall theory, like the grand conspiracy theory that everything points to, is they want to drop a one world court in Kings County District 9. They want the one world court to drop anchor. They're dropping emotional anchors left and right in this prophecy season, and they want that court in District 9, Kings County. That's checkmate. If they get that one world court, it's checkmate, y'all. And that's what we're out here talking about. That's really what we're talking about. Because all of you will no longer have access to facts. If they put an international one world court on our land, you will never make another affidavit. You will never make another affidavit, not one that works against the state. You will never make another affidavit that works against the interest of the state. And that is huge. That is huge.
Well, I think it's huge. The whole lust and slut thing is an anagram. That's wild. Do you think that was since the beginning of the word?
I think that kind of stuff just is in our language. I don't think it's intentional. Like, this is a tuning reference, right? But there's one that I came across the other day. So when I'm doing tunings on people, a lot of their problems that are common to like Western society is how people get, they basically fuel themselves on stress. They create like pockets of stress charge somewhere in their body that becomes their battery, and they're running off of that.
Mhm.
And I realized that, and then they're not getting good sleep, right? So they're like tired and wired rather than relaxed and alert. And I realized that people are either running on stress or they're powered by rest. And it's rest and stress anagrams.
Oh, okay. I've noticed like
Brilliant.
people
Isn't that
that
crazy?
operate on stress before they leave. If they have to leave, they'll pick a fight and it like charges them up to drive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Right.
it. It's a thing.
Yes, and I love that. That's a great example, Chance, because it's got the enantiodromia, right? It's opposites running their course in the word as it anagrams into its opposition. And you know, something about the lust and the slut that I think about is, I think we get kind of weird in the English language around causality. And so when we say she is a slut or he is a slut, it's just a shortcut to say he is possessed by lust. His lust owns him. But we kind of we truncate the message by just making it an anagram and saying, instead of he is possessed by lust, we're saying he's a slut. He is a slut. And this kind of plays into, like, in Spanish, we have, we say, I have thirst. I have thirst. But in English, we say, I am thirstful. I have thirst. And so that relationship to the vice is culturally different. And it's so subtle, but it's so powerful.
That's wild.
Both women on those cards, lust, strength, and then balance adjustment, especially in the Crowley deck, are Lady Babylon as well. And so once that's kind of understood, there's like another layer, I think, that kind of like comes to light with what she sort of represents and everything else. And then earlier I was going to say March Madness. Isn't that interesting? March Madness. March, beginning of Aries season, ruled by Mars, which is where we get March from, which is what soldiers do. Mars, the red planet. I do think of anger. There is a correspondence there, not necessarily, but March Madness. So like in totality, just like those two words, you know, and then obviously with what it's all about competition, right? The rams butting horns, right? Duality or conflict or whatever you want to say, aggression. So that's kind of loaded too.
Right.
You know, one more thing.
Thomas, but I got to pop off in a second, but can I cast the I Ching for your next 100 episodes?
Please, yeah. Let's see what we roll. Let's see if we win some money
I gotta
here.
throw some coins, so you guys go on. But I just wanted permission
Yes.
to delve into your Akashic records, Thomas.
Yeah, buddy. So I want to point out how the LSD movement is also correspondent to this iconic card, as she would be considered very lusty. She's very lusty. And so even the LSD movement in the Whore of Babylon, in her cup full of precious stones, it also packs into this card in a fascinating way. I do believe the analytic philosophy, analytic psychology, is an entire culture born out of the psychedelic movement at large. So many of the culture creators were taking the pilgrimage to the other side and bringing back breadcrumbs for us to grow the culture into.
All right, what are we doing here, Chance? Or we're about to roll some
Throw-
bones, pop
Throw
in
in the coins.
bag.
Authentic, old ass Chinese coins.
Wow, look
No,
at that.
is it too much to ask that we do American version of I Ching?
I don't have any American coins.
Or
We ruled.
China.
We phased out. We phased out
Okay.
change,
Yep.
didn't we?
This is I
Wasn't that a
Ching. This ain't
conspiracy?
preaching.
Yeah, I've actually got a show premiere. I thought your thing was going to be done by 6, so I planned a premiere at 6 Eastern. No, I guess I got my time zones mixed up, but mine's starting in a couple of minutes. I'm going to be late, but that's okay.
I like
I
that
have
you're
a-
using coins, dude.
I
That's the
have
way
a
to do it.
show with Marty Leeds and Stephen Young, aka Head Flux, where we did 2 hours talking about Robert Flood, the alchemist from the 1600s. It's a good one.
So
Thank
what's
you,
at
Mario.
stake here? What could we possibly win or lose in the course of this?
of this coin toss?
Yeah, the coin toss.
Other than your soul?
Well, because I mean, my relationship with this type of prophecy or divination, right? In America, we have sort of commercialized every version of this. Tarot cards have become poker cards. Wheel of Fortune has become a roulette wheel. Every single one of these symbols that had some sort of like a noble divination property, we have just turned them into games of chance, turned into gambling. We've actually turned them into the vices of society. And here you are holding up coins at me, which I also associate with money and vice. Yet this is something slightly different, right? It's supposed to not be that way.
Right, right. Well, I just read a really interesting book where the author got into coin symbolism and how back in the day they were basically intended to be sacred totems that you carry with you. And so actually their original purpose was purely spiritual, and it had to do with that more than anything else. And so it was more of just like a sacred little object that you can carry with you, and they were imbued with, you know, symbolism that was important and significant. And to me, it's like it seems as though the fall of man turned it into something that basically the only value now is associated with like purchasing power, pretty much, and quantity and things like that. But there is a quality, spiritual, essential sort of dynamic with it way back in the day. That's my understanding, at least.
The priesthood ran the game. We talked about that when we were discussing Gwynon and the reign of quantity. All right, Thomas, you got some challenge. You got some challenging hexagrams here. So I'm just gonna hand it over to you and let you know what's going on here. What I held in my mind was like the next 100 episodes of Paranoid American Podcast. All right, so maybe some growing pains. The first one is opposition. So I have a deck that goes with this, even though I get the hexagrams.
Oh my God, YouTube just took this stream down too. Isn't that crazy? No, I'm kidding. Or am I? I haven't checked. That wouldn't surprise me.
So opposition is about, you know, elementally it's the clinging or the fire element being supported by the joyous or the what I consider like plurality. So what this talks about is how, you know, when the energy of our passion, or, you know, what we are stoked about, you could say, or what we're attached to, whenever it is undercut, you could say, or like support in the support position, plurality or multiplicity is there, it creates misunderstanding and opposition in our external world. So what this could be signaling to you, especially because the changing line shows decrease as the next hexagram, which is about cutting back, less is more, frugality, you know, being more doing more with less, being resourceful in that way, sacrificing something that's not working so that you can support what you need to work. The opposition to decrease, these hexagrams would say, consider, you know, going forward, the ways in which you've expanded, or there's a lot of like plurality or multiplicity with what you're attached to about your method or about your subjects, and look for where you might be able to cut some things back, sacrifice.
Donut, you're out of here. Flick, you're out of here. We're cutting you guys loose.
Yeah. I gotta go. So, but that's your read. That's your read, Thomas. It's saying you got a lot of irons in the fire right now, and it might create problems for you going forward unless you take a moment sometime in the near future and choose a thing or two to sacrifice about what you're doing. You know, in terms of the disharmony that can arise from the opposition hexagram, or that it symbolizes, you know, think of it like if you start to feel some dissonance in the pressures that are on you from how much you take on, then you are more likely to experience external dissonant characters enter into your situation. So, you know, take it or leave it, but that's what the I Ching says, opposition then decrease.
Now, what kind of drugs should I take to fix that problem?
Less drugs, as few as possible.
Okay. Just stop beating off so much.
Definitely that.
That's on the
Yeah.
table. What are options B and C?
For decrease, just cut back to Sports Illustrated, tasteful bikini.
But we're going back to the
pornography.
Henry catalog, is what I'm hearing.
Okay, but I gotta go kick off my premiere, guys. I'm already 2 minutes late. Wish I could hang longer.
Give your plug, man. Where can people find you?
Okay, Interverse Podcast is where my YouTube channel's at, and my website, interversepodcast.com. I do biofield tunings with this big fork when I'm not making podcasts. This Robert Flood episode is a banger as well. So check that out when you're done with Thomas. You don't have to come to mine while I'm premiering it. It'll be there later. Marty Leeds is on that one along with Steve Young. It's hard to do my plugs. I got a lot going on. So a lot of different shows. Slick knows about it. You'll see Slick with me on Wednesday if he's free. So do a vibrant, but
yeah, buddy.
Here's awesome.
Nice to see you, man. Take care.
Yep. Looking forward to next time I see all of you. Much love.
So much love, Chance. Big respect.
All right, we're cutting him loose. And we got less than an hour left. We got two more topics. Let's see what number 9 is.
I want to weave something just before we walk away from Chance's I Ching reading. I got to say, his name, Chance, is so magical. And it's just brilliant what his calling in life, his whole workings are fulfilling his name. Like he was telling us, we're fulfilling our vocation. Well, his name is Chance, and he fulfills it in so many ways. And the coin is the symbol of chance or fortune. You flip a coin to determine your fate. But I just learned that Marie-Louise von Franz was encoded into Nosferatu, and she's the first person who said that DNA is coded just like the I Ching. And there's a character, von Franz, in Nosferatu that's a hail to Carl Jung's principal student. Hold on, I got somebody at the door. I'll be right back. But yeah, I just learned that DNA and I Ching are coded identically because of Marie-Louise von Franz from Nosferatu. That's pretty profound.
I think it has to do with binary code, binary logic, right? Yin yang. That's how you make all the combinations of the trigram to get the hexagrams. 64 of them, 64 bits, Nintendo 64. It's like all the same sort of stuff right there. Since we're talking about divination, just real quick before the stream, I was like, if there was a card that represented this 100th episode, I actually think it is the Wheel of Fortune. We're talking about fortune, chance, fate, things like that. It's the 10th card of the Major Arcana. This is the Crowley version. You're doing your top 10 conspiracies. Right. Wow. 10 times 10 squared is 100. Also, too, the big thing about this card is that it really is like it's in the middle of the Major Arcana. So there's another cycle to kind of go through. It's actually like propelling you forward to kind of finish this series of the 22 cards. And it's like, you're not stopping here, obviously. Like this is just a milestone, basically, right? And so you're going to be propelling forward and doing more episodes and all of that. So for a lot of different reasons, I think this is the card that kind of symbolically represents what you're doing today. So that's just my opinion.
What a great read, man. What a great sort of a connection too with the X and the X times X being 100. And of course, Crowley just keeps popping up. He keeps popping his dirty head up in all these different topics.
For sure. For sure.
Do you have a read on Aleister Crowley, Mario? Like good guy, bad guy? Can you even reduce it down to that?
No, I kind of feel pretty neutral, to be honest with you, because I've heard so many things from both sides, good and bad. And just when I think that I've labeled him as such, I hear something else about him that kind of changes my opinion a little bit.
And then, but he saved the puppy, and you're like, oh,
right, yeah, exactly. And then also too, how much of Crowley's story is a construct and is sort of a script or whatever, and then his intelligence ties and all of these other things. So I'm not really sure. I'm very much up in the air with it.
All right. And we're welcoming him into the board here. Sean Chris, longtime friend, host of Kill the Mockingbirds podcast and a new upcoming series, which I've probably should have mentioned before now, but me and him have been working on a series called Under the Docks, where we watch old documentaries. Right now we're going through all the OG conspiracy classics. We've watched Money Masters, Zeitgeist, Loose Change, Conspiracy of Silence, A Noble Lie about Oklahoma City. We've kind of been doing all the heavy hitters, and eventually we're going to get into normal documentaries too. But if you go on to my Patreon later tonight, after I got a chance to put it on there, or into the YouTube members, you can watch episode 1 right now, and it'll be airing next week. We're gonna drop it on Tuesdays. So welcome aboard, Sean, Chris, man. How's it going?
Good, straight from work. You know what I mean? I was watching you guys at work all day, and I was like, you know what? I want to hop in. Like, I got some stuff to say. And then I seen psychedelics. I was like, a perfect opportunity.
What you got? What you got on psychedelics?
Oh, I just love psychedelics personally.
Okay.
Like,
Just a
as far
fan,
as
just
mushrooms and stuff, like that's more my like. I'm not really big on like the synthetic, but I do think it has good purposes. Like I know a lot of people that use it to like reset themselves and kind of go on to like life and get it. It's used now with microdosing. You know what I mean? It's a common thing now. It's not something taboo as much as it was probably like 30 years ago.
See, that's actually a good, because I was just talking to Mario about how we've changed Wheel of Fortune and coins and tarot cards. Now it's all about gambling and you know, the commercialized version of this. Like, how do these things make me money? How is that coin? How's that card going to turn into me making money in some way? And you just mentioned microdosing, and really, like, microdosing probably has been around forever, but it only became accepted when Silicon Valley was like, yeah, you can come to work microdosing. Maybe we'll get a little extra hours out of you. Maybe like Steve Jobs was like, oh, I got this great new product launch idea because I did psychedelics. Now, all of a sudden, the only reason that the government and society is more accepting of psychedelics is because they've figured out a way to tell you that it'll make you work harder. Like, we can extract more money from you somehow in the market because of your use of psychedelics.
Right. That's what you just described is the perfect shift out of the Orwellian and into the Huxleyan. Right? We're moving out of the stick and towards the carrot with exactly what you described by making functional addiction something that you can commoditize.
Good point. I mean, that's kind of how I see Huxley too. He is the eugenic carrot. It's like, we still want to wipe you off the face of the planet, but we're going to incentivize it. We're going to make it fun. We might put a little bit of money in your pocket. Maybe you'll get some cool information, but ultimately it's the same end goal. We just want to get rid of all the po-folk.
Yeah. And, you know, another thing, it's kind of fun that we went from fortune onto mushrooms. I've done an episode that sometimes I could just walk away from my own shit with more questions than answers, but I learned that vanadium is number 23 on the periodic table, and it is the crucial ingredient in the psychedelic mushroom. And just when I learned that fascinating fact, I did a breakdown on my channel on this Hierophant card here. And Mario, I think you're going to dig this. Do you guys remember the video commercial of Van Damme when he's doing the splits between two semi trucks, driving down the hallway or driving down the roadway? Did you guys all see that publicity stunt?
That, yeah.
Right. So
he's acting as a bridge, right?
Exactly. He is actually the ISIS character between the legs of the Hierophant. He's the dancer. And this ISIS character between the legs of Orion is the Eridanus River. And the Eridanus River is always symbolized by a dancer. And so right there, Van Damme is signifying the river between the legs of Orion. And what is also fascinating, so the two golden semi-trucks have blacked out tint, just like the eyeballs on the masks that are surrounding the frame of this Hierophant card. Those golden blacked out tint of those trucks are just like these masks in the four corners. Van Damme is in the middle. But vanadium is the key ingredient of Anamosquita mushrooms, and this card is also, in other decks, is decked out with the Anamosquita. Oh, actually, both of them. The red mushroom is usually the Hierophant and the Rider-Waite deck, but those little ball headmon, the ball headmon at his feet, those are the other types of mushroom. Those are the other types of psychedelics. So both types of mushrooms are encoded into the Rider-Waite Hierophant card. But Van Damme, the ballerina doing his publicity stunt, he is very much hailing to the periodic element that gives them their power. And this really hits chord. When I did my episode, I got a lot of comments and feedback. And our buddy Rob B, he mentioned that there was a trade embargo and vanadium was on the list of elements, of rare earth elements that we're not going to be shipping out or able to ship in. And so the commodity of vanadium that people are microdosing with, its value just skyrocketed because of this embargo.
So stock up on Amanita muscaria is what I'm hearing from Gabe here. That's the next Bitcoin.
I thought you were going to reference Van Damme being a bridge between the two trucks, and then the Hierophant being a symbolic bridge, the Pontifex Maximus being the ultimate bridge builder between like the people and God or heaven and earth or whatever you want to say. So there's kind of that interesting dynamic too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it totally targeted me because Van Damme's one of my favorites from childhood. He was badass.
And this was 2013 that this epic split is what they call. This is the Van Damme epic split.
I can't help but the V's, Van, Volvo, 2 V's, Roman numeral 5, a V, the Hierophant card as well. There's a huge V weave with the Hierophant. It's also ruled by Taurus. And when you look at Taurus in the night sky, the most prominent feature of Taurus literally is a gigantic V.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And then also 23 on the periodic table adds up to a 5.
Oh, and the dynamic steering response. There's another Taurus connection, right? The steer.
Big time. Even gubermentus, the word for government, relates to the word kybernetes in Greek, which is the word for the steersman or the helmsman. And I think that commercial, as awe-inspiring as it was also working. It was eroding the Overton window around having remote control cars. That these remote control trucks can drive with more accuracy than any human would. That's the only way they could pull that stunt off, and that just banalizes remote control vehicles.
Well, my whole thing is looking into those Volvos because it's a big thing for the WEF with the automatic driving cars. That's going to be the people's car to drive around in.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
Real quick though, Van Damme's biggest role though is his as an extra in Breaking. Remember, like that's his best role. So
all right, let's do number 9. Are you ready for number 9, guys?
Yeah, man. I love that Sean came on just in time for the Jean-Claude Van Damme weave. That was pretty good.
All right, here we go. Donut, are you ready?
It's MK Ultra. I could just feel it.
Oh, almost.
Geronimo.
This one is one of my personal favorites. It's right up there with the Bush and Crowley one, but essentially that the Skull and Bones Secret Society dug up the bones of Geronimo, specifically his skull, and that they have been keeping this in the tomb for all sorts of rituals. Maybe it was like an extra little bit of salt in the wound on top of like, haha, we got your land, and now we're mocking you, and we're playing around with your body after the fact. This one has really kind of shaped the whole way that I see the Bush family, secret societies, the history of America, expansionism, like all of that combined. And like some of the other ones that have come up, this inspired one of the very first comics that I ever put together, which was called Geronimo's Grave. And it's about this exact premise that they go into Fort Sill, and it's Prescott Bush, and it's the Harriman brothers, which is where the whole Bush dynasty kind of got their start from. And they literally dig up the bones of Geronimo being as offensive as possible during the entire premise, up to and including, using the head in order to kind of like talk. So now he's telling jokes to the head, and he's like, "Good one, Prescott Bush. How funny that is." And then at the very end, it shows W Jr. in his cheerleading outfit also playing with this head of Geronimo. So this one kind of captured my attention the very first time that I heard this. I think it was in Fleshing Out Skull and Bones. It was either in the Chris Milligan book or it was in the Anthony Sutton book, one of those two. And I've never been able to forget just the visual of all of this. So I'm curious from you guys if you think that this is legit. Do you think that Skull and Bones actually dug up the bones of Geronimo and stole them and put them in the tomb?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And the whole thing with having an oracular skull for divination purposes goes way, way back. Some people, including Tracy Twyman, wrote about Baphomet being an oracular skull, basically the skull of St. John the Baptist, right? I think it's kind of interesting too. St. John the Baptist and like other figures that are kind of like him, they have this older wisdom. And oftentimes they're seen with a staff or a pole or like a branch or something like that. And the most famous photo of Geronimo is him with a shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. And so almost kind of symbolically, it's almost like having a pole with him as well, and a lot of wisdom keepers, preservers of wisdom, a lot of times they're associated with something like this. The Green Man oftentimes has this branch or pole or whatever. The Fool, in the Fool card, he always has a stick with him, right? Sometimes he has two in older decks. The Magician even has that wand, right? So I think that the shotgun, perfect, or rifle.
Was that me or is that Mario?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was me too. I think he froze out.
They don't want us to hear about the wand and the shot. Oh, he's back. We're back, Mario. Cut out for just a second. You were talking about how this is like the wand, this is the stick.
Yeah, exactly, right. And even with Baphomet, if that was the kind of correspondence, right, for that oracular skull, having this skull that you can speak to and it does divination, Baphomet always has that erect phallus, right? Generally, that's like one of the classic things with Baphomet. So he has a magical wand as well, But I mean, this does not surprise me at all. It never would. The first time I ever heard it, it blew my mind. So I think it does make sense.
I like actually that you pointed out the fire stick or like this erect wand or rod that he's holding, and it reminds me too of even going a little bit deeper of the Golden Bough by Fraser, where he kind of equates almost every single different story about conquest equates to this Golden Bough coming from the matriarchal societies in which, in order to take over a kingdom, you would have to kill the king and then take his daughter's hand in marriage. This is where the whole princess archetype comes from, which is the opposite of a patriarchy, and not like the woke patriarchy like we're going to go and like protest about, but patriarchy in that nepotism, that just my dad being the king means when he dies, I get to be the king, and so on and so on. And there's no merit involved. Whereas the matriarchy, it was all about merit. It was about Robin Hood going in the town under the guise of a different outfit and then winning a few different games of not chance but of merit, like winning, I think it was like an archery competition, and then that allows him to get close enough to the king, which then he can take the Golden Bough. And in this case, the Golden Bough is maybe the erect member, or in Fraser's breakdown, you taking the Golden Bough is you killing the king, you taking the king's life. And this is kind of, if you were to apply the Golden Bough on top of the story of Geronimo, this would be the Skull and Bones being like, we're taking, your erect rifle from you, which means now we truly own all of your power, not just your land, not just the conquest, not just the history books, but we actually own your physical power in a completely different way.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. You totally got it. Actually, there's an interesting correspondence with what you just explained with the Fool card, because the Fool is a traveler, and this relates to a series of myths called the Foreign Prince, and that it's the foreign prince that kind of comes in and basically swoons the daughter of the king, and it's up to him to kill the king, exactly as you're saying. And so that walking stick plays into this dynamic of the foreigner coming in and then kind of trying to usurp the king or become the new king of that kingdom and everything else.
Yeah, here's a nice visual of just the rider weight next to the Thoth deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And even on a surface level, right? Just being above people and regular occultic rituals of trying to embody these old heroes of time, or like, hey, this land is now mine, and what solidifies it more than like drinking from a skull? Because that's how I always think of it, of them talking about drinking and doing sacrifices with the skull. I mean, I even put it in a song that I wrote, Yell and Crossbones, Geronimo's skull. That's how much I believe that someone would do this, because people that believe that they're above everybody will love to denigrate and disgrace things that they now think are theirs, right? So I think it's almost like I'm above you, this is our land now. That's how I kind of perceive it as.
And here's another good example of this. This is known as the Thor skull, and the Thor skull was sold at Christie's. And this, like the actual, and the reason why it matters that it was sold at Christie's is because there is an actual provenance that can link this skull directly to the Yale Skull and Bones. And basically, this was their ballot box when they would go and do a vote, like the same way like Masons might do a vote. Except they have this little hinge on the top of the skull, and they would open it up, and you would put your vote in there, and they'd shake it up and count whatever the votes were tallied as. But the Skull and Bones was not just the name; they actually did reappropriate skulls and use them for their ceremonies. And I would argue that a voting ceremony is probably one of the most like intimate ceremonies that these groups could have, because the end result of whatever would happen in this voting process meant real change being enacted in the world. This wasn't just like, let's flip a coin and see what we're getting for lunch. This was, what are going to be the next big plans. And I can't speculate further on exactly what they voted, because this truly was a secret society voting inside of skulls, like the kind of group that might actually keep those decisions secret.
Yeah, buddy. Something. All right, I'm going to tell the quick synopsis of the mythology of Gilles de Rais. Gilles de Rais was the cohort of Joan of Arc. It's basically, she's raising a rebellion, and she has to make some unlikely allies. And Gilles de Rais was accused of sacrificing over 300 children to drink their blood in the spirit of Asmodeus. This is the infernal spirit of lust. Hey, Heidi. Big respect.
I lost my voice.
Okay.
But I wanted to not ditch you. So happy 100th episode. Hello, everyone.
Thank you, Heidi. This is Heidi Love, co-host on Monthly Mormon Monday, and a whole bunch of other stuff that we've been working on. Thank you for making it.
Yeah, big respect. So,
Thank you for having me.
I think I'm going to end up losing my voice here in about a half hour, but so Gilles de Rais was sitting. Now, things get really sketchy and mythological here, much like Dread Pirate Robinson from The Princess Bride, where there's a pirate whose mantle is being handed down. Well, Gilles de Rais is similarly said to also have been Bluebeard the pirate. And when Bluebeard the pirate was captured, they chopped his head off pronto. They didn't even run through any of the regular orders of justice, and they decapitated him, and they put his head on a stick out in the harbor as a symbol to all the pirates. All ye pirates, be ye warned, with maybe Gilles de Rais' head that was claimed to be Bluebeard's skull stuck on a stick out in the waters. And then one night, a bunch of young initiates go out and they steal the skull, and they take it to the Green Dragon Inn. And it is said that it was gilded with a silver gilded lining. Some people might point at Paul Revere, that Paul Revere might have been the one who gilded Gilles de Rais' head and made the punch bowl, the sacred punch bowl of the Green Dragon Inn. And new initiates would come to this Green Dragon Inn, where they basically planned the revolution at this inn in particular. And then they would drink from the sacred silver gilded punch bowl that was the skull of Bluebeard. But I just want to point out how open-minded you would have to be to participate in a ritual like that. How open-minded you have to be to even listen to my blathering about the myth, to be like, damn, you got to be really open-minded to believe some shit like that.
I like how the pirates made people walk the plank. Like, that's pretty savage. Like, you think about it, they walk the plank until they fall off, and then them sharks eat them. Like, that's crazy.
Well, there's a certain aspect of walking the plank that's like, why you hitting yourself? If you like use someone else's hand to hit themselves, it almost absolves you of any of the karmic debt. And I always wonder that were the pirates making you walk the plank because it frees them from any karmic entanglement.
Yeah, that would suck, right?
That's profound. That's super profound, homunculus. The why are you hitting yourself? There's so much why are you hitting yourself built into our culture. I love that you pointed that one out.
Also, like, if the wind blew, like, you'd be like freaked out. You'd probably just jump off it, and then you'd probably just be kicking it for a while. I don't know. It's just terrifying.
Well, you know, it had to like break too. Like, you know, it wasn't like the first times wasn't perfect. Like the guy walks halfway. Oof, like, it took probably a while to perfect it.
Yeah, I want to know what they workshopped before they got to the plank. There's probably some crazy stuff that the pirates went through until they finally got to that one.
So the skull is also a traditional symbol that represents like the firmament, basically, right? The idea that we kind of live in this gigantic sort of skull, that the dome is the home, that there's this dome that we kind of live within, whatever. So to have sort of that little hatch up top to cast your ballot, it's almost like the vote is coming from on high, from like a more etheric plane, from a more transcendental sort of place or whatever. And also the top of the dome, just like in Royal Arch Freemasonry, right? That's where the keystone is. Sometimes the keystone's not even there, and there's light sort of shining through the keystone. That the top of the dome is kind of like the escape hatch, or it's the door in the cave, the symbolic opening, you know, in this domain. Right. And so there's a relationship with astral travel and all sorts of other things with that. So just symbolically, what you just showed with the skull and just the opening for the voting and stuff, like that's super layered and encoded. Super interesting.
And do you think the Geronimo part, like I was just looking it up right now, skulls and symbolism, and it also says it means like with rebellion, right? And with Geronimo specifically, would that like entangle of what they're doing, or even more Skull and Bones rebelling against what we know as the United States of America, but maybe rebelling against what that was at the time when it was created?
Well, they now own the head of the guy that was trying to rise up in this rebellion. By owning it, they get to sort of like, again, they're adding insult to injury.
Necromancy too, they can control certain things with bones. So
yes,
I guess that's the context too. Is it Skull and Bones? What are they doing with all these skeletons and all these skulls and bones? I mean, necromancy feels like that. This is one of the main professions you could get moonlighting in ancient Greece. Is that you would just protect the mausoleums and the tombs because of how many necromancers were out there. They just needed to steal a bone here and a skull there in order to do their stuff. And we don't really have that same version of it today, except Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones seems like they're the closest to doing like an organized institutional version of necromancy.
You know, I want to point at the whole entitlement debacle that's going on right now. And I actually did a little episode about the death drive as it relates to entitlements of the state, as those relate to getting preferential treatment in the afterlife. And it is so profound to me how the country has declared that they found people who are claiming to still be alive and collecting entitlements from the state who are over 100 years old. Somebody out there was allegedly over 200 years old. And I just think it is so profound how the state is actually facilitating necromancy. They're actually making it possible to reap some benefit or have some control over the life of a person who is history, a person who is long gone. And so I've been kind of contemplating deeply the concept of estate grafting. And after somebody puts out their body corpus and their greatest work, their best foot forward in life, how somebody can come after they're gone and graft on to what they laid down and turn it to an agenda that the person who created it would not approve of. You know, I get that so much with like Carl Jung. You know, I love what Carl Jung puts out, but then I got to look at Alan Dulles and what Alan Dulles has done to what Carl Jung has put out. You know, and there's this this degree of separation between the intention of the theory and the work and whoever's handling it now.
I think that the death drive, I think you're on a good like thread right there. That I don't even know if you meant it in a sense of even our paychecks is the whole system of our jobs, and that's all going to be online eventually, where X will pay everybody, Doge and all that. X will pay everybody monthly off of the socialism check that everyone will be getting eventually in 20 years from now or whatever.
Yep.
That even the checks that we get today every 2 weeks or a month, it's like it is the death drive of wanting I want to be here in a week, right? So we're we want to fast forward time, which is sort of like, I don't know if you meant it that way too, but
yes.
Interesting.
And it's so fascinating that this is the company dime. You know, that's the old metaphor for what you're describing. They used to talk about it as though it's old, and we're talking about it like it's new, coming in the future. And again, we're pinging on that fortune card. Company dime, that's an X, a Roman numeral X.
I got another theory to put forth here too, that maybe, this is a conspiracy theory, that maybe them finding all these 200-year-olds on the Social Security, like records, this is going to be the justification to bump the age of retirement to 200.
What if like a 200-year-old Nosferatu comes out and he's all like, "Where's my money?
Where's my check?" I mean, are you going to tell a 200-year-old that they have to go be a greeter at Walmart? I feel like once you get to 200, then maybe now society does owe you a paycheck.
Indulgences, that's the other word. Death drive, entitlements, indulgences. Indulgences are you're in the afterlife, you're going to have first class seats if you do what we tell you. But if you don't do what we tell you, we're going to put you in the back of the bus in the afterlife. So they've actually turned purgatory, or the concept of something that is not either heaven or hell. They've created a side door jurisdiction, this waiting room full of patients, but they treat the certain patients who act a certain way, they get preferential treatment. They get cut to the head of the line. And if anybody wants to look up the Order of the Brown Scapula, I actually see them running here, there, and everywhere nowadays. And one guy just came on a podcast and he introduced himself by saying, you should know that I am Catholic and I'm here because I believe that I'll get a better seat in heaven for what I'm doing on this show. And then they go on with the show and I'm like, he just told you he's Order of the Brown Scapula. And yeah, they do that in other cultures too. It's not exclusive to the Catholics.
Well, I always thought it was funny, like Jehovah's Witnesses, and they believe that only like 100,000 people or 1 million people, whatever the number is. And I'll be like, well, why are you going to convert me, man? Like, I'm going to take your spot. Like, there's not enough. Isn't it filled or up already?
That's a great point. That's a great point. It's like
the Mormons. Yeah, same. Mormons.
It's like a pyramid scheme in heaven.
But my understanding of the Mormon take on that, which we've gotten into, is that like the Mormons, they get a better, they get like the VIP booth, or they get the front row seats, and they want you there because someone's got to be in the nosebleeds in order for you to feel better about your seat. Like your view is better than, but you have to compare it to someone else. So I don't know how the Jehovah's Witnesses math works out here, but it's almost like, if I'm number 999,000, I still want to know that there's someone like 1,000,002 that's out there that got screwed. Like they have to wait for the next sort of trip around, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, with Mormons, you got to go through everything to go to the top. So you need 3 wives, and you got to go through all their, celestial baloney, or you're just not good enough.
It's like weaponized quotas.
Right. So I was just going to add too, with the Skull and Bones 322. I'm thinking right now, March 22nd. That's on Saturday, right? And so I'm not saying that that's the only sort of correspondence there, but it's on Saturday, and that's the day after we enter into Aries season. Already brought it up earlier. Ruled by Mars. There's that aggression, that conflict. A lot of wars start during Aries season and all of that. But Aries is the head of the zodiac, right? He's sometimes referred to as like the celestial host of astrology or the zodiac. And everything about the ram is headstrong, and that's the correspondence on the human body. Aries corresponds literally with the head as well, skull and bones. So just think that's kind of interesting. And then also there have been multiple assassinations during Aries season as well, like Caesar. And so the assassination has a head correspondence. You're trying to take off, like almost like cut off the head of this king or whatever. There's also been like historically different rituals where the jester during this season will actually be sacrificed in a mocking sort of way. It's like satire, right? It's like a play, but it's the beheading of the king. This is like a classic sort of thing. So there's a lot of stuff having to do with the beheading of the king during Aries season. This is when Christ was crucified and all this other kind of stuff. So the head symbolism with 322, the beginning of Aries season, is very, very strong as well.
That's interesting, knowing that Trump's World's Fairs are going to start up in April of this year, and we know that he may possibly be that jester, so we might want to keep our eyes on that. Very good call there. Also on Skull and Bones, the only other society that I know of that was set up and sanctioned by members of Skull and Bones were Mormons at the University of Utah. They were the Hales brothers that actually came and set up their own chapter, being Skull and Bones members themselves, and it was actually sanctioned by the members at that time.
Gotcha. Very interesting. There's a whole tarot correspondence with all of this as well. The fourth card of the major arcana being the Emperor. There you go, man. You already got it locked and loaded, dude. But that corresponds with Aries and Mars. And notice that he's even making like a T or a cross with his legs. That kind of fits into everything. There's a whole correspondence between kingdoms, kings, and crosses. I've gotten into this before, and this card encodes like so much of it. But go first. Like, what were you going to say?
Yeah, man. Big ups, Mario. Yes, this is Orange Man bad. No doubt. No doubt this is Orange Man bad. Because the words, the Emperor, are an anagram for Hero Tremp. Hero Tremp is right here, this Orange Man bad. And this is the Aries. Aries cards are both Emperor and Sun card. And yeah, we're about to spring right into the season of sacrifice. And it is so fascinating. It's such fascinating times. He's got the Globus Cruciger right here. But this card on my territories map, Mario, is basically where you are. This card is Northern California and all the way up into Oregon and Washington. But one thing that's really crazy is the profile of the Emperor. He's got his head turned to the side. Somebody bought a map of Northern California, a road map, and this profile of this card is actually embedded in the road map of Northern California. And right off of it's next to lesser known Fort Bragg. A much lesser known Fort Bragg is off the chin of this shape in the roadmap, but then it's Eureka, California, is right off the coast of this profile in the roadmap. And Eureka is basically the name of the game that the Trump cards are used in. When you play euchre, there's a left bower and a right bower. And so the Bauer family dynasty is totally getting a hail every time the word chump is broadcast. But yeah, and also off of Eureka, California is a big tectonic likelihood of shit going bad.
I just got you call that the territories. I love that. That's so
right.
awesome.
The tarot.
Dude, whatever this system is, it is so much larger than me. It is so much larger than me. And someday somebody's going to come along and they'll be like, that looks like a really good gambling matrix. I bet I could make some money gambling off of what Slick's up to. But I'm not a gambling man, but I'm happy to make unfounded claims left and right, but I'm not putting any money on it.
There was this protest where this lady was wearing we got 1,028 days left, 1,028 days left protest. And that lands this year, March 27th, which there's this strange astrological alignment event, I believe, on the 27th as well, because we got a lot of stuff going on with Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde. Mario, do you see anything on that date on the 27th?
You know, to be honest with you, I haven't been looking into it too much. So no, I don't have anything to forecast on that end, but that is interesting.
Yeah, I think that we're coming up on, the spring equinox, which happens at 2:01 a.m. my time in Arizona, which is huge for rituals. Reza Giorgiani broke down the skull and bones, the skull being Saturn and the bones being the equinox for around this time frame, 3/22, March 22nd, where there's always a ritual that goes on, that there's just so much going on in March. It's crazy.
Definitely, dude. Yeah, exactly, man. It's a very energetic time, and you even see that in the glyph for Aries too. It's like a sprout, right? Or it's almost like a fountain, or something's emerging, basically. So, yeah, that checks out.
Or even somebody pointed out recently that it's a bouncing tennis ball. The Aries symbol is a bouncing tennis ball in the season of tennis. I love that one. And the tennis net.
Weird.
The tennis net could even be the equinox line. That's kind of fun.
But then you have to believe in gravity, right?
And March 27th also says it's World Theater Day. So what's more than what we watch on TV every day is all theater. And it started like in 1962. So that would be an interesting date to keep an eye out for.
And the goddess of theater, I think is connected to something I was looking into. I forget what though.
Is it Melpomene and Thalia, the muses of tragedy and comedy?
I see that Googling it, but it wasn't, those names weren't popping up.
Okay. Thomas,
I
can you
forget
make
what
me?
it was. Maybe it was Dionysus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Yep. The whole face mask thing was a Dionysian ritual. Homunculus, can you make me big one more time? I'm just going to share some things that I don't even have to make my own video if I put it on here. So over here is, the moon card is totally Hawaii. South California, Southern Cal is totally the Empress. Northern Cal is totally the Emperor. Moving up into Washington, we get into the Sun card. I'm just going to animate some of the things that happened over the last months. So when the LA fires sparked off, Venus was like a flintstone sparking up against Neptune as she progressed this way. Mercury is caught on. The sun is in here too. But then Venus has gone retrograde back towards LA and caught up with Mercury. And now Mercury and Venus are matriculating back over the LA fire location, along with Saturn in the bunch there. So I just wanted to kind of point out some of the things that the territories map can do. And I think a lot of this rehashing of the trauma of the LA fires is very powerfully in accord to Biden's pin, his auto pin. They're going to retract everything Biden did with his auto pin. Biden represents Pluto down here in Texas, the star card and the tower card, and they're going to collapse everything that Biden established with his auto pin. So yeah, a lot of the politics on the world stage map onto my system in ways that are telling me too much to broadcast.
You predicted to the T the Andrew Tate release and going into prison and being released. Have you looked into anything with that scumbag?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Just a fine detail. I also predicted Chansley coming out the same time. They came out pretty much on the same week because that's the date of X on the Analema, where Andromeda is the hostage, the chained woman. So the chained woman it's also Julian Assange. All of these messengers locked away in the prison. And the prison is the messenger. That's why they don't kill them. You don't kill the messenger because you torture them instead. And the torture becomes your message.
So it'll be connected to the analema like you showed with everything else in that. Okay.
Yeah. And, Andrew Tate, I just want to say, I highly recommend Zaralath Immortal. He and I did a big breakdown on the Nosferatu movie that came out. And it wasn't until the end that I realized that Andrew Tate is fulfilled, is reinforced, is promulgated and more provocative because Nosferatu preceded him. And if you think about the Nosferatu plot twists and plot dynamics, and you superimpose it onto Andrew Tate, it is so profound. It's so profound because he's been locked away in Romania, just like Nosferatu's been,
right?
Just like Nosferatu, and then he gets lured into the city because he gets lured into the city, and the way that they take him out is by keeping him past his curfew. He stays out too long, and the sun comes up. He gets trapped in the sunlight, and that's how they're able to kill him. Well,
where's in Vegas?
Andrew Tate arrived on Florida shores just before Venus goes retrograde. And if he stays here too long, then he's going to miss his bail in Romania. And just a few days after he lands in Florida, and a bunch of shootings happen in Florida, a bunch of chaos in Florida where he landed, it was just a few days later that the Romanian government started to buckle, almost like he doesn't have anywhere to go back to. Or maybe the authorities he's answering to are in some sort of mad shuffle, and he might get stuck here to stay, just like Nosferatu.
So,
Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, finish your thought.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Slick, an interesting potential correspondence with your placement of the Emperor card could have to do with Mount Shasta. And Mount Shasta being a really important, super interesting mountain. There's lots of stuff like mythologically associated with it. And then also, the old idea of a king ruling from a central place was like of supreme importance. Rene Guénon's book, The King of the World, really, really gets into this. And that sort of I would say the blueprint for a lot of king symbolism has to do with this idea of a polar king that ruled from like this centralized location. And so Mount Shasta symbolically like has a lot of that stuff associated with it for sure. And then also the way I see it personally is that, a pyramid is basically echoing or trying to imbue the symbolism of the world mountain. Basically, a pyramid is a mountain, right? Pyramid. Ram is right there in pyramid, right? And there's also wild goats and sheep and stuff like that, and rams around Shasta, that area. So just something to kind of consider. I think it's a little interesting.
That's a bullseye, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
We're getting to the end of this. Thank you all for hanging out in this absolute marathon of a show. I'll let Donut announce we're on Geronimo.
Oh,
what
it's
do
MK
you
Ultra.
think? What do you think it's gonna be?
It's MK Ultra.
There it is. You got it in one try. You knew it was coming all along.
Because we all saw it coming, because we can see stuff. They've done these studies on blind people where they can show like a happy person or angry person, and their brain fires off what they can see before it shows. Similar to, they've done studies with naughty images where they're scrolling through naughty images before one appears. The brain gets excited before so I was getting very excited. Ultra.
Well, wait until you see what the next slide is going to be. If you were really getting excited, but yeah, MK Ultra I feel is my number one conspiracy most of the time, regardless of the day of the week, whatever album you want to listen to. This is like my Wu-Tang forever in a way. The MK Ultra conspiracy theory, because it also has documentation. It's got an insane amount of different sub-projects under it that get into espionage, and voodoo is literally in this, and psychedelics and mind control and torture and high altitude research and like underwater research. Like it literally has everything. Sometimes I refer to it as like a Whitman's conspiracy sampler, that no matter what your interests are, there is at least one sub project in MK Ultra that probably speaks directly to whatever your particular interests are. Like they did not leave one stone unturned in this entire program. Anyone here ever been through MK Ultra programming?
No.
Yeah, I think going to school was sort of MK Ultra.
Yeah, that's what I
like-
was going to say. I live in the modern world, so there's
I
something
was a
kinda going on there.
Mormon, so you know,
That's right.
Mormons. Yeah.
I lived in Las Vegas, so it was just straight, yeah, MK Ultra with the flashing lights and all that.
I like to call it MK Ultra Jackson. MK Ultra Jackson. Michael Jackson. And you know, his moonwalk is a perfect embodiment of ritualizing of what retrograde means.
Because he's going backwards.
Because he's going backwards. He's doing the perfect retrograde.
It appears like he's going backwards.
Right. Totally.
Or at
totally.
least it appears that he's floating, but he's really not floating.
Anytime someone brings up Michael Jackson now, I feel like I'm gonna have to immediately mention my favorite aspect of Michael Jackson, which is this freaking Moonwalker video game.
Oh,
The
yeah.
coolest arcade Genesis game ever. It's literally about Michael Jackson saving children from elite trafficking rings.
No,
and he
it's not,
moonwalks
really?
while he's doing it. Yes.
And you got the Sanpaku eyes too.
He does have the Senpaku eyes. Thank you for noticing.
Have you heard what they've said about Michael Jackson now? How like a lot of people are coming out and saying that he was associated with the Crips, and that like there's this huge push to make that Michael Jackson was gangster. It came out of nowhere. It's been like the last couple years, but they just like you just see all these random. Oh yeah, well Michael was hanging with these Crips and he was really gangster and he was not who you thought he was. It just was pretty interesting to me.
Right. And it, you know, it's a handoff. This is the law of equivalent exchange, where you're told that Tupac was actually a ballerina and couldn't fight, and Michael Jackson was a badass. You know? Yeah.
Michael Jackson got the moves. You know?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Tupac, because something that I've been thinking for a while is that like the new Tupac is Kendrick Lamar, right? Like, and I've been waiting for something to happen to him because he's also a Gemini. He also pulls up that two pillars. Like sometimes he's good guy and wants to help everybody, and then the other times he's fine with being on something with like Playboy Cardi or someone that we would consider more gangster rap or whatever you want to call it. And I don't know. I've just been, and he is the head of all these movements. He's not a head of BLM, but I mean, he's like almost like the spokesperson. Like if he says this, we're going with him. And a lot of people always talk about Kendrick Lamar as if he's some intricate person that's like, oh, the reason he said at the Super Bowl. It's so weird because you know how when we go, oh, the Super Bowl was a ritual because of this, and that, and they go, yeah, right, man. But then these Kendrick Lamar fans are like, you don't understand because Kendrick Lamar has layers, and we're like, yeah, that's what we've been saying. And even at the Super Bowl, he did that the Hangman tarot card, and I just think there's something with Kendrick that we're not. I don't have the grasp of it yet, but I think it's something that hasn't been discussed as much as maybe it should be.
Well, yeah, it's military industrial complex. Like he was the music for the BLM, and then he has the protester on there tackled by a bunch of white men like on there. It's all straight like political theater on the world stage. And if you go against Kendrick, then you're going like it's so easy to spot. I think just looking at the imprinting of individuals, he's going after Drake, right? It's just every single thing is either tied to a religion or an ethnicity or a culture, because that's the imprinted layer. And that's how I believe the controllers control the entire world, because you can't brainwash MK Ultra yourself out of imprinting. And that's where MK Ultra failed, was because their studies didn't work with the brainwashing, because people who have strong ties to their belief system, which would be the imprinting, could shake off the mind control. At least at that time. I'm sure now, we're, at a different stage. That probably made no sense. My bad.
I want to give everyone an opportunity to throw their plugs in before we start wrapping everything up. So what we're gonna go first in, first out, which would be Heidi Love. Where can people find you?
I am Heidi Love of the Unfiltered Rise. I normally don't sound like this. I am everywhere podcasts are served. And congratulations again, Thomas, on your 100th show.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And make sure you go and look at our monthly Mormon Monday series where we get into all sorts of occult Mormon stuff, Vegas stuff, bones and stuff, all of that. Pygmy dream giants. Those are real episodes that we actually have gotten into recently. So thank you. It's one of the most fun shows ever, Monthly Mormon Monday. The next person that popped in was Sean Chris. So where can people find you, Sean?
killthemockingbirds.com. Go everywhere, updating stuff. And of course, check out Under the Dogs. That's coming soon, man. You're going to love it, man. Like, it's great to go back to the classics. Even me and Thomas have been kind of going, oh, wow, man, I forgot about this one. And like, just going and how relevant it still is today. Like, you'll be amazed at some of these documentaries. But yeah, just killthemockingbirds.com.
Yeah, rewatching Loose Change in 2025 is mandatory. I feel like everyone has to rewatch Loose Change at some point. Why not today or tomorrow? Like let's do it soon. The next one that popped in, Mario, man, tell people where they can find you. I mean, we see symbolicstudies.com, but do the whole plug.
Yeah, for sure. You can find all my links there, symbolicstudies.com. I'm on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, things like that. If people are interested in astrology, the symbolism of the signs and things like that, or the tarot, they should definitely check out my stuff. Also, if they're interested in what I refer to as polar or northern symbolism, they should check out my work too. But thanks for having me, man. This was really fun, and congrats on 100 episodes. It was really nice meeting some new people here as well, and all of that. And, I wish you all the best with the next 100 episodes.
Thank you so much, man. Really, truly appreciate you being here. You're one of the greatest minds in this whole space, man. Anytime you drop another post or another video, like, I know I'm going to be learning something. It's not just going to be, oh, great, who's got a new hot take on this thing that I've seen a million times. Like, when I see a Symbolic Studies post, I know it's time to like pull up a chair and learn, like get some head learning in for sure.
Oh, much appreciated, man. Thank you.
All right, Gabe, you're up next, man. Where's your bunker at this month?
Yeah, Slick Distant on YouTube. That's my main jam. And you'll catch me over on the Interverse with Chance a lot. I got quite a few episodes in there with our buddy Juan and Homunculus. You and I threw down most recently on a very fun episode. So yeah, I've been having a real good time. And I just crossed a crucial threshold. I'm officially at 100,000 views on my channel. So I'm super stoked about that. That's been a big one. So yeah, come on over. And I got new t-shirts. I just designed a couple new t-shirts on my slickdissident.com with all my onesies, hoodies, zippos, tarot cards, and all the fun. So yeah, big love and respect to Homunculus. I'm so proud of you, buddy. Number 100.
If you get 100,000, that means that now you are elite, right? And we should no longer trust anything you say.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm waiting for my plaque to show up to fill in the space on my wall back here.
And then the last but certainly not least is we got Professor Donut, Dr. Donut.
Thank you.
Has Japanese frames, man.
Congratulations, 100. And shout out to all y'all. I love all y'all. I'm grateful to be here with y'all. You can catch me out in Florida with them Dolphins, milling out Illuminati comics with Paranoid American.
I check the tracking every day. No updates yet, but as soon as that gets an update, I'll be doing a video on it. I'll be updating the Patreons and the Kickstarters and all the things. So if anyone's waiting on their Illuminati comic, it should be any week now. Like literally any day I'm expecting to get a shipping update. So thank y'all for hanging out with all of us, for all your support. Here's to another 100 after this one. Anything else left to say, or are we ready to wrap this up? Awesome. So everyone do the game vibe. All right. Peace, y'all. Thank you so much. Love you guys.
Peace. Big love and respect, y'all.
Paranoid. Yo. I scribble my life away, driven to write the page. Will it enlight your brain? Give you the flight, my plane, paper, the highs ablaze. Somewhat of an amazing feel when it's real, the real, you will engage it. Your favorite, of course, the lord of an arrangement. I gave you the proper results to hit the pavement. If they get emotional, hate, maybe your language, a game, how they playing it well without Lakers. Evade them, whatever the cost, they are the shapeshift. Snakes get decapitated, met is the apex. Execution of flame you out, nuclear bombs distributed at war, rather gruesome for eyes to see. Max them out, then I light my trees. Blow it off in the face, you're despising me for what though? Calculated and rather cutthroat. Paranoid American must be all the blunt smoke for real. Lord, give me a day away, vacate. They wait around to hate whatever they say. Matters not in the least bit. We get heavy rotate when the beat hits, so thank us, you're welcome. Fuck the niggas for real, you're welcome. They ain't never had a deal, you're welcome. Man, they lacking appeal, you're welcome. Yet they doing it still, you're welcome.